Chapter 28 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curtis, the White Slave Boy. Chapter 28. I am indebted to John Fairfield for the early history of Curtis. On the morning of the 10th of October, 18, two young men, aged respectively 22 and 24, sat in an office located on one of the main business streets of the city of Mobile, Alabama. The one dressed in a plain, though clean and neat, working suit was John Ward, a machinist and engineer, the owner of the office and the foundry and machine shop on the opposite side of the street. The other was John Fairfield, a native of the little village of Camden, Virginia, the same village where his early friend Ward was born and raised. These two young men had attended the same schools and graduated from the same New England college and were close friends. "Here, Fairfield," said Ward, "is an interesting item in the Morning Gazette. Let me read. It shows the status of our civilization. Executor's sale of slaves. I, and in conformity with an order of the Circuit Court of Mobile County, Alabama, I will offer for sale and sell to the highest bidder on Wednesday, the 10th day of October, 18, at 2:00 p.m. at Arthur Shrimp's Slave Market in Mobile, Alabama, all the slaves belonging to the state of Enos Brown, deceased, consisting of the following named servants: Tom, aged 45, Martha, aged 40, husband and wife, Susan, aged 20, Tip, aged 17, Edna, aged 23, and her boy, aged 4. To be sold for the benefit of creditors and heirs of the estate. Samuel Randall, executor. Susan and Tip are children of Tom and Martha," continued Ward. "And this Edna is the same Edna that was owned by Colonel Dreyer just 2 miles south of our village. You must remember her, John. She was white and very handsome." "Yes, I remember her well, and wondered why he sold her," said John. "She was certainly very beautiful." "This boy of 4, continued Ward, "is the Colonel's own son. The event made trouble, and he sold her and his own child to appease the wrath of his outraged wife. This is only one phase of our boasted civilization. Last Sunday, Edna called on me here and begged of me to buy her and her child. I don't think I ever passed through a more affecting scene. Her plea was so pathetic that it would have melted a heart of stone. I finally said, 'If I were able, Edna, I would buy you both and set you free. But if you desire me to do so, I will raise enough money to buy your boy, educate him as a machinist and engineer, and at the age of 24, I will set him free. This I promise to do for your sake if you wish.'" "Oh, I do, John. It matters little as to my fate, if I can rest assured that Curtis will be cared for through his childhood and grow up a good, useful, free, and happy man." Her gratitude expressed in words and tears I shall never forget. I have now got the money and shall keep my promise with Edna. As I feel now, it will be the best investment I ever made. God will reward you in the next world, if not in this," said Fairfield. "I will look after the mother in my way, which you understand. In a few months, she shall have a home." The two young men went to the hotel, and after dinner walked down the street to the slave market, where already a mixed throng was filling the large salesroom, smoking, spitting, joking, and swearing, according to their respective ideas of propriety, while the men and women that were to be sold sat in a group in one corner with sad faces and hearts filled with horror and despair. "The breaking up of this family," said Fairfield on one occasion, long after, when he called on us, "was a scene too sad for me to think of or to talk about. Separated for life without any hope of meeting again in this world." Edna and her boy were the last placed on the platform and were offered separately. The bidding on the mother was sharp and rapid. Starting at 9, she was soon struck off to one Warren Haunch of Hebron, Alabama, for $1,900. The next and last was her child, Curtis, sold to John Ward for $350. He took the boy by the hand and led him back to his office. 4 years had passed when John Ward and Curtis, a fine lad now of 8, was again in the salesroom. It was empty. Midway between the two extremes on the west side was a large platform called the auction block, reached by 2 or 3 steps. Here Curtis stopped, looked at the platform a moment, then sprang up the steps and surveyed the large room for some time. "John," he said, "I have been here before." "What makes you think so, Curtis?" Because I remember that I stood right here on this very spot when there was a great lot of men. This big room was full. A big fat man with a long stick in his hand kept saying 100, 110, 120, 150, 200, and so on, and then said, "Sold to John Ward." And then, John, a beautiful lady in black with such handsome eyes full of tears pushed through the crowd, caught and wrapped her arms around me, hugged and kissed me, and then handed me to you. Sometimes I dream of her, John, and I think I see her looking just as she looked then. One night I dreamed that she held her face close down to mine and kissed me as she did here. And I thought I felt her tears fall on my face, and it awakened me. Then I looked and looked, but she had gone. Who was she, John? Do you know?" "Yes, Curtis. That fine, handsome lady was your mother. I would have brought her with you, but I was poor then. I pitied her so much that I bought you to please her." "Oh, I am so glad you brought me to please her. Do you know where she is, John?" "Yes, Curtis. I know where she is." "Will I ever see her again?" "Yes, when you get older and get your trade learned well. If you're a good boy, study and work good, I intend that you shall go to your mother." "Does everybody have to be sold, John?" "Oh, no, my boy, not everybody." "Does God want folks sold?" "Oh, no, Curtis. He don't want anyone sold." "Then why was my mother sold away from me?" "I'll tell you, Curtis, when you get older. You'll then understand that it's because men are wicked, and not because God wants them sold." "Oh, I'm so glad you're not wicked, John, so you'll not sell me. I'll study and work hard and learn my trade so I can go to my mother sometime." This promise the boy made good, for at the age of 20, few young men were better equipped with a thorough business education than he. He was thorough in English and could speak and write the French equally well. His tutor, the foreman and manager of the plant, an educated Frenchman, spared no pains in fitting the boy for a successful machinist and engineer. About this time, the manager, Warren Van Warren, was threatened with lung trouble. The doctors and Mr. Ward advised him to take a trip across the ocean and visit his old home in France. As advised, he went, leaving Curtis to take his place. This he did so well that at the end of 2 months, Mr. Ward presented him with a purse containing $300. A few days after this occurrence, while Curtis was busily engaged on a new engine which he himself expected to run to Washington with a long train loaded with gentlemen who were to call on the President and visit Congress, a boy handed him a note, requesting him to report at the office immediately. We can hardly judge of his surprise when entering the door of his own bedroom to find Van Warren, his faithful tutor and friend, lying on a couch apparently in the last stage of the white plague. Curtis rushed to him, dropped on his knees, and buried his face in his hands. "Oh, Van, my dearest friend and benefactor," cried Curtis, "is it so bad as this?" "Don't, Curtis, my dear boy. You make it harder for me to part from you and John." "Is there no hope, then?" asked Curtis as the tears rained down his face. "Yes," said the dying man. "Hope of immortality, of eternal life, of rest in heaven. Just think, my dear boy, there will be no nights of pain and anguish there, nor death, nor sickness, nor tears, no separation of mother from child, nor slavery, nor slaves, nor masters. All washed in his blood will stand equal before the Lamb." "Oh, Van," cried Curtis, "if I knew that Mother was there, I feel now that I would rather go with you. It will be so lonesome here." "Hush, my boy. No, John needs you. He is in deep trouble. You must cheer him up. In putting up and stocking this plant after the fire, he made a heavy loan. His creditor is a Shylock, and pressing him hard. You must take my place and help him through the crisis." "I will do all in my power, Van." "Curtis, my dear boy, do you know where your mother is?" "No, that she was sold when I was is all the knowledge I have of her." "John just requested me to tell you that she is alive and free, living in Windsor, Canada, a milliner and dressmaker, and can be easily found. She goes by the name of Edna Dreyer. Now, give me some of that wine, Kurt, that I brought from the old home where I was born, among the beautiful vine-clad hills of France. But all was changed. My friends were all dead or gone, and I hurried back here to die with you, my dear boy. Since you came to live with John, I've been a better man, because I've had someone to love and someone to love me. A little more wine, Kurt. I am weak. Open my valise and hand me that package wrapped in tissue paper. This I have saved for you. It contains $1,000 in notes on the Bank of England. This, remember, you are to keep for an emergency. When it comes, if it should, don't forget your mother. Do you understand?" "Yes, my dear friend, I understand." "One more thing, Kurt. Hand me out those 2 revolvers I bought for you in Paris. Keep them in memory of me, but never use them, only in self-defense, only in the same emergency that you will need the money. I am so glad my strength was spared to reach you. Now, take my hands in yours, my dear boy. They are feeling cold, and see, it's getting dark. Now, goodbye, my dear Kurt. I'm going home." Without a struggle, in a moment, he was gone. John Ward and Curtis and all the operators in the plant occupied the seats reserved for the friends at the funeral and followed this faithful disciple of his Lord and Master to the grave. In one of the most beautiful cemeteries near the city stands a modest granite shaft on which is inscribed, quote, "Sacred to the memory of Warren Van Warren, born among the sunny hills of France in 1800, died February 25th, 1851. Then, lower down on the shaft was this simple tribute, quote, "I was an orphan, and he loved me," unquote. From this time on, Curtis became foreman and manager of Ward's manufacturing plant. One Saturday morning, nearly 3 years later, Curtis received a note from Mr. Ward saying, quote, "This is your 23rd anniversary. Shut down the plant. Give the boys a holiday, and you call at the office," unquote. When Curtis reached there, he found Mr. Ward walking the floor looking pale and haggard. "You're in trouble, John," said Curtis. "Why have you kept it all from me? Let me bear some of your burden, my good master. I have not forgotten, and never will, what you have done for that poor orphan boy you picked up at the auction some 19 years ago. I would be very ungrateful should I now refuse to sacrifice everything I have for you." "Stop, Kurt, my dear boy. The sacrifice demanded by the Shylock who holds my notes and bond is greater than you can make. I sold the plant to him 1 week ago. Everything well understood. I agreed to give him your services 1 year free. Now, in this letter just received, he says he wants the plant and will take it at my price, but imposes a condition that, if I accept, I violate the promise I made your mother. Kurt, do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I understand. If you are driven to the wall, make the sale, John, and allow the pound of flesh. I will look out for myself. My man will be in on the 7 p.m. train, will meet me here at 8, said Ward. "The afternoon is yours. Be brave, cool, and discreet. You wear a heavy beard and have a good razor. Your transom is slightly opened from your room to this office. So is mine. I open them slightly to ventilate the rooms. We must now part here." Kurt received the extended hand of his master and tried to say goodbye, John. His lips moved, the tears started to his eyes, but he could not speak. He heard his master say, "You have been a good and faithful boy over a few things. God grant that you may always be faithful over many." Curtis turned round and left the room. Thus parted master and slave. Curtis went to his room, washed the tear stains from his face, and as soon as he could command himself, went to the plant, put everything in order, called on the foreman of each department, and gave directions as to their work for Monday. After eating a late dinner, he went to his room, locked his door, lay down on the couch, while his mind was working hard. "Now I know," he said to himself, "why Van Warren gave me that money and revolvers, and why he spoke of an emergency, a time when I might need both. And I know why John told him to tell me where my mother lives, and why John said, 'Be brave, cool, and discreet.' All is plain now. His buyer will not take the plant unless he can own me, body and soul. God helping me, I could have died for John, but I will die rather than be this Shylock's slave." His mind now clear, he went at his work. First, he adopted a new name, Elmer C. Bassett, disguised his hand and fastened his card on his suitcase. He had for years worn gray. Now, fortunately, he had just recently purchased a suit of plain dark brown and a black plush hat, instead of the Panama he had generally worn. His underwear was all carefully packed in his suitcase. His English banknotes he placed carefully in a belt Van Warren gave him, and he buckled that around his waist. He had nearly all of the $300 given him by Ward, and that arranged in small bills and change he would carry in his pockets. A few days after Van Warren's death, he purchased a suit of tan, worn by the planters of Louisiana and Lower Arkansas, which he had never worn out of his rooms. This he would wear. He next looked over his map and marked his route. He would not go directly north, but would start west and let those hunting pass. He thought 'twould be better to be behind than ahead, to follow rather than be followed. So he made arrangements with a trusty free Negro, driving for a livery, to be at a point in the city 1 block away at 9 that evening with a good team and closed cab, and await his coming. When all arrangements were made, he went to an early supper, and on returning used his razor, and removed his heavy black beard, and put on his planter's suit, and packed the brown one in his case. Then, looking in the glass, wondered how anyone could know him, as he hardly knew himself. He placed his revolver, which had done such good service in target practice, in his belt, and the two given him by Van Warren in his hip pockets, then sat down and rested. At 8:00 to a minute, Mr. Edward Murray was at the office, and after a few minutes of preliminary talk, approached the business set for the hour. "I thought," said Ward, "that you were satisfied with my offer." "I was, sir, till I found out that I could secure no man to fill the place of your foreman, and have concluded to drop the whole project unless you include the boy Curtis." "You remember, Mr. Murray, that I positively refused to sell him. I offered you his services for 1 year free, and will even call it 2, and if you insist, we'll call it 3. Surely, in that time, you can find a suitable man." "That is certainly very liberal, but it won't do. I must own the man that runs that plant. I now make you one offer. It must and shall be final. I will add $1,000 to the purchase money, and you make me out a bill of sale of Curtis. Accept if you wish, or refuse, and I foreclose." John Ward fairly groaned at the hardness of the man's heart. He got out of his chair, and Curtis heard him walk the floor for fully 5 minutes. Then he heard him sit down heavily, as if weak and exhausted by the strain. "Mr. Murray, you could not have struck me a harder or more cruel blow. If I were not powerless, 20,000 could not buy that boy. It is the last pound of flesh. I accept your offer. Please write out the bill of sale." "I can't, but I'll sign." In 30 minutes more, the business was all completed, and they both went to the nearest notary public to acknowledge papers. At 9:15, when Curtis heard Murray's ultimatum, and heard Mr. Ward say, "It's the last pound of flesh, I accept your offer," he passed quietly out of the back door with his suitcase in his hand, a refugee and an exile. He went directly to the corner designated and entered the cab. Mr. Ward came back to his office and walked the floor till the sun lighted up the Sabbath morning. Sunday at 10 a.m., Murray was at the plant and, finding one department foreman, inquired for Curtis. He told Murray that Curtis attended church in the forenoon and evening in the eastern part of the city, and often stopped between services with friends. He called at Ward's hotel, but that gentleman had been suddenly taken sick, and he could not see him. On Monday morning, the whistle announced the opening of the plant, and when Mr. Murray arrived, everything was running at its full capacity. He inquired for Curtis. All said that he must certainly be there, but none remembered having seen him. At noon, Murray called at the hotel, but the doctor instructed the nurse to admit no one. By this time he was satisfied that Curtis had gone, and cursed himself for his own neglect. He sent telegrams to all cities, railroad stations, and hotels along the routes usually taken by runaways. Then he went to the printing office and ordered 1,000 or more bills struck off, offering $500 reward for his apprehension. Curtis was rather different in appearance than the person described. His age and height was nearly correct, also the color of eyes and hair, but the beard and the dress had wrought a remarkable change. Had he met Curtis in the road at that time in a covered cab with a black driver and a servant, he would not have known him. The livery took Curtis out some 15 miles northwest of the city, and reached a station just in time to take a train for Meridian, some 130 miles north of Mobile. On reaching the hotel with a colored servant, a free Negro boy whom he had hired, he registered under his new name, Elmer C. Bassett, and servant. Hence, hereafter, we will observe the change in name. He and his servant, after breakfast, boarded a train for Jackson, Mississippi. Reaching there, he called for room and bed for himself and bed for his servant. From Jackson, he and servant took a train for Monroe, Louisiana, his servant all the time taking care of the baggage. From this point he concluded to abandon the railroads and travel by liveries from town to town, always selecting colored drivers and covered cabs. By traveling in this way with a colored servant, he knew he would be regarded as a gentleman of wealth, traveling over the country on business or for pleasure. In this way he reached St. Louis, where he, with his servant, put up at one of the best hotels, and here, while he was registering his name, Elmer C. Bassett, and servant, he, for the first time, read his own handbill. After reading it through, he did a very bold thing. He called for the landlord and asked a private interview with him. When in the room with closed doors, he took out the bill and said, "I have a warrant for that fellow, and would like your aid, so far as this at least. Make inquiries, and should you hear of him, send a telegram to Mason and Brown, care of Galt House, Louisville, Kentucky, and if the information assists us in his capture, I will guarantee you $100.
"I'm not in that line much," replied the landlord. "But if I was, I'd make for Vincennes or Evansville, where you will find abolitionists as thick as maggots in a dead horse. Them are the places the niggers run for. They are put in some hole and kibbered up." till we get tired out looking for them. That's been my experience.
The advice was taken, and he and his boy went across southern Illinois by rail and livery to Vincennes, where he found a great many French, and as he could talk and write the language as well as a native born, he soon felt at home. At the hotel where he registered for dinner, he saw a handbill hanging on a hook. He asked the clerk in French if they had found that fellow yet. He replied in the same tongue, "No, not around here, and I don't care a damn if they never find him." "You have some abolitionists in the city, I learn?" said Bassett. "Well, I guess we have. Here's one," pointing to himself. "Direct me to one of the best men of that stamp that you have in the city, please." The clerk took a card and wrote in French, "William Van Duzen, number 238, 44th Street, near the railroad crossing." Bassett called at the house immediately. Finding the gentleman at home, he asked for a private talk, which resulted in the discovery that this same man was a heavy investor in the UNDGR and operator and manager at Vincennes. After hearing Bassett's story in brief, Van Duzen said, "You must keep shady here for a few days, as you are advertised in all the dailies from the South, and in every restaurant, barber shop, saloon, and hotel hangs your handbills, except where an outraged people have torn them down. I have plenty of room and enough to eat for men of your color, but by Zans, you're whiter than I am. Don't let my wife see you, or she'll be afraid that they will arrest me." The next morning, by Bassett's request, Van Duzen examined all the hotel registers in the city. He discovered that 2 men registered for dinner at the San Medill House 4 days preceding, one by the name of Murray of Mobile, and the other was Gosner, Department U.S. Marshal from St. Louis, Missouri. For a few minutes, Bassett felt his hair stand up straight and a few light chills run up his spine, but remembering Ward's words, "Be cool, brave, and discreet," he showed no agitation. That evening, a half-dozen of the most influential citizens of the city, all French, called on Mr. Van Duzen and were conducted to Mr. Bassett's room one by one as they came in, and were introduced to him as members of the UNDGR Association, some of whom were native Frenchmen. One of the older men said, "We'll stand by you, boy. Stay here a few days and rest while they tire themselves out." His home here was very pleasant, as hardly a day, but he had company, and while not engaged otherwise, had access to a library consisting of French and English history and literature. On the 6th evening, Mr. Van Duzen sent the following telegram to Mr. Martin. "Are there any wild geese at Richmond?" Answer: "There was a few days ago. They've gone north." So, on the night of the 7th day, Elmer C. Bassett stepped in one of the coaches of the UNDGR and started for Richmond, the Quaker city of Indiana. Nearly all the way across the state, Bassett was conveyed, always in the night express, without 1 cent of cost. Neither could he get one of them to accept pay. Everything was free to him. In due time, very early one morning, our fugitive, not from justice, but from a national crime of injustice and oppression, reached Mr. Martin's house, where he met a most hospitable welcome. After a good breakfast, he was shown to his room, and being quite exhausted, slept soundly till 5 p.m., when Mr. Martin entered his room and informed him that the U.S. Marshal and another gentleman were in the city while he was sleeping so soundly. "I think," said Mr. Martin, "I will take thee on the midnight express to my sister's, Mrs. Layman's, who lives a very quiet life in the city of Cincinnati, and I assure thee that thee will be welcome there as here. I think there is no danger there now, and when the geese go south, I will send thee word." In introducing Bassett to his sister, Mr. Martin said, "This boy is an orphan. He will tell his own story. He needs a quiet home for a few weeks, where he will not be disturbed by the gaze of inquisitive strangers." "We welcome him to our home in our hearts," said the kind Mrs. Layman, and then invited him to follow her to his room. Before they parted, he said, "I cannot accept your hospitality until I tell you who and what I am. It is right and proper that you know. I am an orphan, yea, more, a poor and nameless waif, born in shame of a slave mother. I am the son of her master, sold by him, my own father, when a helpless infant, with my mother dooming us to lives of hopeless and degrading bondage." Then, in language more graphic and pathetic than the author can command, he described the scene at the auction sale, of his dreams of his mother that had haunted him during his short life, and pronounced the highest eulogium of his tutor and benefactor, Warren Van Warren, and closed by paying a glowing tribute to his master, John Ward, who bought him through pity for his mother and had treated him more as a son than serf. When he got through, so pathetic was his story and so eloquently detailed that Mrs. Layman was weeping, and his own eyes were moist with tears. "Mrs. Layman," he continued, "I cannot remain here and feel at home, be contented and happy, unless you allow me to pay the regular price charged for board in your city." "Well," said the good lady, "thee will be very welcome if thee pays, and after hearing thy story, thee would be welcome if thee did not pay, so we will endeavor to make thee feel at home." "Our family is small," said the lady. "It consists of myself and daughter Ruth, Mr. Lawrence Belmont, and his twin sister, Florence. They have lived with me several years, attending school and college, except during vacation. They are fine young people and very discreet. We have very little company, and thee will meet no strangers unless thee choose. I will introduce thee to my family as a very dear friend, and my brother." The next morning, as Elmer entered the dining room, neatly clad in a well-fitted dark brown suit, his face smoothly shaven, showing a clear skin, almost transparent, with a very slight Spanish tint, eyes a handsome brown that seemed to be smiling, a physique, a perfect model for the sculptor. Florence thought him to be the most manly man in appearance she had ever met. She was studying French, and during the breakfast remarked that her lessons bothered her to give the correct accent and inflection. "If you will bring your books home this evening, Miss Belmont, I may be able to help you. I learned the French when very young and was thoroughly drilled for several years by a master of the tongue. I have been compelled to write, read, and speak it as much as the English." "I certainly will be very glad to accept your kind offer, Mr. Bassett," said Florence. From this time on, Elmer and Florence occupied one table over their French books, while Lawrence and little Ruth occupied another with their studies, under the eyes of the good matron of the house, while Dame Fate was busy in her loom weaving webs. Elmer's days were spent in his room with drafting instruments and cardboard, but the days seemed long as he waited for the evening when he could assist his fair pupil in studying the language he loved. He had been in the family about 4 weeks when he received a letter from Mr. Martin stating that the sky seemed clear now and that perhaps it would be safer to come to Richmond. He passed the letter to Mrs. Lehman, who noticed that his hand trembled and that he had suddenly grown pale. "We shall miss thee very much," said the lady. "Our house will seem very empty, and the children, I know, will grieve." He did not venture a reply, but went directly to his room, threw himself upon the couch, and lay for an hour motionless. During the supper hour he was unusually reticent. His eyes had lost their sparkle. His face was slightly pale, and he did not even look at Florence when she asked him a question. Later in the evening, while the family were all in the back parlor, Elmer sat by the stand on which lay the family Bible open at the Lord's Prayer. As he glanced it over, he said, "I often feel, when I hear the Lord's Prayer read or repeated with such careless indifference as is frequently done by ministers and congregations, that it is more of a mockery than acceptable worship." "Will you please read it for us, for I agree with you," said Mrs. Lehman. "I will," he said in a few minutes, "if you desire it." He passed into the next room, and for a few minutes they heard him walking the floor. When he returned, his face was very pale and his eyes very sad. He took the open book in his left hand and stood for a moment with his head slightly raised, never glancing at the page. He began, "Our Father, who art in heaven." His intense feeling seemed to add passion to the words. When he had finished, every face was moist. Little Ruth was weeping, and Florence's eyes were filled with tears. The room was silent for a moment. Then Mrs. Lehman spoke and said, "I never heard that prayer before. I never before understood its meaning. Mr. Bassett, I thank you." Then Florence spoke with much feeling. "I too thank you. Your reading calls to my mind so vividly the anguish and suffering of our Lord in the garden and his last words on the cross." Mr. Bassett bowed to her, arose from his chair, said good night, and quietly left the room. When in a few minutes Mrs. Lehman and Florence were alone, the rest of the family having retired, Florence asked, "Mother, what mystery hangs over Mr. Bassett? He was so sad tonight. I could hardly look at him without shedding tears. Has he passed through great sorrow? Oh, how I pitied him tonight." "Yes, my dear. He told me the story of his life when he first came. It was sad, very sad indeed, and I too have pitied him. But tonight he was unusually despondent, perhaps more so on account of a letter received today from my brother saying that he could leave here now safely." "Leave here now? What? Leave Cincinnati?" said Florence, as she staggered towards the couch and would have gone to the floor had not the good matron caught and supported her. With the aid of a restorative, she soon revived. Then, burying her face in the pillow, sobbed as though her heart would break. "My dear child, these tears will do thee good. They'll ease thy heart. Do not be ashamed of them." "Oh, Mother Lehman, what have I done? Oh, how can I ever look you or him in the face again? Oh, how foolish I have been. I began from the very first to pity him. I thought it was pity because at times he was so sad as tonight. Oh, wretched, foolish girl, I did not know 'twas love instead of pity, not till now. What will you and what will he think of me should he know that I had given my heart and affections to him in one short month unasked? Florence, my dear child, thee is not to blame for what thee did not know and for what thee could not help. He is worthy of thy love, dear child, and is suffering with thee. Now you must retire. You're real ill. I'm concerned for thee. Sabbath morning, Florence did not appear at breakfast. She felt that she could not meet Mr. Bassett. Her experience was so new, so sudden, that she must have time to master this passion and gain some self-control. After breakfast, Mr. Bassett invited Mrs. Lehman to his room. He was walking the floor and seemed much excited. My dear Mrs. Lehman, I have no mother to counsel me. What shall I do? Will you advise me? Then he confessed his love for Florence, and said he thought he ought to go away at once. How can I offer myself to her? You know my history. I dare not offer my love. Tell me, dear lady, shall I go? No, no, she said. Stay and tell her who and what you are, as you told me, and keep nothing back. Oh, how can I tell her? She will spurn me from her presence. I am not worthy to tie her shoes, only as a slave. My dear boy, said the lady, thou art very blind, blind as a man. Thee must go and do as I tell thee. Florence is ill. She may yet be very ill. He walked the floor for a few minutes, then gave her his big warm hand and said, Thank you, dear Mrs. Lehman. You're right. I will go. When may I see her? I will tell her to meet thee in the back parlor as soon as the family leaves for church. She is too ill to go with us. At 9:45, Florence was there waiting, trying to still her throbbing heart. She heard the family leave the house and heard Elmer come down the stairs, enter the room, and close the door behind him. When she raised her eyes to his, there was no more trembling. She was master. It was the supreme moment of her life, and her heart leaped with joy. He stood for a moment and with some hesitation asked, Miss Florence, may I come in? The request was so irrelevant that she could not keep from laughing as she replied, Why, Mr. Bassett, if my eyes do not deceive me, you are already in the room. Oh, yes, so I am, but may I stay? Mrs. Lehman owns the house, said Florence, smiling, and is now at church. I am sure she will have no objection. And may I sit with you on the couch? If you insist on sitting here with me, I assure you I'll not run away. 2 precious hours passed, in which the histories of 2 lives were revealed, in which the future happiness of 2 hearts were involved. When they heard through the open transom, the family entered the front parlor. And quite soon 2 gentlemen were admitted, one having a very coarse, heavy voice. As soon as Elmer heard him speak, he whispered to Florence, Murray, a mobile and the U.S. Marshal. He instantly sprang to his feet, ran lightly to his room, snatched his suitcase and his 3 revolvers, and at his return, Florence was there with her long black hooded cloak, which she wrapped around him, tied her thick veil over his face, seized his suitcase with one hand, and with the other led him through the rear door into a back alley, which they followed to the nearest livery stable, where they entered a cab and reached the station in time for the westbound train. Florence little thought then, as she bade Mr. Bassett farewell, that she, too, would leave that same station in the near future, a slave, a fugitive, flying from home, friends, and country to a strange land that she might escape a degradation which her soul abhorred. Her absence was not noticed by the family as she returned in time to assist Mr. Murray and the marshal in searching the house and premises. Some 3 weeks after this event, he reached our station. I sat up nearly all night eagerly listening to the story of his life, which I have tried to tell, but he repeated but very little that was said in that back parlor. I wondered why. About 1 month after reaching Canada, he wrote me, and I here quote one short paragraph. Quote, "The next day after reaching Windsor, I found my mother, the same beautiful lady dressed in black, only older, that I saw in my dreams, who placed her face on mine and moistened it with her precious tears. She is beautiful yet and very happy now. 1 week ago I passed the examination and now hold a position as engineer on a passenger at $70 per month." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jack the Slave Boy. Chapter 29. On the morning of the 20th of September, 1862, I was ordered back to the wagon train, a half-mile or more in the rear, to look after our company wagon, and went through with my business, as it was excessively hot and scarcely a breath of air stirring. I walked out some 60 rods away from the teams and noise, where all alone I could take a good rest and write up my diary, which for the last day or two had been neglected. I had finished writing and was resting comfortably when a fine-looking young man, very plainly and cheaply dressed in citizen's clothes, came from the rear, walking very leisurely and quite cautiously, I thought. He bowed to me and said, "Good morning, soldier," very pleasantly. I responded as kindly and said, "Sit down, my friend, here under the shade. You are tired out, I see, and very warm." "Yes, sir, I am completely exhausted, for I have walked a long way, and some of the time very fast to get in the rear of this army. And if you please, while I'm resting, may I ask you a few questions?" "Most certainly, sir. I will give you all the information I can consistently." "Did you pass through Murfreesboro on your march here?" "Yes, we came in from the east, I think, then north on the main street, then filed left and went in camp some distance northwest of town, perhaps a mile or more." "How large a place, please?" "From what I saw, I would guess 800 or 1000. "The county seat, is it not?" "Yes, I think so, for I noticed the courthouse in the center of a large public square." "How far from and what direction from Nashville?" 30 miles southeast on the pike." Then he remained silent for several minutes, taking off his hat and using it for a fan, while I watched him very closely. I was sure I had seen that same face somewhere in some time. "Do you expect a battle here?" was his next question. "We have been expecting a battle here for the last 48 hours. That's a problem I can't solve." "One more question, please, if I may ask." "You may, sir. I shall be as pleased to answer you." "Have you any idea how far north this army will go?" "No, my friend, that's another problem. I really wish I knew. I would like to look over the Ohio once more
and see just a little patch of God's free country.
Indiana, my own state, where practically we know nothing of the blighting curse of slavery. He raised his eyes to mine just a moment, and sad the look and smile he gave me, and just that moment I was sure I had seen him. The same eyes, mouth, forehead, and chin, and same sad expression, when forcing a smile, a face and smile that one would never forget. No child would refuse him its hand, no good woman her friendship, confidence, and compassion. I waited some time for him to speak, and as he did not, I ventured to ask, "Were you not born and raised or educated in the North? You do not speak like the people here." "I was born about 50 miles south of Covington, in this state, near a little town called Hampton, or Hampton Center. What education I have, I got in high school and college in Cincinnati." "Did you say Hampton Center?" I asked, so eagerly that he noticed it and asked, "Were you ever there? It's a lovely place." "No, I was never there, but several years ago I met a person from there," and again asked as eagerly, "How long since you left there?" "A little over 5 years." Now, there was no longer any question who he was and why he interested me so much, and I had only one more question to ask. "Do you live in this neighborhood? Are you a citizen of this locality?" "A citizen," he exclaimed as he arose to his feet, and his voice, naturally soft and musical, became hard and his face severe. "A citizen," he repeated again with a bitter laugh. "I am a citizen of no place, state, or nation. I have no country, no home but the grave. I have not a friend in the wide world that can reach and help me, and for 5 years it has seemed to me, at times, that God himself had forsaken me." He then turned and gave me a searching look, as though he would read my very thoughts, and said, "You are from the North," and with some hesitancy in a low, soft, and pleading voice that touched my heart with pity. "Oh, can I trust you, soldier? Can I trust you? I need a friend." I took his hand in mine and pressed it hard, and when I saw that same sad smile and the tears starting from his eyes, I said, "I know you now, my dear boy, and upon my honor you can trust me. Tell me your troubles, and I will help you all I can." "Oh, 'tis a long, sad story, and should have been written in blood. For 5 long years, an eternity to me, I've been a slave, whipped and driven like an ox, by a low, illiterate brute, cruel and destitute of human sympathy, heart, and soul. Please excuse me now. You are from the North and cannot believe me." And he got up and walked back and forth, dashing the tears from his eyes. "Oh, my dear sir, I do believe you, every word. Tell me now of your escape, and leave the rest till you are more composed. I think I can even help you some in that." He looked at me, but did not then understand my meaning. "Yes, I've told you the solemn truth, a slave for 5 years, till the night of the 16th, when a little help from a free-colored man, I made my escape. The brute that calls himself my master is now hunting me with men and dogs and guns, but not this way. I started north for the Ohio, but when I heard the cannonading, I turned this way and came around in the rear of your army. I swam a lake, waded up and down creeks, through swamps and forests, the North Star being my compass, with scarcely any food and very little rest or sleep, since I left, and you are the only white man I have dared to notice." "And now, my boy," I said heartily as I put my hand on his shoulder, "you are absolutely safe. All the bloodhounds and rebel helldom can't touch you here, only you must watch and keep with our boys." I took off my haversack, opened it, and handed it to him. "Here, help yourself. It's the same as we have, and much more tolerable than hunger. And while you are eating and resting, I will tell you a sad and true story, and if it interests you, please do not interrupt me. For years before this slaveholders' rebellion began, my mother's house was a home and refuge for all runaway slaves who chanced to come through on that route. We fed and sheltered scores of them and then took them on to other stations. I heard their tales of woe and suffering till my heart would almost bleed. We kept a memorandum of each one, as full and complete a history as we could get from them. Their names, ages, residences, color. For they were not all black, some as white as you and I, and this memorandum would make a good-sized volume. They were from this state, Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, and some from as far south as Mobile. We carried on a correspondence with 2 of them until I left home, and my brother will continue it. One was a young man from Mobile, an engineer and machinist, as white as I am. The other a young lady from this state, about 18 years of age, purely white from all appearances, cultured and refined. A student in art and music, and very beautiful. With one more term in college, she would have graduated. It was very early one morning, the forepart of October, I think, for the maple leaves had been touched with an early frost, slightly tinting them with scarlet and gold, that a close-covered carriage stopped in front of our house with 2 ladies, closely veiled, who were shivering with the cold and well-nigh exhausted with many successive nights of hard travel. As soon as possible, a hot breakfast was served, and then Mother took them to her room and snugly tucked them in bed. All that day the house was kept very still while they slept and rested, and not until the 3rd day did they hardly leave their bed and room, for they had gone to the very limit of their endurance. On the afternoon of the 3rd day I wrote up their histories as they gave it to me, but can only tell you now of the younger one, in whom I felt a deeper interest as she had suffered more. And I ought not to attempt to reproduce her sad story, and can only do it in brief. At first she hesitated long, but finally said, "How can I talk of myself and my suffering for the last few months? I could not to others, but the kindness of you and your family to me and my companion in exile has so completely won my confidence and gratitude that to refuse you would be very ungrateful." She raised her dark blue eyes to mine just an instant and made an attempt to smile. But oh, how sad the smile, and sadder yet the eyes. At first she talked easily and quite naturally, though with considerable effort, of her early life, her luxurious home, of her kind and indulgent parents, of her years in school and college, of her twin brother, her constant companion and protector, whom she loved as her life, of free papers, always kept in a large safe, of the sudden death of her father, the funeral and burial, and when she began to speak of the arrest, the imprisonment, the auction sale and separation, she rose to her feet, began to walk the floor and wring her hands and moan, for her suffering was more than she could bear, and her very heart seemed breaking. I would have stopped her then, but could not speak, could only wait and listen and tremble. For an instant she clasped her hands over her forehead, then as suddenly dropped on her knees, and with her arms extended upward she cried out, as if in utter despair, "Oh, mother, mother, why has God left us to suffer so? Oh, my God, why hast thou forsaken us? Is it not enough, dear Lord? Is it not enough?" Then he answered her with a flood of tears that rushed like a torrent from eyes that had so long been dry, and in their great abundance she found relief. When she became calm, and as soon as I could speak, I said, "Florence, you must not—" Florence, John repeated. "Oh, do you mean my sister? Florence, do you mean her?" "Why, yes, John. Mean that it was and is your sister. She's alive and free." For many minutes John could not speak, while glad tears bathed his face. Then he turned partially around, and with uncovered head and eyes lifted reverently upward, uttered this simple prayer: "Dear Lord, I thank thee that thou hast forgiven me of my hardness of heart and lack of faith, and this day granted me this greatest of all blessings." When sufficiently composed to talk, he asked, "Could and did my sister tell you more?" Oh, yes. I went out, as requested, for half an hour, and when I returned she told me the whole sad story very rapidly, as fast as I could write it down. "She was bid off by a low, vile brute," said John, "to be his mistress, and she said, as she parted with mother, 'Mother, I can die, but I cannot and will not submit. I will be no man's mistress.' We knew she would not take her own life, but would lay it down in defense of her honor and purity." "Can you tell me how she made her escape?" "Oh, yes, I remember that quite well. She was taken from the sale to the station and seated in the middle of the car. The train was wrecked as it approached Covington, and her buyer was killed, with one or two others, but she was not seriously hurt. She passed over the river to Cincinnati with others, and found her way to Mrs. Lehman's, where you and she lived when you were attending college. Mrs. Lehman's brother, from Richmond, Indiana, was there visiting his sister, and took her that night home with him on a night express. From there, with a lady from Bowling Green, she came through to our place on the Underground Railroad, and now she has a good home and a good husband in Canada. And, by the way, John, I have a letter here from her addressed to my brother, which he forwarded to me. You may take and keep it. And you must write her at once, and don't forget to give her my best wishes. She suffers, oh, so much for you and your mother. Can you tell me anything of mother? No, Florence was the first one sold, as you no doubt recollect, and she has no knowledge of you or your mother, and that adds to her suffering. I heard that day, soon after I was sold, that mother was bought by a wealthy planter living in Murfreesboro, That's the reason why I was so anxious to find out the size and location of the place. And now I truly thank God for what I've heard today, and that He led me to you. Of late, my heart had been so bitter and hard at times that I could not even look up to Him. Sometimes I felt like charging God with my degradation and taking my own life. Then I'd see my mother's face as I last saw it, when she threw her arms around my neck and kissed me for the last time, bathing my face with her tears as she said, "Be patient, my dear boy. Remember that God is only a little step from you, only just above the storm. Put your trust in Him, my dear boy." Her face that I saw then and the words she uttered has saved me many times from self-destruction. Do you think I can be captured here among so many men, and would you advise me to go to Canada as I first intended? No, John, they will not find you here, and will not make any attempt. Do as I said, and keep with the boys. Your name, Lawrence J. W. Belmont, no one shall know but me, and I will introduce you to my friends as Jack Hale of Richmond, Indiana. If you are a good man with horses, I believe I can find a good place at once with our present brigade commander, General Hawkins. He wants a good steady fellow, and will pay good wages. Then, too, this war cannot last very much longer, and when the rebellion is crushed out, every slave will be free, and then you can look for your mother. What shall I call you? He asked. You know me almost as well as I know myself, but I do not even know your name. The boys call me Marion, and the name has no Mr. attached to it, just Marion. Now I must go back to the line, I said. I have been gone too long, and until you get to work, I will divide rations with you. Here is my card, Jack. Keep it, and you can find me most any time. Soon after dinner, I took Jack to General Hawkins' tent and introduced him as Jack Hale of Richmond. The general asked him many questions and was well satisfied with his answers and hired him at fair wages. Call and see me, Jack, whenever you can, and don't ever again doubt or forget the friend your mother taught you to love. No, Marion, I shall thank him every day that he led me to you. How strange, he continued, that among the whole army you are the only one that knows aught of my sister or our family, and I was led to you the first one. This letter you gave me is like a voice from the heavenly world, for I had counted her as dead. I knew she would mutiny against her fate and die to defend her honor. As I turned to leave him, he grasped and pressed my hand and said, Goodbye, Marion. May God bless you. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Buell Campaign. Chapter 30. On Sunday morning, the 21st of September, 1862, we had reveille at 3 a.m., with orders to be ready to march, and after standing in line for an hour, received another order to, quote, await orders, unquote. So we stacked arms and remained by our guns till 4 p.m. We were held here long enough, in plain hearing of the Battle of Mumfordsville, Kentucky, for Bragg to capture General Wilder and his 6,000 men. Why Buell did not move up and crush the enemy at this place is yet to be answered by the historian. At 4 p.m., our brigade began to move, and about 9 p.m., we passed through Mumfordsville, close by the fort and fortifications, and it was sufficiently light for us to see some of the destructive effects of the battle. The railroad and wagon bridges that spanned Green River were burned by Bragg, and we were compelled to ford. How far we marched after 4 p.m., I am unable to say, but it was a forced march, we thought, and we did not halt until 2 a.m. of the 22nd, rested for a short time, and then moved forward 15 miles and went and camped 6 miles north of Bacon Creek. No more orders were issued by Buell to prohibit foraging from the enemy, for in all this country not a duck, chicken, or pig was left by the enemy. Our rations were very short, and the water loaded with death. Wherever we found a spring or brook of water, we also found the enemy's dead horses and mules. And this water, naturally pure and good, was so charged with putrid animal matter we could not drink it. On the 23rd, we broke camp at 4 a.m. and marched 32 miles, passing through Elizabethtown, the home of General Hawkins, from which he was driven by rebel citizens on account of his Union sentiments early in the war. The general rode at the head of our company all day, and when we reached the center of the town, he ordered the column to halt, then faced the hundreds of citizens who had gathered there to witness our army pass. He addressed them as friends, neighbors, rebels, and traitors. To his friends he said, "I know you would have given me your aid cheerfully, but for fear of the shotgun and halter." He said in part, quote, "Where are now the cowardly assassins that drove me and other loyal men from their homes, their families and friends, because we loved our country and our flag? They tied the noose and threw the rope over the limb, and then we dared them to place it around our necks. We called them base cowards and rebels, all in the rebel army today, desolating our lovely state and trying to overthrow the best government God ever gave to man. Please tell them for me that Almighty God will pursue and consume them unless they fall on their knees and beg for mercy." Unquote. No doubt the general had many friends there, for while he was speaking, I saw quite a number shedding tears. We had found him to be a kind officer and noble man. When he finished speaking, we gave 3 cheers for General Hawkins. He then turned to our band and asked them to play America, which they did with a will, till we were far out of town. We camped 6 miles to the north at 10 p.m., having been on our feet 18 hours, and you may well remark that we were tired, thirsty, and hungry. A 13-mile march the next day brought us to Muldrow's Hill, a small mountain peak, strongly fortified, commanding the Ohio at the mouth of Salt River and the surrounding country. Here we rested for 3 hours. Lewis had been sick for 3 days, and the surgeon ordered him to the ambulance. He had eaten nothing for the time, and of course was faint and weak. I succeeded in getting 3 good apples during our day's march, built a small fire, and toasted them very carefully and thoroughly for him. It was the widow's mite, all I had, but it met his wants, and I was glad when he told me that it was actually the best meal he ever ate. We broke camp here at 6 p.m., crossed Salt River on a pontoon, and marched up the Ohio on the Kentucky side some 3 miles, and camped. I soon after met Jack and pointed over to the north. "There, Jack," I said. "I've got my wish. Just over on the other side is God's country. Will you cross and strike for Canada now? You will find plenty of friends over there." "Oh, no, Marion. I have found many friends here, and shall stay with the army and devote the rest of my life, if necessary, in looking for Mother. I must know where she was taken, and what has been her fate. Not a day nor an hour but she is on my mind, and every night I dream of her. Sometimes that I have found her, and she beckons me to come, but I cannot reach or get quite to her. One night I dreamed I saw her just as she looked when she threw her arms around Florence's neck and bade her farewell. Oh, how many times I have wished that it was all nothing but a dream. We were so happy in our beautiful home, Mother, Florence, and I. Though Sister is safe, I can never enjoy 1 hour of happiness till I find Mother. I must find her." Jack's heart was too full to talk more, and he turned and left me. On the 25th of September, we made 10 miles up the river and halted at 2 p.m. and rested till 7, all desperately hungry, as for several days we had drawn less than quarter rations, but fortune favored the patient. A supply wagon just ahead of our company lost off a box of hardtack, and in falling was broken, and the crackers all lay in the road. We gathered all we could and divided them around, and each man got 5 or 6. We reached Louisville at 1 a.m. on the 26th, and camped a short distance west of the city. I expected to find a large package of letters here, but found only 2, one from Prentice and one from May. While reading, I could hardly keep back the tears. This was probably on account of being tired, worn out with hard marching, loss of sleep and rest, and by no means attributable to homesickness. In moving around, I came across my old friend John Simmons from near Gordon's. He had been sick for some time, and had been sent here to meet his regiment. As we were about to separate, I asked, "John, how did you address your letters to Marge?" "Why, she told me to address them to Box 22 only. She wrote me first and invited the correspondence." "That accounts for it, John. Every one of those letters were written without the knowledge or consent of Marge. She never wrote one of them, nor received one of those directed to Box 22. Well, is that possible? But I began to mistrust that something was out of joint, as she seemed so very anxious that I tell you of May's engagement. By the way, I'm informed that you are the lucky fellow. Well, I'm glad for your sake. She is the best and kindest-hearted girl I ever knew, and I might add more, but I see you are quite too vain of your good fortune now." Two acquaintances from home, now members of the 74th Indiana, called on me here, and I enjoyed their visit very much. When gone, I answered my letters, and I think none of the pages were blotted with tears. We stayed at that camp less than 2 days, and while there, General Davis shot and killed General Nelson in the Galt House. The particulars of the quarrel we had not yet heard. Then we moved south of the city 2 or 3 miles and went in camp, where we remained till October 14th. The next day, after reaching our new camp, Jack called to see me, and I was surprised at his changed appearance, and it was not by any means his new suit of clothes. As he walked through the crowd where I stood, I noticed that many turned to look at him. We shook hands and walked off by ourselves, where we sat down under the shade. "Jack, I am proud of you," I said, "and was just thinking of you and wondering if, in your better condition, you had forgotten me." "Not until I forget my mother and sister." "Have you written her yet?" "Oh, yes, the same afternoon and evening I met you, a long letter. I told her of you, and I told her that you knew me from the first by my resemblance to her, and told her how thankful I was that she escaped a fate 1,000 times worse than death, and that I should not rest until I found Mother, that I learned the day of the sale that she was brought by a wealthy planter living at or near Murfreesboro, and that as soon as safe I should go there and find her." "Of course you have not heard from your sister yet?" "No, but I think I will soon, and that will be the next thing to seeing her. Had I known of her escape, I could have borne my own degradation with less agony. When I hear from her, you shall read the letter, for I owe this happiness to you." "No, not to me. Thank God, not me. You were correct in saying that he led you." "Yes, I believe it now, and hope I shall never doubt again." "How do you like your place, John?"
Another thing to thank you for. I'm a bankrupt.
"I can never pay what I owe."
Do someone else a good turn, Jack.
"You owe me nothing but your goodwill. It costs me nothing. Don't let it burden you. But how do you like the General and your work?" "The General is a grand, big-hearted man, and I like the work, for I'm very fond of good horses." "Does he know your history, or mistrust?" "He did not mistrust, but since I found him so friendly, I thought that he might sometime befriend me should I get in trouble. When I told him of the sufferings of my mother and sister and myself, when we were arrested by the sheriff and thrust in jail and sold at auction, he jumped to his feet and struck the table with his fist and exclaimed, 'My God, is it possible? I've lived in a slave state all my life, and I've witnessed things that made my blood boil, but I believe in all my life nothing equal to this. And did that brute buy you? I know him. He's a rebel, and worse, a guerrilla. He was one of the gang that was determined to hang me, and if I could see him now, I would shoot him quicker than I would a mad dog. Yes, you can depend on me. That scoundrel is a coward and a sneak, and the sooner someone shoots him, the better for the country." "Well, Jack, I guess you're safe." "I feel so, Marion, and you can hardly realize how much taller I am and how much more like a man I feel than when I first met you." "I noticed the difference, Jack, and as I told you once before, I am proud of you. You resemble Florence more than you did." At the mention of her name, the tears started from his eyes, and he said, "There is no bitterness in my heart now, as I hope to be forgiven for my impiety and lack of faith. I am now trying hard to forgive those who brought this great affliction on our family." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Perryville Battle, Chapter 31. The regiment broke camp here at Louisville on the morning of October 1st, 1862. Almond and I were left to look after the loading of our company's goods and supplies, then followed along with the teams to the city, where I paid out my last cent for 2 loaves of bread and a small amount of dried beef. It was 2 p.m. as we left the city and took the Bardstown Pike and walked along leisurely, as I had been quite poorly for several days. The road was full of army wagons, cavalry, artillery, and infantry. A thick cloud of dust filled the air, and the sun shone intensely hot. Our army was joined by many new regiments at Louisville as we marched through, that had seen no service as yet. Their knapsacks were packed full with extra suits, 2 blankets, and rubber, and very likely many things brought from home, very nice and convenient for a soldier, but all added bulk and weight. We could tell a new regiment by their knapsacks, and before we stopped for the night, we saw quite a number of them lying outside the road, and occasionally a soldier, overcome with heat, under a shade tree. As night approached, Amend stopped at a farmhouse and asked the family if he and his lieutenant, whom he said was not very well, could lie under their porch where they would not be exposed to the dew. The man of the house replied, "No, but if you and your lieutenant belong to the Union Army, you can both have the best bed in the house and your supper and breakfast." In the morning, we got up quite early and thought we would leave before breakfast. But no, the lady insisted we stay and have a good, warm breakfast. We appreciated their kindness, and I tried to thank them, but they replied that they had only done their duty, and what they had conferred was a pleasure to them. We want you to understand that the Union soldiers have some friends in Kentucky. We started along the pike, but the road was so crowded with supply trains, artillery, infantry, and cavalry that it was slow and difficult traveling. About 10 a.m. we began to hear cannonading in front, and while we were not alarmed, as it was almost a daily occurrence, we quickened our step and reached our regiment about dusk. The firing had stopped, and the paymaster was with our regiment, and by 9 a.m. on the 3rd, all our boys present had signed the roll and received their money. We left our camp at 3 p.m. on the 3rd, and soon caught up with the enemy's rear guard, consisting of a regiment. Company A and F were deployed as skirmishers in the woods on either side of the road, and for an hour or more the Johnnies made a lively defense, and we a big racket, if nothing more. Then they fell back, and our column followed, crossing Salt River and camping near its bank. On the 4th and 5th, we made but little progress as we skirmished with the enemy's rear guard, who was holding us back in order to save their heavy train of supplies which had been gathered while passing through Kentucky and Tennessee. On the 6th and 7th, we marched some 30 miles. Through the middle of the day, the sun shone very hot, the dust in a heavy cloud covered us, and the water gathered from pools among the rocks along the creeks, partially dry, was thick with animal life and vegetable filth. On the night of the 7th we camped on the banks of Rolling Fork Creek, tired and out of rations. Early on the morning of the 8th of October, we heard heavy cannonading to the north or northeast. The roar sounded much like the Niagara at a distance, as no single gun could be distinguished. I had nothing in my haversack to eat but a half-dozen soda crackers bought of our sutler, so I stepped into a shanty close by and asked the lady if she would sell me a small piece of bacon. She replied that she had but little. I took out of my pocket a silver quarter and asked her to cut off what she could for the money. She looked at the silver, and then at the bacon, and finally the silver won, and she cut off a piece about 2 or 3 inches thick. I never stopped to look at it till I cut off some for my lunch, and then found under a thin layer of lean a spoonful or so of large, well-matured worms. Well, I thought to myself, that poor woman never saw them, or she would have charged me more. But to me they were a dead loss, for I took my knife and scraped them off very carefully. At 9 a.m., our regiment took its place in Crittenden's Corps, Van Cleve's division, and General Hawkins' brigade, and started on a forced march for Perryville. The heavier the cannonading, the faster the boys pushed along, and this is as strange as true. No matter how great the dread of battle, an army will almost run to get into it, and frequently run faster to get out. As we approached our position, the smoke in a thick, dark, heavy cloud filled the forest in front and covered the entire field. We reached our position, a high ridge covered with timber, but clean from undergrowth, at 11 a.m. Some 60 rods to the front, a thick body of timber obstructed our view of the battle, now raging in all its barbaric fury. To our left, a short distance, was Crittenden's headquarters, and just a few rods beyond was General Buell's. The attack was opened in the early morning by the enemy on the 36th Brigade. Colonel Dan McCook, commanding, which had bivouacked for the night on a small creek 2.5 miles from the town. Mitchell's and Sheridan's divisions, Phil's, came to his support, and the enemy was repulsed handsomely. Our line of battle, as formed about noon, had Gilbert's corps in the center, McCook's to his left, Crittenden's to his right. Thomas was with Crittenden's corps. A cavalry reconnaissance was made toward Perryville. McCook, reporting to Buell, was ordered to make a demonstration in full force toward Chaplin River to ascertain the position and strength of the enemy in front. During his absence, one of his divisions, Rousseau's, had advanced the right of his line a half-mile to get some water, for which the boys were suffering. The rebels opened on this advance some 20 pieces of artillery, and Rousseau brought up the rest of his division, directing Simmons and Leonard's batteries to return the enemy's fire. McCook, on his return, advanced Jackson's division to a new line, supporting Rousseau. About 3:30 p.m., his whole line was attacked by Hard with 3 rebel divisions under Cheatham, Buckner, and Anderson, some 16,000 men. Then it was that McCook sent his orderly to Buell, asking him to send Crittenden's corps and attack the rebel left, and no response. This was the 3rd time that McCook was refused support by Buell. The attack was made on McCook's extreme left. Jackson was killed the first fire. Terrell's brigade, nearly all new men, was driven back, and McCook's left turned. The infantry reached the batteries, parted in the rear, and there Terrell, while trying to rally his men, fell mortally wounded. McCook, being hard-pressed, then sent to Gilbert for reinforcements, and sent a request to Sheridan asking him to protect his right. Starkweather's brigade checked the enemy's advance at the left, supported by Stone's and Bush's batteries. Several assaults were met and repulsed until the ammunition of troops and batteries was exhausted, when they fell back to their original line, renewed their supplies, and plunged into the fight again. Meantime, McCook's right had become engaged in Rousseau's front, the enemy under Anderson, a full division, charging on Little's and Harris's brigade. They were met and held back until the brigade also exhausted their ammunition and fell back on a line with Starkweather. Little's brigade was driven still further back, and the enemy's advance was checked by canister fired by Sloan's battery. Reinforcements from Gilbert came up. Gooding's brigade of Mitchell's division and the 5th Wisconsin Battery. Stedman's brigade from Shope's division also came up, and with these fresh troops, the enemy was decisively repulsed from McCook's front. When the assault on McCook was heaviest, Sheridan was attacked in the advanced position he had won early in the morning. He withdrew his troops to a better position on the original line and opened on the enemy with musketry and canister. He also, being hard-pressed, called on Gilbert for support. Gilbert sent him Carlin's brigade from Mitchell's division, and this fresh brigade, charging the enemy, drove them into and through Perryville, capturing 2 caissons and 15 wagons loaded with ammunition, with their guard of 138 men. Sheridan drove another line of the enemy, but could not pursue, as that would uncover McCook's right. Wagoner's brigade of Wood's division became engaged also on the right of Mitchell's division, but the brunt of the day's battle was borne by McCook's corps and most of the loss. When night fell, yes, when it was altogether too late, Buell made preparations for a general engagement on the next day, directing Thomas to strike the enemy's front and left flank at daybreak, a thing which Crittenden insisted on doing with his corps at 12 o'clock noon to save McCook's corps from being slaughtered. 29,000 Union troops, including Crittenden's corps, were ready, waiting, and eager to go in and save McCook. Had Crittenden been allowed to charge the rebel left and rear as he was anxious to do, and as McCook expected would be done, the whole rebel army could have been crushed before 3 o'clock p.m. Total Union loss in killed, wounded, and missing, 4,348, a little under 16%. The whole rebel army was engaged with a total loss of 7,000. Immediately on reaching our position on the ridge, Company A was ordered on duty in an open field close up to the wood not far from the enemy's left, where they deployed, formed a skirmish line, and lay down. I was ordered to take one man with me and take a position close up to the wood at the crest of the hill, near the enemy's left, about 1/2 mile in front of the ridge in the northeast corner of the field. Tom and I approached the position cautiously under cover of the hill, along a fence running parallel with the enemy's line. Our instructions were to watch closely for any extension of the enemy's left in that direction, and in case we made such discovery, to move in at once. We lay down on the leaves close to the fence that enclosed the timber on that side. It was a long afternoon, as we lay watching and waiting and listening to the constant roar of not less than 100 pieces of artillery, which shook the trees and made every leaf quiver with the vibrations. The smoke filled the forest, and we could see but a short distance into the thick wood. As it approached sunset, while the battle raged more fiercely, if possible, a riderless horse came dashing through the forest from the field, leaped the fence, and as we said, "Whoa!" he came up close to us and gave a pathetic neigh, and after a few minutes of petting, he got over his fright and seemed to feel that he had fallen among friends. Soon after dark, the firing stopped, and he lay down as close to us as he could get, and remained quiet all night. The horse was a dark chestnut sorrel, well bred, about 8 years old, and in fine condition. The saddle, bridle, saddlebags, and revolvers were new, and the very best. It was a long night, and we were too near the enemy to speak loud, and in a position too dangerous to risk sleep. At 4:30 we got up to go in, and the horse followed us close behind. On the morning of the 9th, Buell ordered a forward movement of the whole army by the front, as if he expected to capture the rebel army. But it was too late. As at Murfreesville, he lost his opportunity. As ordered, the army began to move on Perryville quite early in line of battle. The country was quite hilly, swampy patches of timber and open fields. While one portion of the line had an open field, another would be climbing fences, and another going through swamps, briar patches, and crabapple bushes. The line was by no means symmetrical, and somewhat resembled our first company drill in Camp Allen, though on a much larger scale. We were all day making this grand military display, and did not reach the village till dusk. This tomfoolery of moving so far over such a rough country by the front gave the enemy ample time to get their heavy supply train out of our reach. The battlefield was covered with their dead, and every building, barn, and shed was full of their wounded and sick. These are 3 questions that puzzled the boys in the ranks. First, why did Buell let Bragg cross the Tennessee? Second, why did he hold his army at Cave City long enough for Bragg to capture Wilder and his 6,000 men? Third, and why did Buell refuse to let Crittenden reinforce McCook when he could have swung his whole corps on the enemy's left and crushed it at a single blow? As much as our boys dreaded a battle, they were anxious to have it over with as soon as possible, and especially were anxious to utilize every advantage when the fatalities could be lessened. Our boys were very tired, not a wink of sleep the previous night, and scarcely any rations. The day's march by the front was exhausting, and the night was getting cold. I felt more weary when I found my blanket and rubber had been stolen, and said to Gilbert, "I hardly know how to put in this cold night unless I stand on my feet and walk around." "Will you stay right here till I get back?" he asked. "Don't do that. I'll get along some way." "Will you stand here so I can find you?" "Yes, I'll stay here, but don't—" John came back in 20 minutes and handed me 2 new blankets and rubber. "Oh, Gilbert, how could you do that?" "Just so easy, no trick at all." "How will the other fellow get along this cold night?" "Let him do as I did. Take another fellow's blankets. It's just none of your business. You wrap and curl up and take a good night's sleep, and don't lie awake thinking about the other fellow." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Buell Campaign, Chapter 32. On the 10th of October, we marched 6 miles, and on the 11th, while we were eating our breakfast, heavy firing commenced on our left, and we were hurried in line of battle and moved forward by the front for nearly a mile and stacked arms. We had done this so often since we left Battle Creek that it had banished all dread. It was a pleasant change from hard marching, and the boys rather liked it. We stood by our guns, each with a chip on his shoulder, ready for a fight, for more than an hour, and the enemy never came near us. We then went back to our position, held in the morning. The day before, as we were moving along, Gilbert saw a patch of Irish potatoes some distance ahead on the left near the road on a side hill. He leaped the fence, ran forward, and commenced digging potatoes out with his hands. Buell came along, stopped his horse, and ordered him out. Gilbert stood with his back to the road, his head down, could look back between his legs, and knowing who it was, kept on digging. The next time Buell spoke hard and sharp, Gilbert kept on digging, but yelled back, "You go to—" and Buell started. The country here was very rich, quite level, large plantations, good buildings, and fenced along the highways with limestone rock. Our rations were short, our boys hungry, and constantly on the lookout for turkeys, pigs, chickens, and sheep. But everything had been cleaned up by the enemy in advance. John R. and Lou, seeing a large farmhouse off a mile, visited the premises. In this portion of the state, very few white men were visible. Every able-bodied man was in the rebel army. The boys approached the house from the rear. John stood guard behind a small coop where he could watch the house, and Lou started for a large smokehouse. The door was locked, but a small window on one side was covered with a board, which he tore off. The window was small, but he could get in through a small hole and get out through a smaller one. He had just got his head and shoulders through the window when a bouncing, nicely dressed girl came out of the house with a small axe in her hand after him, and he just got to where he couldn't get in or out in a hurry. As the girl was passing the coop, John sprang behind her and wrapped his long giant arms around her arms, and I knew she was his prisoner. Lou succeeded in getting through the opening, where he found a fine lot of sugar, cured hams, and shoulders. Lou selected hams and dropped them out through the window. He then must get out and carry them to the woods full 40 rods before John could let his girl loose. She struggled hard at first, and then tried to give an alarm, but he placed one hand over her mouth and said, "If you keep quiet, you'll not be hurt." "Will you let me go then?" she said. "No, not yet," said John. "You intended to kill that boy with your axe." "Not if he got out and gone off." "But he couldn't get out. He was fast in the window, and you intended to kill him." "No, I just intended to frighten him. Won't you please let me go now?" "No, not till he gets those hams to the woods. We want some of them. You're keeping them for rebel officers." "Give me your name before I let you go." "Sarah Rayner." "Where is your father?" "He's judge of the county court." "But where is he? Tell me before I let you go." "He's a colonel in Bragg's army." "Where are your brothers?" "They're with father." "Tell your father, Sarah, if he lives to get home, that we have taken this meat for the boys that left their homes and came down here to put down this rebellion and save their government that they are trying to destroy, and that we will crush out all this treason if it takes 10 million more men and 10 years to do it. Now, Sarah, there goes the last load, and I'll tell our hungry boys, while they're eating these choice hams, how glad I am that I made your acquaintance. You may go to the house now." Our company had sugar-cured ham for a number of days. On the 12th, I was put in charge of the rear guard with one ambulance to pick up any that might become exhausted and sick. We were close to the rear of the rebel army, and while passing an old log barn, we discovered 3 Johnnies unarmed and ordered them to come in the road. We found them to be real objects of pity, completely worn out, discouraged, ragged, footsore, and hungry. They tried but couldn't walk, so I stopped the ambulance and ordered them to climb in. At noon, we divided our rations and gave them from our small allowance an equal share, and wondered as we did it if the rebels ever treated our men as kindly. On reaching Danville on the 13th, the enemy had gone and a halt was made, so that the enemy could get their heavy train out of the way. At dusk, Company A went out on picket some 3 miles from camp, remaining all night, and started at 9 a.m. and reconnoitered all day, going 1 mile beyond Stanford, then back to our camp, and at 11 p.m. moved with the division. From the 13th to the 18th, we reconnoitered and skirmished every day. Frequently a general engagement seemed very probable, and at such a time our whole army would be formed in line of battle, which would take from 3 to 4 hours, and by that time the enemy's heavy train would be safely out of the way. Then a forced march till we caught up, and the battle line farce would be repeated. On the 18th of October, I believe our company suffered more from heat, thirst, dust, and exhaustion than any day since August 20th. We were well in the rear. For a long time the earth had been parched with drought, vegetation scorched as if by fire. All the running streams dried up. The stagnant water in the pools, accessible to the army along the rocky channels of the brooks, was entirely consumed by those in front. The march was forced. Every step was into the red clay dust nearly over the shoe, ground fine as flour, as light as dry ashes, and not a breath of air to move it out of our road. A sun tropical in heat from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and a burning thirst with not a drop of water to moisten the lips, throat, and tongue. Only those that were in the rear can realize what the boys suffered that day. On reaching camp, only 6 men, besides myself of Company A, were present to stack arms, and not more than 80 of the regiment. The rest dropped out and came in during the night. I should have fallen out had I been in the ranks, and I fear, had I consulted my own feelings only, I would have dropped down and died to have obtained relief and rest. Such was my exhaustion and thirst. The day before reaching Crab Orchard, I was ordered to go back and urge forward our wagon train, as our regiment was entirely out of rations. It was very slow traveling, as the road was blockaded with trains. Not till 10 p.m. did I reach the little town that we passed through at noon. I could get no further and lay down on a pile of lumber close to the road and dropped to sleep. At 1 a.m. I waked up, and not 10 feet from me was our company wagon. As soon as the train began to move, I got on with the driver and rode until heavy firing of musketry commenced in front. I then jumped off and made my way down the slope to the front, just as our regiment started for the skirmish line. The skirmish was quite heavy and lasted about an hour. Then the enemy fell back as usual, and we followed. From the 19th to the 23rd of October, we lay at and near Wildcat, and had a good chance to look over the battlefield where Zollicoffer was defeated October 21, 1 year before. The Wildcat Hills are small mountain peaks. They could hardly be called mountains, and yet were too rugged for hills. They were covered with chestnut timber, and our boys lived fat on chestnuts. The enemy had gone on through the pass and must be met again somewhere and soon, but it must be by Buell's successor. The whole army was discouraged and demoralized and anxious for a change. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33 Florence. On the morning of the 20th of October, 1862, while at Wildcat, I climbed one of the big hills to look at Man Rock, the fact of which is about 8 by 12 feet. When the rock was in a semi-liquid condition, as the story goes, a giant was thrown into the stone back down. The outlines of this singular figure is quite plainly discernible. Only the lower portion of the left arm and the upper part of the head is very obscure. While looking and wondering at this singular freak of nature, Jack made his appearance and extended his hand. "Well, Jack," I said, "you have good news. I know by your smiling face and sparkling eyes." "Yes, Marion, I have just received this letter from Florence, for which I have you to thank, and now you can read and copy a part or all. You can hardly realize what this letter is to me after 5 years of separation, and all the time supposing her to be dead, or suffering a degradation worse than the torture of the Inquisition. Oh, Marion, my heart is too full to talk. How I ought to thank God every day and hour of my whole life." "Yes, Jack, I too do feel thankful for you, and hope that in His goodness our Heavenly Father may guide you to find your mother." The letter. Windsor, Canada, Box 299, October 10th, 1862. My dear brother Lawrence, oh, how can I tell you in words of my gratitude to God and my joy when I received yours of the 1st of this month, from which I learned that you were not only alive, but again free. When the letter was handed me, I knew your writing. I could not open it. My hands trembled, and the tears blinded my eyes. We were sitting by the lamp, our twins, my husband and I exclaimed, "Oh, my brother Lawrence is alive and free. Oh, thank God." The twins seemed alarmed, jumped in my lap, and both threw their little arms around my neck. "Oh, Mama, don't cry," little Florence asked. "Does letters make everybody cry so?" When I became more composed, I asked husband to open and read. He did read a page or so, then his handkerchief went to his face, his voice failed, his eyes were blinded, and as he handed the package back to me, he said, "I can't, you must read it." I took it then, and read till I came to your graphic description of the scene, or tragedy, as you called it, in the parlor, when our own father's nephews came in with the sheriff and arrested and put handcuffs on our wrists. Then I broke down again and began to sob and weep. The twins both sprang into my lap again and began to cry, which made it so much harder for me. Finally, Lawrence said, "Mama, don't let's let any more letters come in this house." This was said so honestly and so seriously that I said, "Lawrence, I'll try and not cry any more." I don't wonder that your letter was blotted with tears, and I'm not surprised that you could not describe the scene at the jail when we were torn from each other and roughly thrust into separate criminal cells. Neither can I describe that awful day, the auction sale, although I saw much more than you. Do you remember how our own dear mother stood like a statue, her agony too deep for tears? The fountain of her soul had well nigh dried up, till she saw that I had been bid off by that beast in human shape, against whom my soul revolted as from an hyena. And when I threw my arms around her neck for the last time, a long farewell embrace, then for the first time since the tragedy began, oh, how the tears rushed to her eyes, and how she wept. When I look back to that scene and think of the sufferings of our dear mother as I saw her then, I look further back through the centuries and see one, our dear Savior, suffering on the cross for us, and only through his sufferings, death, and blood have I become reconciled. You asked to know more of the sale, and you especially want a full history of me since I stepped on the auction block. Oh, brother, all this would fill a good-sized volume. I can only tell it in brief. There is much I durst not think of now, and may never be able to tell. You must have seen some of the handbills, and probably some of the papers, which were sent broadcast all over the slave states, and remember how they represented me in a close-fitting Union suit of thin, orange-colored gauze, the very same you saw on me as I stood on the block. This cut, which was intended to draw the crowds, was made from a photograph taken of me in the jail, a few days after our confinement, as soon as the suit could be provided. Neither my birth, education, social standing, nor culture saved me from the same low, brutal treatment accorded to every female that goes on the block. It was a great gathering of speculators in immortal souls. Buyers from New Orleans, Memphis, and Natchez were there for prey, and like hungry wolves thirsted for my very blood. Oh God, when I think of that hour as I stood before that gaping crowd of hyenas, I blush with shame for the country of my birth, and my heart bleeds for the thousands that suffer every day, as you and Mother and I have suffered. Will God spare the nation now through this revolution, or will he consume it with fire? I had never witnessed an auction sale of slaves, and never knew or conceived the depths of human depravity till that day, when the auctioneer began to harangue the crowd and point out the many fine qualities of the piece of merchandise then on the block, in language too lewd and too loathsome for me to mention, and the buyers began to crowd around me, all with a freedom so base and so low that no liberty of such a vulgar character would have been respected in the examination of horses, mules, or swine. I cried out in my anguish of soul and prayed that Almighty God would avenge our wrongs and the wrongs of all those suffering from the curse of human slavery. Then my heart relented and was filled with pity, and my prayer was, Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. I heard one buyer tell another in answer to the question, What's she worth? She's worth 20 and will bring 5 more in New Orleans or Natchez, except for one thing. Well, please, what's that? I'm here to bid. I came from Orleans just to bid on her. Can't you see at a glance, man? Too much spirit. See how she scorns this crowd, how she holds her head, beautiful as a Greek goddess, but she'll never break. She'll not bear the harness. Don't buy it for yourself, and if to sell, you can't guarantee. I've tried such and always lost. Too high bred. Thank you, sir. I guess you're right, and I'll let her slide. So, brother, on account of my high breeding, I was snapped up by the very worst and lowest and most contemptible brute of the whole throng. And when a man offered him $200 for his bid, he replied, "No, thank you, I bought her for my own use." But God had not forgotten me and ordered it for the best. As soon as sold, I was taken in the house and resumed my clothing and took a good extra suit and was permitted to take yours, mother's, and father's photographs, and when unobserved, secured my 6-shooter Colt's revolver and thrust it in my pocket. I also took a good satchel, handkerchiefs, some underwear, and a good heavy shawl and thick veil. Thus provided, we, my buyer and I, started for the train just as you stepped on the block. I never knew who bought you or mother, or where either of you went. We were just in time to get on the train, and as we entered, my buyer took me to the middle of the car on the right-hand side, indicated the seat, and sat down by my side. I soon discovered that he was well loaded with liquor and silly drunk. Soon after being seated, he put his arms first around my shoulders, then around my waist. I did not resist or resent the insult, but when he asked me if I couldn't give him a pleasant smile and be sociable, I answered very pleasantly, "Please, do excuse me tonight. I'm feeling very sick and very tired. I hope I will feel better tomorrow." "Oh, yes," he said, with a sickly smile, exhaling in my face a volume of tobacco and whiskey perfume. "You will feel better tomorrow when you get rested and see what a pleasant home I have for you." Then he asked, "Will you remain here in the seat alone for a few minutes, as I have 2 friends in the back end of the car I wish to see on important business?" "Oh, yes, with pleasure," I answered. While he and his friends were jolly over their wine, I was busy laying plans for my escape. As the whistle blew for Covington, he arose from his seat and started for me, just as the train ran through a switch, telescoping and killing him and his 2 companions. I was thrown violently forward, bruised slightly, but not injured. The car was a wreck, and we could not get out until help arrived, and by that time there were sufficient conveyances to take us. Nearly all in my car lived across the river, and when asked where I belonged, I said in Cincinnati. Before I was helped out, I took the precaution to pull my thick veil down so that I am sure no one saw my face. I secured my satchel and passed over the river and went directly to the old college. And as I passed along that old familiar street that you and I traveled so much, my heart seemed bursting with grief and I was overwhelmed with sorrow. But my walk was erect and my step firm and steady. I entered Mrs. Lehman's by a side door. She and Ruth were alone in the back parlor. I then raised my veil, dropped on my knees at Mother Layman's feet, and cried out, "Oh, for the love of Jesus, save me! Oh, hide me! For I am flying for my life from a degradation that I can never live to endure." They had heard of our great sorrow, and, like our own mother, she took me in her arms and held me as she would a child. I could not shed a tear, could only sob, and oh, my heart was so full of anguish I thought 'twould burst. As soon as I could speak plainly, I said, "Mother, I cannot stop long. Can and will you help me on to Canada?" "Thee will be safe with us," said Mother Layman. "Oh, no, no. Every time the door opens, I shall expect an officer to arrest me. I cannot sleep or eat. Brother Lawrence and I lived here so long, they will mistrust I am here with you." "But the buyer was killed, you say, and how will they know? But we'll see. Come with me now, daughter. My brother from Richmond, Indiana, is here. He, too, is a friend, and I'll consult him." And she took me to an upper room, drew down the curtains, and fixed the bed. "Now lie down, daughter, for I know thee is very tired." Then she soothed and caressed me till my sobbing ceased, and my heart felt easier and more at rest. Still, every time I heard the least noise in the street, I'd jump and almost rise to a sitting posture. "Now thee must rest. No one can hurt thee here with us. We have no boarders now and no company, and we will keep the house still. Oh, how we suffered with thee all," she continued, "when we heard of thy trouble. Our hearts were full of sorrow for thee, and Ruth, my poor girl, I thought her heart would break. I held her in my lap nearly all day and night, and she keeps saying between her sobs, 'Oh, if he only knew, if I'd only answered him. But it was almost train time, and he had to go, and now, mother, he can never know.' But I must not tell thee more, Florence. Thee has too much trouble now. Send Ruth to me, Mother Layman." As the door opened, I said, "Come here, my dear sister, I want to see you. When I entered your home, I was so frightened and excited that I thought of no one's sufferings but my own, and my own safety. Come to me, Ruth." She came timidly, dropped on her knees, pressed her face down deep into my pillow, and sobbed out, "Oh, I do feel so sorry for thee, Florence, for thy mother, and for John." "Yes, Ruth, I understand all, and in my own great sorrow I had almost forgotten yours." "Has mother told thee? Has she told thee my secret?" "Oh, Florence, I'm so glad thee knows. Oh, how I suffered. When I heard all, I thought my heart would break. I should never see him again, and could never tell him. Oh, Florence, he will never know," she sobbed. I put my arms around this dear girl's neck and called her my little sister again, and said, "Ruth, I love you, and John loves you, and John knows. I told him on the train going home." "But how did thee know, Florence? I never told thee." "Oh, Ruth, my dear sister, I read it in your face, and knew it months ago, and had not John been blind, he too would have known. One who is loved as I have, and been loved as I have been by a good and noble man, cannot be deceived." "Oh, Florence, who do you mean?" "Can you not guess, Ruth?" "Is it Mr. Bassett? Oh, I don't wonder. Florence, he was so good and kind." "Yes, I'll tell you, Ruth. It is Mr. Bassett." "Where is he now? Where does he live?" "Oh, I don't know, Ruth. I may never see him again in this world, but I know I shall meet him in the next. Oh, I'm so sorry for thee, Florence. Can nothing be done? Nothing, I fear. I shall trust God and wait his time. But, my dear Ruth, have you thought of the change that has taken place? Have you stopped to think how poor John is now, of his degraded condition, and that he is nothing but a slave? Florence, he is not degraded by any act of his. If he is poor and friendless and a slave, so was our master, friendless and forsaken and poor. No, Florence, I love him all the more now in his suffering than when surrounded by many friends and much wealth. Then take courage, Ruth. He is young and healthy, patient and smart, and will escape. It's only a question of time. I shall pray God that such fidelity as yours be rewarded. They cannot hold him long. Have courage, sister, and be faithful to him. Just then the mother entered with toast and tea, and as I felt hungry for the first time since our arrest, I ate quite a hearty supper and felt rested. How does thee feel now, Florence? Oh, much better. In trying to help Ruth and give her courage, I have helped myself more. In my own suffering, I had almost forgotten others. Well, Ruth does look heartened. How is it, daughter? Florence has given me hope and courage, and I shall be faithful and bide my time. Now, Florence, I have something to tell thee. My brother is in now. We're all friends, you know. Shall I call him in? Oh, yes, do. I should like to go as soon as possible. In a few minutes he came in. A kind, fatherly man, about 50 years of age, and after the introduction and a few questions, he turned to Mrs. Lehman and said, I believe, sister, it will be safer and wiser to take the 1 o'clock express. Very few leave the city at that hour, and we shall have few stops, and reach our settlement early. I will engage a sleeper, and she will feel more secure and rest better with us. So it was decided, and at the appointed hour, Mrs. Lehman, her brother, Ruth, and I went to the station. I cannot describe the parting. Mother Lehman kissed me time and again, and Ruth, how my heart ached for her, poor girl. She flung her arms around my neck and sobbed till the train had almost stopped, and then she said at parting, I will be patient, dear sister, and faithful unto death. As I lay down in my berth, I thought, now every tie is severed, and I am an exile. Soon the rocking of the train put me to sleep. When we reached the station near Mr. Martin's, a team was in waiting, and we soon reached his home, and a home in truth it was to me. I found myself in a large Quaker settlement, all alike so kind and good that sometimes I could hardly speak. They assured me that I was safe, but detectives had been for some 2 weeks in the neighborhood offering a big reward for a runaway from Bowling Green, who had been kept secreted. They expected to send her forward that night, or the next, on the Underground Railroad, and I might take my choice, go or stay. I would rather go, if safe, I said. Is there danger of capture, Mr. Martin? He smiled and said, Very little danger, Florence. We are so thoroughly organized now that we have lost none for many years. We had a little trouble once along in 54 or 5. It was a young man from Mobile, a machinist and engineer. They chased us for 4 miles, and in that time he shot every horse and wounded 3 of them, and the 4th got away. He was certainly the best and bravest man I ever saw. You say from Mobile, a machinist and engineer, and was he pure white?
Yes, was as white as I am, and much handsomer, so Rebecca thought.
Now, Michael, I did not say that of him. I said he was the finest-looking man I ever saw, except thee. And Michael laughed heartily. I could hardly control my voice, but asked, Did they capture him?
No, he carried 3 revolvers and could use both hands as well as one. They concluded they could not take him alive, and none of them cared to die just to capture his body.
Do you remember his name? I managed to ask, though my voice trembled some.
Was thee connected in any way with the Underground Railroad at that time, Florence?
And he laughed till his face became rosy. Not then, Mr. Martin, but you know I have made a large investment in stock now.
Well, since thee is a stockholder now, I will tell thee. His name was Elmer C. Bassett, and he got through to Canada all right, for I got a letter from him dated from Windsor.
From your description, I think I saw him at your sister's, as my brother and I were boarding with her at that time, I said, turning my face partially around.
Wife, won't thee get that letter of Bassett's, and we'll give it to Florence. Here, Florence, put this in thy pocket. Sometime he may be able to help thee to a situation, and maybe very soon after thee gets through.
Then he gave another hearty laugh, and his humor was so contagious that I too laughed for the first time since our arrest.
I will not be giddy with thee any more. I see thy heart is very sad and sore, but thee must cheer up, or thee will get sick from so much sorrow and trouble. God will take care of thee, my dear child, never fear. Every hair of thy head is numbered, and none shall fall to the ground unnoticed. He will care for thee, only ask him every day, and he will answer thee. Now, Florence, our society will have some sport tonight. Brother Mansfield and 3 friends, well armed, will start from his house with a covered carriage at 7:30. You and Rebecca watch the road running north. One will be disguised as the runaway from Bowling Green, and we expect they will soon be followed by 3 or 4 cowardly sneaks on horses. Then at 9:30 I will take thee and Miss Quincy, the colored lady, and 2 good men with me in my covered carriage. We shall be well armed also, so thee need have no fear. My dark bays can outrun them. I know them all and do not fear them. We will start south and drive 3 miles and turn to the right, and drive west 8 miles and then turn north, if not interrupted, and drive till daylight. Thee must eat a good supper, Florence, and don't be disturbed. It will only be just a little sensation to attract thy mind from a great sorrow. And when thee gets through and writes me, Florence, I promise that I will give thee a full history of Brother Mansfield's adventure.
As the evening approached, we noticed some little stir on the street, and at 7:30 a close covered carriage came quite leisurely from Mr. Mansfield's stables, driven up to the house, and it was quite noticeable that one was dressed like a woman. They all climbed in and started down the gravel pike. We waited at the window for nearly an hour when 4 horsemen rode by on the run. We could not follow them far on the account of the darkness. Now, says Mr. Martin, get ready and we'll try the dark bays. So in 30 minutes I climbed in the carriage and took a seat by the side of Miss Quincy with Mr. Martin and his 2 friends in front. I found my companion very kind and intelligent. She had seen much of slavery and knew its horrors. She herself had had a kind master, but on his death, she, with his estate, was advertised for sale. About 5 a.m. we stopped at our first station, and after a warm breakfast, bid Mr. Martin and his 2 friends farewell. I cannot now take time to describe our journey from here on, only to say that we traveled nights and were secreted through the day. Much of the way the roads were bad and the rides tiresome, but the people were all so very kind that my heart was full of gratitude to God for his goodness to me in my great sorrow. We reached Marion's home in the northeast corner of Indiana early in October at 3 a.m. after a long, hard night's drive of some 30 miles over a very rough road. We were chilled through, and I was so nearly exhausted that I could hardly stand on my feet. The mother and her boys, Prentice and Marion, were soon up, the team provided for, a warm fire blazing in the stove, and in an hour we sat down to a hot breakfast. Then it was nearly daylight, and the mother took us to her own room and snugly tucked us up in a good warm bed. Oh, so very tired that we slept all day long and did not wake up till the mother brought us in some toast and egg, crackers, cheese, and tea. I spoke then of going on, and the mother said, "The boys say you must not go. How can you? You are now both exhausted and sick. You must rest and sleep. We will keep the house still, and no one shall disturb you till you are able to travel." Oh, like my own mother she seemed to me. We hardly left our room and bed till the 3rd day, and then we dressed, ate some dinner, and felt much better. That afternoon, Marion showed me his memorandum, which he had very carefully kept of all the runaways passing through on that line. It was all indexed. I ran my eyes down through the letter B, and my eye caught the name Bassett, machinist and engineer, Mobile, Alabama. I turned to page 47, and there I read his history. Much of it was familiar and much new to me. I was afraid I could not explain my agitation to Marion, so after I read this one memorandum, I laid the book down, bathed my face, and felt able to control my voice when he came in. After being seated, he said so kindly, "Now, Miss Florence, do you feel that you can add to my volume, or will it be too painful for you? It will be very interesting to us, and may be at some time of great use and interest to others." I glanced at his face just a moment, and then I knew his heart was full of sympathy for me. I did not know how to commence my sad story, how I could tell it, and still to refuse this family so small a favor would, I felt, be very ungrateful. I had hardly shed a tear since our arrest, and sometimes I thought, when I looked back over the past few months, that my heart would surely break. But with an effort I began, and passed on through our early history quite readily, till I reached the day of burial, and then I glanced at him. The tears were raining down his face. I could go no further. My heart, I thought, was breaking then. I dropped on my knees and prayed, but do not know now the words I used. Very soon I felt that my prayer was answered, for my eyes became like 2 fountains, as the tears fell almost in streams to the floor, and then my heart found instant relief. Marion was alarmed and tried to stop me, but as soon as I could speak, I said, "Please leave me here a half hour alone. Then I can talk. I feel so much better now. The pain is all gone." When he returned, I repeated our full history as rapidly as he could write it down. "You say in your letter, and I had almost forgotten it, that when you made your escape, you started north towards the Ohio, but hearing the firing at Mumfordsville, you turned back and reached the rear of the Union Army, and the first man you spoke to at any length was Marion, and he knew you almost from the first. Oh, how thankful I am that I furnished him that history, and how grateful I feel to him and his family. Remember me to him. I am corresponding with Prentice, and wrote him the letter you mentioned. And two, do not fail to write Ruth at once, if you have not. She is accomplished, beautiful, good, and noble. I have received many letters from her, and have her last photograph. I love her as a sister, and I know you have not changed, and will not. But to go on and finish this long letter, I will only say further that we remained with this kind family till the evening of the 4th day, and parted with them in tears. Marion and his cousin, Stephens, the only person outside of the family admitted to our room, took us to Coldwater, Michigan, on as dark a night as I ever saw, reaching there at 4 a.m. Here we remained through the day, and on the 3rd morning from that arrived in Canada, where there is no traffic in immortal souls. Tonight, my dear brother, I shall remember you on my knees, and ask God to lead and guide you, that you may find our dear mother. With much love from husband and little Florence and Lawrence, I am ever your sister, Florence Bassett.
End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Close of the Buell Campaign. Chapter 34. Well, Jack, what a letter, and what an experience for a girl of 18. Had she been a Polander fleeing from Russian oppression, the whole country would have received her with open arms and extended sympathy without stint. But what was she? Nothing but an American slave. That was all. A nigger. What an hour of torture she must have passed on the block. I don't wonder that the dealer in immortal souls thought that she looked with scorn and contempt on that gang of speculators in flesh and blood. This letter is a much more complete description than she gave me. She talked as fast as I could write, and frequently she would get very pale and her voice tremble and almost break. And now, John, since you have gained your freedom, you have not forgotten little Ruth on her knees when she said she'd bide her time till death. No, Marion, not as long as I can remember my mother and sister. I wrote her a short letter from Mumfordsville and told her I was alive and free, and that in a few days I would write in full, and I did so at Louisville. Both letters were long and getting through, and I just received her answer a few days since. And now she's happy. Poor girl. I can never forget Ruth, who was so faithful to me through my years of degradation, poverty, and shame. And now my mother next, Marion. As soon as the rebel army can be driven from Murfreesboro, I shall begin my search, and if I find her alive... And Jack turned around to hide his tears and walked away. We left the Wildcat Hills at 10 a.m. on the 23rd of October and marched 8 miles to Mount Vernon. On Saturday, the next day but one, we reached and passed through Somerset and camped 1 mile south in a thick wood. It had rained all day till 5 p.m., when it commenced to snow and continued all night. The timber was mostly basswood, highland elm, yellow poplar, and walnut. The leaves were yet as green as in August, and soon loaded down with snow. About 11 p.m., the limbs began to break and fall, and our boys, lying on the ground, covered with snow, were all routed up, and from that time till morning were compelled to watch and run from place to place to save themselves from being crushed with heavy limbs. Jake Dots was overlooked, and while sound asleep, a yellow poplar limb, full 8 inches through, fell across him. The limb was very crooked, and a large bend fell over him. The ends going down into the soft ground held him snugly to the earth. The boys got an axe and cut off the limb on either side of him before he could be released. We had no sleep or rest from 11 till morning, and all wet through to the skin. This was on the night of the 25th of October. Pretty good for the sunny south. We lay in camp all day, the 26th, and made but a short march on the 27th, as the roads were terrible. On the 28th, we marched 12 miles over very rocky, rough, and muddy roads, crossing Fishing Creek and along the edge of Zollicoffer's battleground at Mill Springs, where he was killed by Colonel Fry and his army defeated January 19th last. After Zollicoffer's defeat at Wildcat Camp, General A.S. Johnston ordered him to Mill Springs on the Cumberland. Zollicoffer took position on the north bank of the river with the enemy in front and the river behind. When General George H. Thomas, commanding a considerable force, learned this, he began his march on Zollicoffer, and thereupon General George B. Crittenden, Confederate, ordered the latter to build pontoons and recross the river. But before this could be done, Thomas's advance was upon him. In the night of January 18th through the 20th, the entire Confederate force was put in motion, and just as the early dawn of the winter morning broke, they came on our cavalry pickets 2 miles in front of the Union camp. The cavalry fell slowly back, and the 10th Indiana Infantry, Colonel Manson, formed to receive the attack. The 40th Kentucky, Union, soon came to his support, and these 2 regiments held the enemy at bay till out of ammunition, when the 9th Ohio and 2nd Minnesota took their places. Zollicoffer, mistaking the 4th Kentucky for a Confederate regiment, rode up to Colonel Fry and ordered him to stop firing on his own troops. An aide to Zollicoffer came up and, noticing Fry's Federal uniform, began firing on him. Colonel Fry returned fire and shot Zollicoffer through the heart. Manson ordered the 1st and 2nd East Tennessee Infantry to take position to the left of the 2nd Minnesota, and then a heavy fire caused the right flank of the rebel line to give way. The 9th Ohio charged with bayonets on the rebel left, the Minnesota regiment continuing to pour a hot fire into the center, and the whole rebel line gave way, retreating to Beech Grove, where Crichton, rebel, was entrenched. Thomas followed up and secured a brilliant victory, our first complete success in the war. General Zollicoffer's loss was deeply felt in Tennessee, more especially in Nashville. He had held important offices in the state and served 2 years in Congress. He was very highly respected as a citizen, but not an efficient general. On the 31st of October, we reached Columbia, and here we met our company wagon with our knapsacks containing our extra clothing left at Battle Creek. In all our marching through dust and heat, we had no change of underwear since August 20th. All our underwear was so stiff with dirt from perspiration that they would almost stand alone, and as we threw them in a pile, they were so full of life, no doubt, they soon ran away. We had no chance to bathe, and no kettles in which to heat water to kill vermin, graybacks. Clink and 2 others of our boys who had been sick came with the wagon train. We moved through Glasgow and Scottville and crossed the Tennessee line November 7th, through Gallatin on the 8th, and lay in camp near the town over the 9th, a town that we found to be thoroughly rebel. On the 10th, we crossed the Cumberland and reached the Nashville and Lebanon Pike, and learned for the first that Buell had been superseded by General Rosecrans, which caused great rejoicing from the men that carried the gun. The name of the army had also been changed from the, quote, Army of the Ohio, unquote, to, quote, Army of the Cumberland, unquote. And right here, the grand foot race under Buell really ended. Since leaving Louisville, our regiment had marched 360 miles on straight lines, besides the crooks and turns, skirmishing and forming lines of battle, in 40 days, and with only 6 days' rest, by the way, much of the time skirmishing. Since leaving Battle Creek on August 20th, 700 miles, and it's estimated that the total distance, if all were included, would even reach 900 miles, and all this time the boys had been without shelter of any kind, with only 1 blanket apiece, no change of underwear, and on 1/4 rations. The boys had not only marched through dust and heat, rain and mud, done picket duty, skirmishing constantly since leaving Bell's Tavern, but no matter how tired, hungry, and exhausted, had been compelled by Buell's orders to guard property of rebels in the rebel army. We rested here near the pike till the 15th, when General Hawkins was ordered to move our brigade south about 8 miles to Rural Hill, which we reached at dusk in face of the enemy, and as we halted, formed in a hollow square, stacked arms, and lay down by our guns. On the 17th, about 3 p.m., it began to rain and poured down till midnight. During this heavy shower, 1 regiment that had remained behind joined us long after dark and quartered in a log barn to the front and left, thoroughly soaked and their guns wet. About 4 a.m. on the morning of the 18th, a body of rebel cavalry made a charge on the south side of our square, where we had 1 small piece of artillery. Most of our men were sound asleep, and the first thing that awakened them was the crash of rebel guns, and for a short time it was lively work snatching guns out of the stack in the darkness and tumbling into line. But the line charged upon soon gave them a volley or two that made them whirl and go behind the big log barn for shelter, and here they met a volley they had not reckoned on, and soon fled across an open field. 8 or 10 went out of their saddles, and several horses were killed. They fell back a half-mile or so. Soon our whole brigade was formed in line of battle and moved forward by the front toward the enemy, and remained in that position till 3 p.m., when we went back to the hill, formed our hollow square, and this time each man had his gun by his side. At 4 a.m. of the 19th, we repeated the movements of the 18th. About the middle of the day, we could hear plainly the enemy in the wood forming their line and giving the command forward and by the front. Heavy firing began in the rear. At Laverne, no doubt, only a short distance, and they soon left us in a hurry to protect their rear. We remained in line of battle till 3 p.m., and at 4 started back toward the Lebanon Pike. Heavy black clouds began to roll up from the west, and soon the rain began to pour down. The mud was half knee-deep, and as we soon reached a dense forest, it added to the midnight darkness. Oh, what a march that was! The boys will not soon forget it, and still they got some fun out of it. It was impossible to keep step and keep a company in marching order. The darkness was so dense, the mud so deep and sticky. They would run against each other, and frequently one fellow would get a foot fast in the mud and fall, and then perhaps 1 or 2 more fall over him and go headlong splashing into this soft, sticky mud. Company A was at the front of the brigade, and I think we had probably struck the very worst section of the road, along a creek bottom, when, without warning, a heavy volley of musketry was fired into the rear regiment, which was immediately responded to, and then another from the guerrillas. The column came to a halt. An orderly came from the rear to the front with an order to countermarch on double quick. Nelson was in command of the company, and I was near the rear. Perhaps 4 paces to the left, in the mud, half knee-deep, the company turned abruptly to the left and started back on the double-quick, ran against and knocked me down in the thin mud, and some ran over, and 2 more fell on me, and for a few minutes I thought I would surely drown in the mud, for my head and face was covered. In fact, I was all under mud and water. I pulled myself out as soon as possible, and felt much as though I had been pulled through a barrel of soft soap. They, succeeded in reaching the rear of the column just as the enemy ceased firing. I think I was the only one dangerously wounded. We reached the Lebanon Pike on Mill Creek near the Hermitage at 2 a.m. on the 20th. When it became light and the boys caught sight of me, they hooted and laughed. They said I looked as if I had been dipped in a barrel of tar. I was completely covered from head to foot, they to their hips with black muck. I stood in the sun till thoroughly dry and got the most of it off.
Here we lay in camp till the 26th, when we marched about 6 miles and went in camp about 3 miles east of Nashville on the Murfreesboro Pike. While here I went to Nashville, visited the State House, looked over the fortifications surrounding it, and then went to Hospital number 13, where I found 2 of our boys that were sent here from Battle Creek. One had been very sick, but now was able to walk around the room. The other, Scoville, was shot through the hip at Shiloh and will always be a sufferer from the wound. I then went to Hospital number 12 to see Lords, but I was too late. He died the 22nd of the month before. He was a fine, noble fellow, a good, conscientious man and good soldier. How sad that he should have died here away from home and friends. When I got back to the campground I left, I found that our regiment had moved 4 miles further down the pike towards the front, just beyond the insane asylum grounds. We spent the next day in policing our camp. There seemed now to be more life, interest, energy, and discipline in the army, which could be felt as well as seen. While duties were increased, there seemed to be motive, system, and purpose, and there was no more guarding rebel property. As the enemy was close in front, large picket guards were sent out and foraging parties, consisting of several regiments with artillery and a long train of wagons for forage. The enemy protested against our taking their property, and frequently sharp skirmishing ensued, which was liable at any time to bring on a general engagement. On the 2nd of December, 1862, General Rosecrans held a grand review of his whole army on the asylum grounds. His appearance and affable manner pleased the boys and inspired them with confidence. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Stone River Campaign, Chapter 35. On the 3rd day of December, I was taken with what the doctor called pleurisy, and the next day taken to the big regimental hospital tent. I shall always remember Dr. Rarick, our surgeon, for his kindness to me in doing everything possible to alleviate my suffering. He insisted that I could not recover in a tent where everything was so damp and no fire, bundled me up, ordered an ambulance, and sent me back to Nashville in company with our captain, acting lieutenant colonel, who was starting for home on a detail to arrest deserters, but more especially to make his position secure. I was taken to Hospital number 2 on College Hill. Here I had a good bunk and warm room, and in a few days began to move around. But oh, how hungry! While suffering so much pain, I had no desire for food, but now I felt as though I could eat a whole ox. The dining hall was some 80 feet in length, in the 2nd story of a large building close by, reached by a long, broad stairway, and as soon as able, I went there for my meals with all the convalescents, all as hungry as a pack of Russian wolves, survivors of a long famine.
To get to the first table, it was necessary to secure a place on the stairs a full half-hour before mealtime and wait. At first, I did not feel able to do that and took my chance with the second table. Our diet was mostly light bread, New Orleans molasses, and coffee. Occasionally, it was beef soup, bread, and coffee. None of us complained of the quality, but the quantity was vitally short. We all left the table hungry, with never a morsel left. Perhaps it was better, for we certainly did not overeat and appreciated our meals. One day I was walking around the yard, just after eating my dinner, and on the east side of the dining hall 3 or 4 colored laborers were getting theirs. They had boiled fresh pork, rice, light bread, and beans. I stood and looked at their dinner, and it was not race prejudice, but pride, that kept me from asking them for some of it, their dinner. I had no money to buy with, and was too proud to beg. On the afternoon of the 24th, I saw our regimental teams go by the hospital toward the city, and feeling that I must go back to the company, I went to the surgeon in charge and asked for my discharge, on the grounds that I wished to return to the regiment with our teams now in the city. He refused very abruptly.
Can't do it.
Will you please tell me why, surgeon?
I must follow instructions. You are not able for duty yet. The army will begin to move on Murfreesboro tomorrow or next day, and you are in no condition yet. No place for invalids.
I know, surgeon, that what you say is true in most cases, but my case is an exceptional one. I feel that I am needed and I must go back to the company. If you can't give me a discharge, I must go without.
You make a plain case, said the surgeon, and I'll give you a discharge, but my boy, I'm afraid you'll give out.
With my discharge, I was at the pike in time for the wagon. I felt well, but was weak. In fact, I had hard work to climb into the wagon. We reached the camp, which had been moved back 2 miles at 4:00 p.m. As per orders, we spent Thursday the 25th in getting ready, and while busy around camp, Jack made me a short call. "Well, Jack," I said, "if we are successful in driving the rebel army out of Murfreesboro, you may find your mother." "Yes, it's possible, but I conceive it's no small undertaking. In all probability she goes by her present master's name, and I shall have to depend more on the colored people than the white. If she is alive, no doubt, some few colored people will know her, but if the army is driven out, the man who claims her may also leave too. So I am not very sanguine. The general says if we are successful and he survives, he'll render me all the aid he can, and one in his position will have more influence than I can possibly have." "If I survive the battle, John, I will help you all I can." "Don't say if you survive, Marion. I cannot part with you. I shall feel that I am all alone in the world." "I'm more afraid of breaking down and of disease than I am of bullets. I feel now that this campaign, with the excitement, fatigue, and nervous tension during a long, hard battle, will be more than I can endure, but, John, I shall try to do my whole duty." "Well, Marion, if you should be wounded or get sick, send me word if possible, and I will get to you, if I can." "I will, John, thank you. I know you would help me if in your power." On Friday morning, the 26th of December, we were in line early. And just here, let me remark that it's not my intention to give the movements of the whole army. I have neither time nor room to record anything except what came under my personal observation. All the rest will be left to the war correspondents, several of whom were with us. General Crittenden moved his corps, consisting of Wood's, Palmer, and Van Cleve's divisions, forward on the Murfreesboro pike, Palmer's in advance. We had marched but a short distance till we were confronted by the enemy, who seemed to be in considerable force, and resisted every forward step. And by night, we had the enemy back to Laverne. Our brigade bivouacked not far from the village, and Company A went on picket, out about a half-mile from the camp. On Saturday morning, the 27th, as we got up within some 80 rods of the village, a heavy skirmish fire was opened on our column with musketry and one piece of artillery. We pressed forward slowly, but the skirmishing was kept up till 2 p.m. before they fell back. When we reached the village, we found that it was nearly all consumed by fire during our engagement. Our division, Van Cleve's, moved on through the place, filed to the left, and marched about 3 miles and camped on Stewart's Creek over the Sabbath, as Rosecrans would not violate the Sabbath day. On Sunday morning, our company was ordered out on picket. The boys had put over a kettle of beans, which were not done. I asked if I might stay and finish cooking them, and when done, take them out to the boys. I told them I knew just how to cook beans, that in that branch I was an expert. "All right," the boys said. "We'll put you on trial once." So I went at the fire, and in due time they began to crumble and mush up, and that was the way Mother cooked beans. She cooked them till done. I never liked raw beans. When I reached the reserve, I sat the kettle down and said, "Now, boys, here are some beans cooked right. They'll melt in your mouths. They are thoroughly done." Before I reached the post, 10 or 12 of the boys had slipped out and struck a rich lot of poultry on a nearby plantation, bringing with them a 5-pail kettle. There were 40, all nice, large, and very fat. When I got there, they were all in the kettle over a hot fire. Later, as the reliefs came in, they helped themselves to chicken, and as they would dip in their cups for broth and tasted of it, they all declared it to be the best and richest broth they ever drank. "Boys, be a little careful," I said. "Don't be too fresh. It's as rich as castor oil. And now here's the beans, and you needn't be afraid of them. They're cooked done." Big John stuck his spoon down about 3 inches and struck hard pan. "Yes, they're done, Marion, solid as a brick to within 2 inches of the top, all burned to a coal." "Did you stir them while they were cooking?" some of them asked, and they all laughed. So then and there I lost my reputation as a cook, and all of my conceit. The boys that drank most freely of the broth were excused most frequently from the ranks. On Monday morning, the 29th, we were in line early, and the enemy was waiting to receive us and met us with a heavy line of skirmishers, and it was almost like a battle all day long,
for there was no time but that some portion of our line was hotly engaged. We went in camp early, and again our company went on picket, but the boys excused me from cooking the beans. A few minutes after we reached our post, a darky came to Lou and told him that his massa wanted 4 or 5 of the boys to come and take supper with him, as they had 2 roast turkeys. Lou selected his 4 and followed the colored man nearly a mile. The road was very level, so that a person could see a long distance. But Lou was not to be caught in a trap, so he had one of the boys stand where he could see down the road and not be seen at the house. The master was very gracious. The supper was all ready, and the boys sat down to a table loaded with substantial and luxurious food. And as the master began to carve the turkeys, the guard rushed in and shouted, "The guerrillas are coming! Hurry, boys, hurry up!" Lou snatched one stuffed turkey by the legs, and Gilbert the other, and out they went, leaving their hats, and they had no time to waste. They ran along the road a short distance, then leaped the fence and cut across the woods to our station. The master was short his 2 stuffed turkeys, and the boys their hats. Tuesday, the 30th, we began to move early to the front along the pike. The head of the column threw out skirmishers on either flank and kept pushing back the enemy till we reached our position about sundown on the left of the pike, not far from Rosecrans' headquarters, which was on the only elevation near that commanded the field. We were very tired, had had but little sleep for 3 days, and all the time subject to the highest nervous strain. Nelson and I cut some hazel bushes and weeds and made our bed on the right of the pike, where we went to sleep, little dreaming that the ground right there would be covered with the wounded and dead of both armies before another sunset. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Stone River Battle, First Day, Chapter 36. Murfreesboro is situated on the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad and Nashville Pike, some 30 miles southeast of the capital. Stone River, named after an early settler, is formed here by the union of 2 streams a little above. It is remarkably crooked, with a rapid current, and so far as I saw it, the channel was cut through the solid rock with precipitous banks from 5 to 15 feet. On the night of December 30th, 1862, the 2 armies bivouacked within a short distance of each other with the river partially between them. The lines were not quite parallel. Their left and our right were much nearer together than our left and their right, but at the center they were perhaps 500 yards apart. General Bragg commanded the Confederate force, while Polk and Hard were second in command. McCraven, Cheatham, Breckinridge, Withers, and Pat Cleburne commanded divisions, and Wheeler, Wharton, and Pegram commanded the cavalry.
General Crittenden's corps was formed on the left of the Nashville pike, with orders to cross the river early on the morning of the 31st. General Van Cleve's division was to cross at the lower ford and advance against the rebel general, Breckinridge. General Wood was to support Van Cleve on the right, crossing the river at the upper ford, and General Palmer was to engage the enemy in his front. Next in the center was Thomas's corps, and on his right, McCook's, with his extreme right towards the enemy. The battle line in all was nearly, if not quite, 9 miles in length, so that the writer can only give a very limited and brief description of that portion of the battle which he saw and in which he was actively engaged. Early on the morning of the 31st, General Van Cleve initiated the execution of this plan by moving his division towards the left, and the 44th Regiment being on the extreme left, brought us as we came to a halt immediately in front of Rosecrans' headquarters. He and his staff were standing in front of the building listening to the firing that had just commenced on our extreme right. The general turned to us, walked down our line and back, and talked to the boys in a very cordial manner. He said the battle now pending would be a hard one, and hoped that every man would try to do his duty. "Boys, be careful," he continued, "and don't get excited. Keep cool. Keep your guns down, and be sure and shoot low. Hardly one gun in 100 is effective." The firing increased rapidly on the right, and the plan of Bragg was understood. He had taken the initiative and hurled his left on our right in a desperate charge, such as the Confederates could make. The roar of artillery and the rattle and crash of musketry, coming nearer and louder, was like a raging tornado coming through the forest, and begat an indescribable dread as to the result. We stood still, as if frozen to the ground, and turned our eyes in that direction. It was nearly or quite 6 a.m., only sufficiently light that we could see dimly across the large cotton field, as far as the eye could reach through the hazy morning light. Our struggling line was breaking, falling back in squads, companies, and sometimes whole regiments, to a new line formed under a deadly fire. They seemed to check, but could not stop the tidal wave. An aide dashed in from the right, his horse covered with foam. He handed the general a note. It was read and handed to Garish, answered and handed to the aide. Scarcely had he gone when another aide came with another message. The general looked it over and gave the order, "Mount." Garish took his place at the general's side, and they went like the wind across the cotton field into the battle smoke, into the very jaws of death. A desperate effort was being made to check the charge. Numerous batteries were being planted on the slight elevations along the pike as our column was ordered towards the left. We had moved not more than a half-mile when heavy firing opened in our rear, and we came to a sudden halt and stood till our front, which had crossed the ford, came countermarching back on the double quick, and we fell in and followed for nearly a mile to where Wheeler's cavalry had captured our baggage train. When we reached the train, the artillery and infantry preceding us had just opened on the enemy. With the reinforcements that had arrived, the contest was short and decisive. As the cavalry turned, in retreat, the Parrott guns poured canister through their battalion, leaving horses and riders scattered over the field. Perhaps we were engaged and remained here 10 minutes, then moved back on the pike, on double quick about a half mile, came to a halt, and right front, moved forward in line of battle, first through a cedar chopping, then into and across an open field, perhaps 80 or 100 rods across, going over quite a high ridge, which we paralleled with our line, then down a slope to a high cedar rail fence, next a piece of thick young timber, clean and clear of undergrowth. This fence was let down in gaps every 15 feet, and when ready, all passed through, formed our line, and dropped flat on the ground. The enemy was in heavy force, 15 rods in front, behind temporary breastworks, hastily built of old logs, and the wood on the right was full of rebel infantry with a battery of artillery. We were already flanked on our right, and had hardly touched the ground when the rebel yell was responded to by a heavy volley of musketry from the front, and canister, grape, and musketry from the right. We were in a slaughter pen, and while our line was steady and cool, firing low and as rapidly as possible, it was evident that we could not hold the position many minutes. Very fortunately for us, the enemy's balls flew high, from 3 to 10 feet over us, or every man in our line would have been killed or wounded. We pressed the ground hard, and I am quite sure my impression could have been seen for some time thereafter. Fred Swampaw lay close on my right, and Lou on his right. How long it was after the engagement began, I'm unable to say, as seconds seemed minutes, and minutes hours, when Fred was struck by a ball in the back. Nelson ordered Lou and me to take him back. To lie still, we were comparatively safe. To get up seemed certain death. We obeyed the order, however, raised Fred to his feet, for his lower limbs were paralyzed. He threw his arms around our necks, and we carried him back through the gap and up the slope, 3 abreast. A splendid target for every rebel in either line. Their balls struck and tore the gravel on either side, whipped around our feet, legs, and heads, and whistled and pinged close to our ears, harmlessly, while an invisible, omnipotent hand shielded us as we carried our heavy burden up that long hill, to and over the crest, out of range, where we stopped to get our breath. Fred then bore his weight on his feet. The effort exhausted me, for I had not yet recovered my strength since my last sick spell. When partially rested, I said to Lou, "You go on with him, for I must go back." I passed back over the ridge to an exposed point, stopped a few seconds, pulled my hat down over my forehead, dropped my head, and ran down the slope to meet our line just as they were rushing through the gaps. Our whole line was soon in full retreat, up the slope and over the hill, with the rebels crowding in on either flank. Exhausted as I was, I fell behind, and as I gained the summit, the regiment had obliqued to the right and was way ahead of me. I was out of breath and stopped a moment. I could run no more. The ridge and slope was covered with our retreating troops in disorder and confusion. A panic seemed inevitable, and Rosecrans rode through from left to right, giving the order, "Form behind the turnpike, boys." This gave them all one purpose, and they seemed to act in concert. I saw I could not reach our regiment, as the rebels would cut me off. So I obliqued to the left and started down the slope on a good fast walk and slow run, and when perhaps halfway down, a shell came so close to my head that the pressure knocked me over. A little stunned, but still conscious, I did not stop to pick up my rubber and blanket, but obliqued more to the left till I reached a heavy line behind the grade of the pike, anxiously waiting to receive the enemy. As we were falling back, the rebel line was hastily forming for another grand, and as they supposed, final charge, to crowd our right wing into the river. In the morning, our line stood at a right angle with the pike. During the day, it had been turned back like a gate upon its hinges till it stood parallel. Soon the rebel column, symmetrically formed and compact, was ready. The artillery on both sides was wheeled into line, and then from 100 cannon leaped flames of fire and clouds of smoke and volcanic thunderings significant of the last great day. The crashing and shrieking of solid shot and bursting shell, whir of grape and canister, thick volumes of smoke that enveloped both armies, wounded and dying men and mangled horses, dismantled cannon and shattered caissons, the frantic career of riderless horses between the lines, all conspired to create a scene of indescribable and horrible sublimity. No language could picture it. No genius could paint it. No one person could see but a small portion of this magnificent panorama of barbaric warfare, none able to comprehend a tithe of its volume, power, and terrible grandeur. But all who did hear it, and all who did see it, though every nerve of the body was twice dead, could not help but feel it. In our own line no voice was heard but that of command. Men fell all around us and against and on each other, cut and gashed and torn with fearful wounds, but we heard no outcry or complaint, while wounded horses moaned with more than human pathos. The enemy's charge, the last desperate one for the day, struck an iron wall they did not and could not break, and, completely exhausted by their numerous frenzied efforts, fell back to the woods and gave up the struggle for the day. Tired, hungry, and completely worn out with the last 4 days of exhausting excitement and loss of sleep, I began to look for a place to spend the night. My blanket and rubber were gone, and the ground was freezing hard. After a long search, I found a large rock, some 10 feet long, rent through the center, and the opening filled with leaves and cedar boughs. It stood at the southwest side of a cedar thicket, exposed to the sun all day, and felt warm. Shivering and cold, I crawled in, and in a short time became warm and slept for a few hours. Note: and right here I must mention as an act of simple justice that early in the morning I found 3 of our boys sick: Simon M. Sines, Jacob Dotz, and William Rosser. I took them to the surgeon, who examined and excused them when I ordered them to the company wagon. As we reached the ridge, the boys, each with his gun, caught up with Company A and took his respective place in the ranks and remained in line, under fire, during the 3 days' battle. End of Chapter 36. Chapter 37 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Battle, Second Day, Chapter 37. I must have rested some and slept soundly the fore part of the night, but the latter part was broken and disturbed, for the night was very cold. The rock where I lay was just on the edge of the field, covered with wounded and dead, and only a short distance from a log building used for a field hospital. I either dreamed or imagined that I could hear the wounded shouting, screaming, and calling for help. It was sufficiently real, however, so that at 4 a.m. I roused up and was chilled through and shaking with the cold. I started and ran 30 or 40 rods as well as I could over the frozen ground, and then walked till I got comfortably warm. I found some of our boys packed together like sardines, sound asleep, and did not disturb them. But going back to the log building, looked through the window and saw the surgeons still at work, amputating limbs and dressing wounds. There was no rest for them since the battle commenced. The floor was covered with wounded, and the suffering no tongue or pen can tell. Almost faint from what I saw, I passed around, and on the back side were scores of arms and legs corded up along the side of the building. I had paper and envelopes in my pocket and wrote 2 letters by the light of the window and directed them. Dated January 1st, 1863, 4:30 a.m. Battlefield, Stone River. Simply, quote, alive and well. Prospects of final victory good, unquote. These I took to the regimental postmaster and placed them in his basket. This was New Year's Day, I said to myself, with the happy left off. To call it a happy New Year would be a mockery,
to the 100,000 men of both armies lying on the frozen ground, 10,000 of whom were probably dead, and many times that number wounded, mangled, and torn in the various hospitals. Our right wing reached out from the pike 5 miles or more the morning before, and as it was pushed back 1/4 of a circle, how many fell wounded in the fields and woods and ravines and cedar swamps to suffer alone, freeze and perish for want of warmth and care, all alone. And what of the homes made desolate, the wives made widows, children orphaned, and the fathers and mothers whose hearts will bleed for those slain here yesterday? How many of those now unharmed of both armies will see another New Year's Day? How many will see another sunset? Who shall atone for this sacrifice, for all this suffering? Can those who urged and advocated states' rights and succession stand before God and justify their action? Can they plead their innocence when mothers, widows, fathers, and orphans cry to heaven for help in their sorrow? During the night, General Rosecrans reorganized his army, and at 6 a.m., Van Cleve moved his division across the river to the point started for on the morning of the 31st, with our brigade commanded by General Fife on the extreme left, and our regiment on the left of the brigade. Our position was about 60 or 70 rods in front of the lower ford, on the enemy's side, and directly fronting his extreme right. Between us and the enemy was an open level field, nearly 80 rods across, terminating at the base of a long ridge, partially broken into small hills, covered quite thickly with white oak timber and quite clean and clear of undergrowth. Immediately in front of our line, and as far to the right as I could see, was a narrow, uncultivated strip of ground, some 2 rods wide, with last year's opening grass and weeds, a few low bushes, and a few large white oak trees. In the rear was the river, cut down through the rock with perpendicular banks from 3 to 12 feet, except at the ford where the bank gives way on the enemy's side, permitting the stream to widen nearly 200 feet, reducing the depth of water to from 1 to 2 feet. But where the banks were full, the channel was narrow, the current swift, and the water at this time from 4 to 5 feet deep. There were numerous small elevations that crowned the river on our side, all around the bend, and from this position, then held on the enemy's side, there was a gradual descent back across the open field to the ford. We reached our position a little before sunrise, formed our line, and lay down, sheltered from the observation of the enemy by a narrow strip of low bushes, weeds, and grass. 4 men were detailed from each company as skirmishers, being deployed out some 6 rods in front along an old fence. We could have no fire, and hence were compelled to eat hardtack and raw bacon. The enemy in heavy force across the plain on the hills could be plainly seen passing back and forth among the trees as soon as sufficiently light.
Soon after sunrise, the firing between our skirmishers and the enemies opened and became quite brisk, and quite often balls from their best muskets whistled close over our heads. At 10 a.m., a battery opened on our line from the enemy, one gun directly in front, sending their shell screaming through the air close over our heads, exploding 20 rods in our rear. We watched them with a good deal of interest and concern. We could see a puff of smoke across the plain, hear plainly the shell pass over us, an explosion in the rear, and another puff of smoke, and a heavy crash and roar in front. If the enemy had learned our exact position and shortened the fuse, it would have robbed us of our enjoyment. Occasionally, a heavy artillery duel would break out from a half-mile to 3 or 4 miles to the right, lasting a half-hour or so, and then quiet down at that point, and soon commence again nearby or further off, with the same threatening indications, and thus the long, anxious hours that seemed like days and weeks dragged along as we watched the shell and the sun that seemed not to move. Can anyone enjoy lying on the cold, frozen ground from early morning through an almost endless day, watching screaming fiends fly close over their heads, and not wish the sun to hasten down and hide his face in darkness? Darkness came at last, and the firing ceased. Many of our supply wagons had been captured, and our rations were short. No fires, no coffee, raw bacon and hardtack, and a bed for the night on the frozen ground. But what of the morrow? Who can tell? End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Stone River, Third and Last Day. Chapter 38. The third day, Friday, was opened about sunrise with a heavy artillery duel along our line, each army trying to find the other's weakest point, where they could strike the hardest and most effective blow. When this subsided, a heavy skirmish fire began, extending from one extreme to the other of both armies, which continued without abatement till 2 p.m., when all became still. A calm that always begets dread during a battle, as some threatening catastrophe in nature, a cyclone, tornado, or earthquake, etc. We watched with eager expectation for some movement or sign. Nothing was heard by us from either side except the occasional tooting of an engine at Murfreesboro. Ours was but a single brigade line, no support visible to us, a river that we could neither jump nor climb its precipitous banks, running around us on the right and rear, with only a narrow ford, a heavy body of the enemy's cavalry on our left, in an open field in plain sight, and Breckinridge with his rebel hosts in front. From all indications, the final struggle, the last act in this great drama, was to be played right here in the Bend. Just at 3:30 p.m., a single gun was fired at Murfreesboro. We looked across the open plain to the ridge beyond. There was a sudden movement among the trees. The enemy was hurrying to and fro. They were all alive. The hill was covered. The wood was full. Legions of rebels were forming in squads, companies, and regiments, and soon came pouring down from the hill in countless numbers upon the plain, formed in column of division, compact and powerful, a heavy line parallel with ours. Their batteries were wheeled in line, and concurrently with their heavy column began the movement. How symmetrically they moved, as if inspired by one motive and one mind. Their muskets gleamed and shone in the clear evening sunlight, like burnished brass and polished silver. Their regimental flags exulted over our first day's disaster as they fluttered haughtily in the breeze. They moved forward like an irresistible tidal wave, with magnificent daring as if to victory rather than slaughter and defeat. Pale and resolute were the faces that watched this threatening charge, and as it came nearer and still nearer, the lips turned white and bloodless, and, whether acknowledged or not, there were anxious hearts, a sickening dread of what might soon come, of what the next few minutes might bring forth, only felt but not expressed. In a second, one might exchange worlds, or worse perhaps, be severely wounded, torn and mangled, left on the field while life and agony would go out, slowly but surely, drop by drop, alone on the battlefield, freezing and dying, where none could reach to help, none to hear a dying message but the pitying Lamb of God. An order was given, "Lie down," and all dropped at and hugged the earth. The enemy fired not a single gun till they got within 10 or 12 rods, when they gave the rebel yell, which was followed by volley after volley of musketry and artillery, which created a scene that cannot be described, can only be comprehended by those who have heard and felt the roar and shock of battle. Their solid line of seething flame leaped through the clouds of drifting smoke and filled the air with bursting shell, canister grape, and murderous hail. The regiment to our right jumped to their feet as the rebels gave their yell, and I believe that one half fell to the ground as if cut down by a scythe. Our boys kept their places snug to the earth, and none were hit that I saw, but the storm that passed over us was like hail from a heavy black cloud, or more like the rushing through the air of countless swarms of mad bees. Our boys fired only a few volleys and checked this tidal wave for a few minutes, when an order was given to fall back, which Nelson and I did not hear. As we sprang to our feet, it seemed to me that I could have caught my hands full of balls by holding them over my head in position in a few seconds. The massed rebel column had got within 15 or 20 feet of us when we turned and started to run, obliquing to our right. For perhaps 20 feet I kept up with Nelson, then requested him to go on, as the thick powder smoke filled and hurt my lungs, I then walked as fast as I could, still obliquing more to the right, more out of range. Regarding my chances of getting off the field as not 1 in 10,000, all fear left me, and I walked quite deliberately, every second expecting to feel a ball strike me in the back, and wondering why they did not, as they were singing around my head and ears. After obliquing as much to the right as I could, on account of rebel cavalry, I pushed forward on a rapid walk straight to the front toward an old log building near the river, and turning my eyes to the left gave me a clear view of the heavy, compact rebel column, moving forward in their mad, frenzied charge down the slope behind our retreating single line, facing the concentrated fire of 70 pieces of artillery planted around the bend, belching forth long red sheets of flame and smoke and shell and grape and canister, and 70 volumes of artificial thunder that shook the earth and made the air tremble with the vibrations. So short was the line, so concentrated the guns, and so rapid the firing, that the roar was like the bursting forth of a long pent-up volcano, or 100 thunderstorms merged into one. The smoke rolled up in great clouds and covered the sun. The air was full of invisible messengers of death. Gravel, stones, and sand were flying in all directions from the ground as it was being plowed with balls, grape, canister, and bursting shells. And on my left, under the smoke, I could see scores of the enemy falling, dragging a shattered limb, holding a torn arm, covering some ghastly wound about the head and face, all struggling to escape the deadly peril. I succeeded in reaching the log building near the river, and about 30 rods below the ford, surrounded by several large trees, I stood under its shelter for a few minutes, watching the terrible struggle of the compact rebel column pressing forward down to slaughter and death. If the great judgment day be more terrible than all that, I wonder not that the wicked fear and tremble. As a heavy body of cavalry came charging up from my right, our own guns planted above the ford turned their muzzles toward the cavalry, and the grape and canister came pouring through the trees immediately over my head. I moved more behind the building, and there a volley from the rebel cavalry struck like hail against the house, and I started for the river, jumped down its precipitous bank into the ice-cold water nearly to my arms, and then forced my way under the cover of the rock against the rapid current to the ford, then crawled on my hands and knees up the steep made slippery with blood and water into our line, which I had just made when a heavy line of our infantry on the double-quick crossed the ford and deployed down along the river bank and opened fire on the rebel line. The enemy expected in this grand charge to crush our left wing and put our whole army to rout. But when they entered the bend, in massed and compact column, under a front and enfolding fire on short range with canister from 70 pieces of artillery and a large force of infantry, Breckinridge's magnificent army melted away and lay dead and dying on the field, and the survivors fled in panic to Murfreesboro. The victory for the day was complete, and I thanked God it was ours. The stars and stripes were planted on the enemy's works, and our army bivouacked undisturbed on the battlefield. I remained near the ford till the enemy fled, and then finding my clothing that was wet nearly to my arms was freezing stiff, I started to the pike, well to the rear, as fast as I could walk, where I found a large fire built of cedar rails, and stood near and around that, till my clothes dried out and I got warm. About 10 p.m., I went back down the pike near the center, and finding an old cotton house where some of our boys had a good fire, I went in and spent the balance of the night. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the Battle, Chapter 39. Saturday morning, the sun rose, clear and beautiful, and kindly lighted up a gory battlefield covered with the dead of both armies. Some portions of the field had been fought over 2 or 3 times, and hence the blue and gray lay side by side, for they met the same unkindly fate. If there was any bitterness and hatred a few hours since, it did not separate them now, for we could see them here lying, frequently one upon another. All the Confederate dead and wounded were left on our hands, the dead to bury and the wounded to care for. All the enemy's wounded that were able to be moved were taken by them to Murfreesboro during the battle, and those unable were left in their field hospitals. The panic that seized the survivors of Breckinridge's command on the left last evening became almost general when they reached town. Even the citizens were badly frightened and left in great haste, expecting the Yanks to pour down and, like barbarians or their own guerrillas, destroy, kill, and burn. Those that did go, having slaves, took them or took all they could find. This kind of chattel property was not afraid of Lincoln's boys, and many hid in barns, stables, outbuildings, and behind fences till their masters were gone, then reported to our army. A great many $1,000 worth of human cattle were lost to their masters. Very ungrateful they were. They must have known that they were not their own, for their masters had invested their money in them. The 3 days' battle, especially the first and third, was very fatal and destructive to both armies. On the left, the Confederates were so sanguine of success that they rushed headlong into a trap that Rosecrans had set for them, facing the fire, in massed column, of 70 pieces of artillery and a heavy infantry fire, and now it is estimated that 2,000 were killed in less than 20 minutes, besides many that were wounded. Hundreds were torn to pieces, heads, legs, arms, and portions of the body gone. I started to go over the field, but turned back, the sight being too awful for me. I then walked back to the center and went over to the right, across a portion of the cotton field where the fighting was most desperate on the first day, from daylight till 4 p.m. And here I saw horrors of a battlefield, a sight I shall never forget as long as I live. A great many of the Confederate dead had been brought together for burial, laid down in a long column, close side by side, with a deep, wide trench already prepared at their feet. There were men representing all ages, from 16 to 60. I looked sometime at one boy whose left shoulder and nearly half of his chest was torn away. The one next to him, some older, one half of his head had been carried away as smoothly as though accomplished by a surgeon's saw and knife. The remaining part of the skull was as white and clean as an ivory cup. Another close by disemboweled, and many with one or more limbs gone, but the great majority here were killed with musket balls through the head, face, bowels, chest, and limbs. We could trace the wound by the blood that had oozed out through the clothing. Many of these poor men, no doubt, might have been saved with immediate care, and probably very few, if any, that we saw were in any way responsible for this unholy war. If Jefferson Davis and all who led in the advocacy of states' rights and Southern supremacy could have been put in the ranks and carried a gun with these innocent men and boys in one battle like this, and in one campaign, and suffer as they had suffered from heat and dust and cold and hunger and exhaustion, one campaign and one battle lasting 3 days would have been sufficient. The fighting was desperate over this field, as one could readily see by walking over it. One battery here lost 80 horses, which lay scattered over the field. In one place were 3 horses killed by one single shell and piled in a pitiable heap. Wagons, horses in harness, horses with saddles, cannon and caissons, gun and cartridge boxes, canteens and haversacks could be seen in every direction. The earth, too, was torn and plowed with shell and grape and canister, and some of the trees were almost limbless, and the trees splintered from top to bottom. Some little time before dusk, Lou and I took another walk over a portion of the field on the right. We had gone but a short distance when a cavalry officer rode in from the left, crossing our line and stopping his horse, just to the right, not far in front. Lou was on my right, and hence would pass next, and close to the rear of the house. The rider leaped off, took off 2 heavy blankets from his saddle, turned quarter way round, and laid them almost in Lou's hands, for they scarcely touched the ground till he had them under his coat under his left arm. Lou never missed a step, and kept right on as though it was all arranged for, and no unusual thing. As soon as I could safely speak, I said, "Oh, Lou, how could you do that?" "Oh, easy enough. Didn't you see me?" "Yes, I saw you, but I never should have thought of it and couldn't do such a thing." "Just simply because you've had no practice." "But, Lou, you have a good blanket." "I had a good blanket, but gave it to a sick boy last night and nearly froze. Besides, one of these is for you."
But what will that poor fellow do this cold night? Just think. Oh, just let him do the thinking. I'm thinking of you and me. He must look out for himself just as I have. You needn't but any more. Take this blanket and have one good and warm night's rest. See, Marion, with all your common sense, we've got lots of boys that will sleep well on a full stomach, while you freeze and starve. Well, Lou, I'll accept the blanket with thanks. What you say is quite true, for I should have gone hungry and slept cold many a night, more than I have, except for the kindness of you boys. About dusk, our company went out a mile or so on picket, and about 10 o'clock a couple of our boys brought in a contraband, a nice-looking young fellow, worth, before the war, $1,000. When I asked him his name, he scratched his head and asked, "Sir, why do you want to know for?" "We will have to take you in and turn you over to General Rosecrans or President Lincoln, and he'll want your name." "My name, sir, is Andrew Lee Jackson, William Thompson." And we all laughed heartily. "Now, you won't send me back?" "No, we'll not send you back, but your name is too heavy for one man to carry. I'll just write your name Lee Thompson, and we'll call you Lee." "Now, Lee, tell me why you ran away. Didn't you have a good master?" "Oh, mighty good, sir. Any of you boys want a good place?" "Oh, no, not now. But wasn't he good to you?" "Sometimes I was mighty unpopular, especially when he was intoxicated 7 or 8 days in a week." "Lee, ain't you giving us chaff now? Do you know how wicked it is to tell lies?" "Well, sir, you'ns just look at my back." And he pulled off his coat and his shirt over his shoulders. We all looked. He had been welted or cut with a whip from the top of his shoulders down to his hips. I passed my hand over it, and it felt more like a washboard than a human being's back. "Well, Lee, we'll take your word. You needn't go back." "Bless the Lord, massa, I'd rather die right here than go back." Lee was very congenial company, and kept us all laughing at his crude descriptions of plantation life. Again, it was Sunday. All the dead were buried Saturday. If we were to measure time by events, it would be a month since last Sunday. Each day of the battle seemed equal to an ordinary week. We learned very recently that we were to have a new chaplain in a few days. Our first chaplain failed entirely to gain the respect and confidence of the boys. He was no mixer, and appeared to them to be more of an aristocrat than minister. He preached but few sermons, and while they were logical and argumentative, yet they did not seem to touch the heart. In fact, the boys never made his acquaintance. I have failed to mention him because I respected his office too much to mention his failures. At 10 a.m., our brigade moved down to Murfreesboro and went in camp on the Lebanon Pike, a short distance out of town to the north. In the evening, our company was ordered on picket, a mile or so out in a thick wood. The night was very dark, and we had some trouble getting through the tree tops and brush in forming our picket line, and sometime during the night a superannuated horse approached the line so stealthily that 2 of the boys fired. This took Clink and I out of our line, over logs, and through tree-tops till we reached the first picket. We knew the boys were some excited and approached them carefully. It was only a poor, starving Confederate horse turned out to die or browse. All our sick and wounded from the field hospital, able to be moved, were now in town, in schoolhouses, churches, dwelling houses, and courthouse. All buildings emptied by reason of the panic Friday were full. We received a sheet authorized by General Rosecrans. Number of men engaged in Union Army, 48,000. Number killed, wounded, and missing, 12,000. Number of Confederates engaged, 56,000. Number killed and wounded, 10,000. Then came losses by regiments, brigades, and divisions, which I omit here. The enemy's killed far exceeded ours, and their wounded much less. I met John for the first time since we left Nashville. He informed me that he met an old colored man who knew his mother quite well, and something of her history. He described her so minutely that John is sure there can be no mistake. He has secured the man to help him hunt her up. Could get no trace of her since the battle, but would remain here till he found her. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Spence Hospital. Chapter 40. On Tuesday night, the 6th of January, 1863, I was taken with a hard chill at our tent and was reported to the assistant surgeon, Dr. Carr, as sick. The boys took me to the hospital tent, but the weather was so rainy and damp that the doctor called an ambulance and sent me to the Spence Hospital, a half-mile or more farther along on the Lebanon Pike, on the right-hand side, going out of town. The plantation belonged to General Spence, in Breckinridge's corps, whose command on the enemy's extreme right was slaughtered and driven from the field in panic on Friday evening. The general took all his slaves that he could find and nearly all his household goods, put them on the cars, and left sometime during the night. The plantation was large, very rich, and the house, finish, and decorations indicated the owner to be a man of wealth, taste, and culture. The house was built of brick, quite modern, 2.5 stories high, large rooms, and high ceilings. In the 3rd story was a large hall, an anteroom, which was furnished and occupied by the Knights of the Golden Circle. In their panic and haste to get away, all their paraphernalia, wardrobe, masks, rituals, flagstaff, etc., were left in the room and were confiscated by the boys, who were able to climb the stairs. The family also left in one of the large parlors a very fine and large-looking glass that must have cost several $100s, a fine pianoforte, 2 or 3 bedsteads, a very few chairs and carpets in 1 or 2 small rooms. The cabins for the house servants were built of round cedar logs, in rooms about 10 by 14 feet, and all joined together, and this row of cabins was about
2 rods back of the main building. The field hands had their quarters some 60 or 70 rods back. 2 likely colored boys, 18 and 20, and 2 small boys, about 10 and 12, hid away, and also 1 servant, about 40 or 45, whom no one would consider belonged to the colored race, very kind and motherly, naturally intelligent, and in her speech indulged in no brogue and was cultured and refined. All the boys in the hospital called her Aunt Rose. There remained on this plantation, besides these few colored people, 1 other piece of valuable property, a very fine new milk cow. Dr. Martin took possession of this cow and arranged with Aunt Rose to take good care of her, she to sell the milk to the boys in the hospital at 10 cents 1 pint. And no one soldier should have more than 1 pint from any one milking. The doctor was to furnish the feed and protect the cow, and Aunt Rose was to have the income from the milk. The lady was highly pleased with this arrangement, and every day received good compensation for her labor. For 4 or 5 days I was unable to keep still, but wanted to walk continually, and thought I could resist and throw off my attack, and during these days spent much of my time with Aunt Rose in her neat little cabin. I learned that she was the slave of General Spence, but of her history she was very reticent as to herself. On every other subject she would converse freely, and I was much surprised to find one in her condition so cultured and refined. So, to draw her out and get her history, I told her that my mother's house for years was a station on the Underground Railroad, where slaves escaping from oppression found a welcome asylum, were bedded, warmed, and fed, and then taken farther on to a land of freedom. That I had driven many and many a night through darkness and storm, and, I continued, all this was done in our Master's name. She gave me a smile that I will never forget, and then said, He that giveth even a cup of cold water to a thirsty perishing soul in the name of Jesus shall not lose his reward. Oh, Marian, I wish I could answer your questions and give you a short sketch of my life, but I have never been able to do so. It is so terrible, so much out of the ordinary. It came upon me so suddenly, and if I should undertake to tell you now, it would unfit me for duty to these sick boys. My boys, I call them. There is much suffering here in this hospital that I cannot add mine to it. So you will excuse me now, will you not? Yes, Aunt Rose, but sometime before I leave, you will tell me, I hope. She was all the time busy baking, washing, and mending for the boys, and with all her work and hurry, she found time to run into the big room where the very sickest ones were, and did all she could to help and alleviate pain. Before the end of the first week, I became worse, and told the doctor I had typhoid, and asked him if he could break it. He didn't dispute me, and only said, perhaps. Dr. Morgan belonged to the old school, and believed in radical treatment that would either kill or cure. He gave me blue mass in mammoth pills and quinine in 20-grain doses. I was suffering from hemorrhoids and camp disease, and the blue mass inflamed the disease and produced untold suffering. Dr. Rarick was sick, just able to walk around his office. Had he been well, I am satisfied I should have had milder and much more humane and efficient treatment. For a few days I stayed in the convalescent room and lay on the floor, on straw. Then some of the boys from the company made me a lounge, formed with slats across the bottom. Dr. Rarick gave me a tick, and the boys filled this with hay and fixed my bed in the big room. One of my blankets was placed over the tick, my overcoat fixed for a pillow, and I lay down on my new bed with 2 blankets over me. The room was one of the large parlors, about 20 by 20 feet, with the fireplace on one side. There were 11 cases of typhoid fever and camp disease in the room, all very bad, and I made the 12th, with only 1 attendant on duty. The beds were all about the same as mine, rough cots, ticks filled with hay, rough blankets with neither pillows nor sheets. My cot was placed with the head close to the door opening into a wide hall, and from the hall was a wide stairway leading to the story full of sick. The floors were all bare, and the constant tramping up and down stairs by men wearing big, heavy boots made me almost wild. They could do no better, but promised to move me as soon as possible. As my fever increased, I soon became delirious, like several others in the room, and as there was more or less picket firing and some cannonading, all this filled our heads full of conjectures as to the result of an attack by the enemy on the camp or hospital. One day I shall never forget. It commenced to rain about 9 a.m. The water came down in sheets and froze to the trees and earth. Everything was covered with ice, and about 9 p.m. the wind sprang up from the west, and soon the large elm trees surrounding our building were bending helplessly before the wintry blast, throwing showers of broken ice against the building and large windows. William Kiefer, a deaf convalescent of our regiment, was on duty as nurse. This racket sounded to my excited imagination like a heavy body of cavalry riding by. I motioned to William, who came to me at once, and I spoke as loud as I could. "Are the rebel cavalry going by?" Yes, yes. Keep still, keep still." Soon another gust of wind would bring another installment of ice. I'd motion to Bill and ask the same question, and the answer invariably the same, "Yes, yes, keep still, keep still." And so all night long I kept Bill running back and forth across the room, and I passed a night of torture without sleep or rest. The next morning my fever was up, and I was wild with a throbbing pain in my head when Aunt Rose came in with an empty pail, a clean towel, and a pitcher of cold water. She lifted my head from the cot, supporting it with one hand, and with the other she took the pitcher and poured on the water and continued to do so until the fever was run down and the pain all gone. Then she used the towel, wiped and dried my hair, rubbed my temples with her hands till I fell asleep. I slept till 3 p.m., the most refreshing sleep I had had for several days, and when I opened my eyes, Aunt Rose greeted me with a smile. I told her that I went to sleep thinking I was at home and that Mother was nursing me. Your voice sounded like hers, and your touch was like hers, and that is why I called you Mother when I opened my eyes. How can I ever reward you, Aunt Rose, for ministering to me, a stranger? Have you forgotten, Marion, that passage in that best of all old books? As ye did unto the least of these, my brethren, ye did it unto me. And it was for your mother, too, hoping that some mother might do for my children as I have done by you. Aunt Rose, the first time I saw you in your little cabin and looked on your face, I knew you had passed through deep sorrow. When I get well, if I ever do, won't you tell me all about your history and why I have so often seen you shedding tears? There is so much sorrow and suffering around me, Marion, that in ministering to others, I can, for the time, forget my own suffering. The wound was so deep and the bruise so severe that I durst not raise the mantle for others to see. Many would not believe my sad story because so much beyond the ordinary. Aunt Rose, you are good and kind to me. If I get well, I will try and help you, and then you'll tell me, won't you? Yes, Marion, but have courage. You will get well, though through great suffering. Your mother is praying for you. And Marion, as I almost constantly breathe forth my prayer to my Heavenly Father that He will restore my children to me, I will ask Him in the same breath to restore you to your mother. Take courage, Marion. Don't give up. You will get well. Goodbye now. I will call in often. Aunt Rose was much affected, and it was with effort that she spoke of her children. I wondered who was responsible for her suffering, how many children she had, if her husband was also sold from her, and if her children were small. And while I was musing over her unwritten history, John came in with a wine bottle full of quail broth, which he took to the kitchen, heated it hot, and brought it in, crumbled in a few soda crackers, and then fed it to me as gently and tenderly as a woman. Although I had very little appetite, it tasted quite good. I ate what I wanted, and the rest he sat away for another meal. John, I said, I'm glad you called. I get very lonesome here. The boys are very kind, and some of them come in every day, but they can stay only a few minutes, as their duties keep them in camp. They divide up, and frequently they come in and stay through the night. I will come in as often as I can, Marion, but when not engaged, I am prosecuting my search for Mother. I have not been able to learn anything of her since the battle, not even where she was located or the man's name that she was compelled to call her master. But everything is unsettled yet, and I think that in a short time many who were frightened away will return, when they learn they'll not be butchered by northern barbarians. I fear Mother will be so broken down by her sorrow, and look so old and feeble, that I shall not know her if I met her in the street. Well, she'll know you, John, and I am confident you'll find her in town or near here soon. Don't get discouraged. John bade me good-bye, and left me, promising to call in as often as possible. He looked worried, and no doubt was somewhat discouraged. Good, efficient nurses were not found at the front. Every able-bodied man was needed in the ranks, and only convalescents were sent here for nurses, men and boys physically unfit for the place. Our hospital steward, Charles Party, would remain on duty as long as he could stand on his feet. He was kind, considerate, and so careful in handling us. I was suffering with bed sores on my hips, back, shoulders, and one knee, caused by the fever and rough army blankets. Some 2 weeks after these bed sores made their appearance and became very bad and painful, large dark blue ulcers or blisters developed on my right wrist and were very painful. They resembled what I had seen once on a person afflicted with blood poison. When the doctor lanced one of them, the largest one, he shook his head, and then I knew the indication was not good. Charlie dressed my wrist once a day and did it very carefully. Once he said when he got through with this tedious job, "Marion, you are going to have a long pull and a hard one, but I believe you can win out and pull through if you'll just keep a stiff upper lip and experience many happy days at home yet." This kind of talk did me more good than the doctor's large doses of blue mass. The next day I was suffering from hemorrhoids, my bed sores and wrist, and was feeling a little blue when Charlie came to my cot and said, "Well, Marion, we have carried out 4 from this room that came in some time after you did. You've got the tenacity of a cat, and you'll make it. Only keep a stiff upper lip." Sometimes my upper lip would almost fail me, and then I would repeat a parting message referred to that I must live for their sakes, when to die would be gain for me. I cannot describe the suffering endured by the patients in that room, or a fraction of that endured by myself. Our building was good, and the location healthful, but no hospital stores, not a sheet or pillow or suitable underwear, nothing but the coarse, rough army flannel and the army blankets that we had been using. No beneficent Christian or sanitary commission, no Mrs. Livermore or Mother Bickerdike had reached Murfreesboro yet. The diet for our room was light baker's bread, toasted with hot water poured on, and a few times only hardtack. Of course, we had hospital tea. I had engaged of Aunt Rose 1 pint of milk a day, which I had the nurse scald or boil. This I could retain as nourishment, and nothing else, and by the beginning of the 2nd month I was so reduced and weak that I was compelled to suck this milk through a straw. One day John Kiefer of Company C was brought in with his head bandaged. For several days after this I became unconscious, or too delirious to remember what occurred, but was brought to consciousness or aroused from my stupor by hearing a man scream, and looking across the room saw John sitting upright on his cot with his face toward me, a frightful object. His head had been shaven clean, was swollen to twice its size, and had been covered with nitrate of silver, and was as black as ebony. He was both blind and deaf, and the doctor was lancing his head. For 10 or 15 days he was in this condition, and endured untold suffering. Our boys were very kind. Hardly a day but one or more would call and see me. My old friend, Lewis, kept my friends posted as to my condition, and would bring me mail and often read it to me. Our new chaplain, Reverend Roberts, commenced calling at the hospital soon after I entered, and hardly a day passed that he was not in and did all he could to help the sick. Aunt Rose never failed to call in once or twice a day, and frequently sat down on my cot and bathed my face and hands. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hospital, George, Chapter 41. There were many pathetic deathbed scenes in our room that I can hardly refer to without shedding tears. One fine, manly boy, about 20 years of age, whom I will call George, not of our company, was brought into our room about a month after my admission. He had been sick in camp from a severe cold that had settled on his lungs, but was recovering when a severe storm drenched his tent, brought on a relapse, and he was sent here. His condition was very dangerous, and rendered more critical by his strong convictions that he must die. The chaplain being present, George said to him, "Chaplain, I'm glad you're here. Here is my father's address on this envelope. Will you send him a telegram to come to hasten? I must see him, and that very soon. My mother can't come, but father can and will. And, Chaplain, will you ask for a return dispatch and return here as soon as possible?" I watched this boy with a good deal of interest. I had seen him in the regiment often, and his manly appearance won my respect. He was at Fort Donelson, Shiloh, Perryville, all through the Buell Campaign, and in our 3 days' battle here. I forgot my own suffering for a while in my deep sympathy for him. In about an hour, the chaplain returned with a message from the father. Quote, "Will come on first train," unquote. "Chaplain," said George, "I have a premonition that I shall not get well, and I feel that I must put my house in order. Mother taught me early to pray, and I never neglected this duty till some time after I entered the service, and for some time I have been careless and indifferent, and had almost forgotten God and all he has done for me."
Jesus, the great shepherd, has not forgotten you, my dear boy, even though you have forgotten him, and as evidence of this fact he is now calling you, said the chaplain.
"Oh, but will he forgive my unfaithfulness and receive me now?"
If you had become wayward, dissipated, and neglectful, your mother, would she forgive and receive you?
"Oh, yes, with open arms. She has forgiven me many times when I did wrong."
Do you think, my dear boy, that your mother is better than our Savior, more tender-hearted, more compassionate than he who died for not only his friends, but his enemies, for sinners, which includes all who feel the need of him, all who feel and realize that they are sinners? You know your mother loves you. Can't you realize that our Savior loves you more than she can, since he died to save you?
"Oh, Chaplain, I feel now that I am the very chief of sinners."
I am glad of that, George. There is hope for you. He died for just such as you.
"But, Chaplain, I am confident I knew him once and turned away and have denied him.
So did Peter turn away, and with an oath denied him. And you remember with what compassion he looked on Peter and forgave him.
Oh, yes, I have read that many a time and wondered at the magnitude of his love, compassion, and mercy.
Well, George, he has not changed. Don't you think you can trust him and just fly to his open arms that are as ready to receive you as your own mother?
Oh, you make it very plain, Chaplain, so very plain that I feel I can call him my Savior. He died for sinners, and that means me. I will believe and trust him. The chaplain then read the simple parable of the prodigal son, and then made a short prayer. And as he arose from his knees, George clasped his hand and said, "It's all clear now. I'm ready now, thank God. I'm ready now as soon as Father comes." He lay on the cot next to me and told me of his mother and his 2 sisters, and how they would miss him, as he was the only boy in the family. Then he spoke gently of one other, a lovely Christian girl that was waiting for him. She was an orphan and alone. "I shall meet all of these," he said, "for it has been their influence and prayers that have held me and made me what I am. But Father is not of mother's faith. He is very skeptical, but a kind and indulgent father and husband. He has no confidence in the Bible and Christian religion, and I feel that I must live till he comes." This conversation was carried on at intervals between his spasms of coughing, and when suffering less from pain. He further told me that he was about ready to enter college when, with his father's consent, he enlisted. "Are you sorry now, George?" "Oh, no, I feel satisfied. I have done what I could and in every place have tried to do my duty." The surgeon did everything he could to prolong his life, and the chaplain was incessant in his attention. On the morning of the 3rd, the chaplain brought in a telegram dated Nashville, quote, "Will be in Murfreesboro at 12 midday." At 1 p.m., the father opened the door. George saw him and cried out, "Oh, Father, come here." The father rushed across the room and dropped on his knees by the cot. George threw his arms around his father's neck, who sobbed while the tears rolled down his face. "Oh, George, my dear boy, my dear boy." The meeting had quite exhausted George, and the father was overcome with grief. So they sat in silence for many minutes till George could speak. Then he said, "Father, I could not die till you came. You have been a good father, and I have tried to be a dutiful son. I wanted to tell you how grateful I am for all your kindness." Then, after some hesitation, he said, "You know, I adopted Mother's faith instead of yours. Tell me now, did I do right?" The father's heart was too full. The tears were still raining down his face, but as soon as he could speak, he said, "Yes, my boy, you did right. Your mother is right. And now I thank God that you have her faith instead of mine. Hers fills your heart with peace and rest in this ordeal, while mine would have only brought regret and despair." George's face beamed with joy, that was almost heavenly. "Oh, I'm so glad, Father, that you came. Now I can die happy. Chaplain, will you pray with Father and me that we may meet in heaven?" And the chaplain prayed with a faith and pathos that melted the father's heart and seemed to bring heaven down close to earth. "One more request, Father. I know my time is short."
"Yes, my son."
"You know of my affection for Ruth. She is an orphan and alone in the world. Can you and Mother take her into your home, and hearts as a daughter, and my sisters as a sister, that she may fill the vacant chair?"
"Yes, George, we will receive her into our home in hearts as a daughter and sister, and our home shall be hers as long as she wills it."
"Once more, Father, and then I am ready to go."
"Go on, George."
"Can and will you promise me now to meet us all in heaven, that we may be an unbroken family there?"
"Yes, my dear boy, I promise, with God's help, that I'll try every day from this on to meet you all."
"That's all, Father. You have made me happy. I am ready now. Chaplain, sing Jesus, Lover of My Soul." George's anxiety to meet his father and his cough had kept him from sleep for hours, and my anxiety for him and the pain I was suffering also kept me awake till the chaplain commenced to sing, and that brought soothing sleep. I did not awake to be really conscious till well towards morning. Then the father and chaplain sat close by the cot, and George was dying. His sun was going down, but it was a glorious sunset. For an hour or more he could speak only in a whisper, but a smile, more of heaven than earth, rested on his face for the dear ones at home. When the father's arrangements were all made and his son's remains placed in the casket, he came to my cot, took my limp hand in his, and said,
"Goodbye, my poor boy. May God bless and keep and restore you."
It was all he could say, and he turned and left the room. This was only one of thousands of heart-rending scenes that occurred in the various hospitals at Murfreesboro. The next day but one after George's death, another boy was brought in with congestion and placed on the opposite side of the room from me, and he too felt and knew his time was short. I did not recognize him. The chaplain sent a telegram. Quote, "Hasten, your boy is dying." Unquote. The answer, quote, "I am at the station waiting." Unquote. The next evening but one, a message from Nashville. Quote, "Will be there at 12 tomorrow." Unquote. Oh, how the minutes ran into hours, and how eagerly this boy looked at the door every time it opened. If he could only see his father, he would die happy. "Chaplain, if he does not reach here till I am gone, tell him how I loved him and Mother and my little brother and sister. Tell them not to mourn for me. Their loss is my gain. And also don't forget to tell him that I am glad that I volunteered to give my life for my country." And thus he talked till he became unconscious, and then in his delirium it was of his home, his mother and sister and brother. He spoke of the last terrible charge at Donelson, of the 2 days at Shiloh, and of the 3 days' conflict here, and then added, "But we have gained the victory. Yes, we have gained the victory. But, oh, how tired I am. Oh, how tired." And so he talked till he fell asleep at 11:30 a.m., and his father entered the room an hour after. I couldn't witness the father's distress, and closed my eyes. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hospital. Chapter 42. John Kiefer had recovered his sight and the partial use of one ear. Jep, a convalescent, deaf in one ear, occupied the bunk next to him. The boys had nothing to do but to eat their allowances 3 times a day and spin yarns, of which they were both overloaded. Had they confined themselves to the truth, 1 or 2 days would have exhausted their stock of experiences. But when all that was gone over and become stale and thin, then they drew on their imagination and resorted to fiction. They sat as close to each other as they could get, and Kiefer would put his mouth to Jep's ear, and he would take in the whole yarn. Then Jep would in like manner, and Kiefer would absorb, and this was kept up from early morning till late at night. This yarn spinning continued for several days, until all of the very sick begged for a little rest, but they were wound up and could hardly afford to stop to save 1 or 2 lives. I appealed to the hospital steward, but his efforts were vain, and he brought in the surgeon and told him how they were annoying the rest of the patients. The surgeon took Jep and sat him on another cot, and he and the steward carried the cot out in the hall, and then came back and sat Kiefer over on my cot and carried his bed out. When this was done, the surgeon ordered them to get up and walk outdoors, which neither of them could do. "What are you going to do with us?" asked Jep. "We have taken your bunks outdoors, and you must go too." "Why, Doctor," said Jep, "are you going to kill us?" "That's just what I'm going to do. I would rather kill you 2 men than have you kill the 10 sick boys that are just hanging on to life by a thread. They begged you to stop your infernal yarns, and you wouldn't, and the steward has tried for 3 days to stop you, and you don't obey. Now get on your pegs and go along." "My Lord, Doctor, I can't walk, and I'll die out there in the cold before morning. Oh, I can't go, Doctor." Finally, Kiefer told the doctor to separate them. "Put 1 on the north and 1 on the south side of the room, and they'd keep quiet. And in this way it was settled, and we got some rest. After the death of George, I gradually began to get worse, my condition more critical. My fever had run its course and left me in mortal weakness, as helpless as an infant. They gave me a spoonful of wine every hour till my stomach refused it, but still the doctor forced it down. My rough army blankets, already foul from long use, were poison to my skin and were cutting away the flesh. My wrist and bed sores were painful beyond description, and every hour was torture. I realized, too, that I was fast approaching a condition of stupor, the last stage of this disease, and was losing my grip. How or why I lived was hard to explain, when so many had been carried out that came in since I did. I had one great incentive, home and friends that loved me, and I would try and live for their sakes, when to die would have been gain for me. To me, then, it seemed selfish to yield and give up the struggle, but notwithstanding my good resolution every day, a stupor was creeping over me. The chaplain, Aunt Rose, and some of the boys were in every day, and John would frequently run in and stay a few minutes in the evening. Louis was faithful in writing to my folks, and would bring my letters and read them to me, but when done I would make no requests, and drop off into a stupor again. It was nearly the 1st of March that the boys began to lose all confidence in my recovery, and then Aunt Rose became more constant and vigilant as a nurse. She would bathe my face and hands and fix my scalded milk and coax me to take my wine and urge me in the most earnest language to live for my friends and mother. She is watching, waiting, and praying for you. I know she is, and she will not give you up, Marion. You will and must get well. Don't give up. You will try to live, won't you, Marion? Yes, God bless you. I will try, and if I do get well, it will be your prayers and Mother's and May's that will save me. She must have stayed with me an hour, and her talk encouraged and helped me. She said she had called in several times each day for the last week, and that she had not been able to arouse me but once or twice. You are getting better. But by morning my courage had left me, and my whole body was racked with pain. And it was only a few days after this, I think the 1st of March, that the doctor came in and tried to arouse me, but I was indifferent, and hardly responded to his effort. He finally got me to open my eyes and give attention, and said, "Marion, your brother is at Nashville on his way here. Rouse up and be ready to go home with him." I did enough to ask, "How do you know, Doctor?" "He just telegraphed in for a pass and is on his way now. The sheriff of your county is with him, coming to visit his brother. Rouse up now and be ready when he comes." This did arouse me, and I began to think of home and renewed my resolution to not give up, but in a couple of hours I was as dead as ever, and remained so till the doctor came in again and urged as before. "Marion, wake up. Your brother is at Laverne. Have just gotten a telegram from him. Will be here in the morning. The railroad's torn up, and he will come with Sutler." "Oh, Doctor, you told me several days ago that he was at Nashville, and he's not here yet." "That was only this morning. He is coming, but the roads are bad. Here is the telegram." "We are at Laverne. We'll be there by noon." This gave me a stimulant that lasted till the next morning. Then the minutes seemed like hours, and the hours days, and by noon I was as dead as before. Then Aunt Rose came in and bathed my face and hands, gave me my scalded milk as soon as she could arouse me, and then, after that, a large spoonful of wine. "Marian, do you know your brother is in camp and will be here in a few minutes? He is eating his dinner now, but will be in very soon and take you home." "Oh, Aunt Rose, I know you would not trifle with me. Is he really here? Is he really here?" "Yes, he is in camp now. Cheer up now. You are going home with him. Didn't I tell you you'd get home?" Soon Billy came in with 2 satchels and sat them down by my cot, and I smelled apples. "Whose are those, Billy?" "Your brother's," he answered. "Where is he, and why don't he come?" "He'll be here in a few minutes. Don't worry." I watched and waited. How long every minute seemed. The door opened. There stood my brother. "Oh, Prentice, come here." I used all the strength I had and raised my arms. "Oh, come." He looked at me. 'Twas but a step from the door to my cot. When he saw my emaciated condition, he was like a child. He could not control himself and cried and sobbed like a child. "Oh, Marian, my dear brother, is this you?" And there was silence between us, for neither of us could speak. He had knelt down and put his head on my cot and continued to sob. I was the first to speak and said, "Don't, Prentice, don't. I am better now. I'll go home with you. Don't feel so badly. I'm not so bad as I look. I will get well. I'll not die now. Oh, I will get well." Aunt Rose sat at the foot of my cot, and oh, how her eyes shone through her tears. She rose, took my hand, and speaking very low, "Now you'll get well, Marian. I know you will, and go home to your mother," and left very quietly. As soon as Prentice could speak, he said, "Marian, have I done you harm? I'm afraid I have." "No, no, Prentice. Joy never kills. Tell me of home, of mother, May, and sisters. Tell me all, and I'll rest and listen." My apathy was all gone. Then he gave me loving messages from all, that they were all watching, waiting, and praying for my return home. And I then resolved again to live, though it might be through greater suffering than I had yet endured. I slept and rested some through the night, though it seemed long. I could lie in no position except on a raw sore as large as one's hand. In the morning, as soon as I had eaten my milk, Prentice looked me over and found me in a terrible condition. He had brought from home some soft linen cloths, Castile soap, and Vaseline. Then he took warm, soft water and carefully bathed me all over, washed and cleansed the bed sores, and furnished Aunt Rose cloth and batting, from which she made some nice cushions, with openings through them for me to lie on. By night my condition was much improved, and my stupor did not return. Some 10 days before this, I had requested my head to be raised, so an attendant picked up an overcoat that lay on a vacated cot and put it under my head. The owner had used it for a pillow, and died a day or 2 before. This coat was loaded with vermin, and when Prentice drove the comb through my hair, the vermin tumbled out like ripe berries from a bush, a whole handful of them, so many that he stepped to the fireplace and threw them in, and when I heard them crack like salt in the fire, I had my first laugh. Then I made him let me look at them and to see them scramble around in his hand. Furnished me amusement for an hour. I really think, without enlarging, that on this first day he caught and burned up enough to have stocked all the district schools in our state. All this aroused me from my stupor, furnished me diversion, and kept me from thinking of myself and pain. My brother bought new blankets and had my old ones boiled and washed, but cotton sheets he could not find in town. But Aunt Rose came in with one cotton sheet large enough to cover my cot and a small pillow. These she had taken off from her own bed, and Prentice tried to pay her for them, but no, not 1 cent would she take. A few days after Prentice reached me, I received a line from John saying that he had been thrown from a horse and had a broken leg, and this was the reason why he had not called on me for the last 10 days. After several days, I began to notice that I was gaining some strength. I could move my limbs, and when the covers were raised, I could turn from my back to my side without help, and this gave courage. My appetite was better, and the doctor advised that a small amount of toasted bread might be added to my hot milk. I had gotten over my stupor and was full of courage, but my brother knew, and so did I realize, that my recovery was yet uncertain. I had instructed him, in case of my death, to take my remains home and loaded him with many messages of love. One day, a friend of ours, a near neighbor by the name of Charles McLean, belonging to an Illinois regiment, looked us up and called at the hospital. And soon after I ate my dinner, Prentice wished to change me, and with McLean's help, lifted me on my blankets and placed me on an unoccupied cot next to mine. When my bed was made, the boys took me up to move me back, just as some one opened the door and let a current of air strike me, which threw me into a chill, a nervous chill. The boys covered me up, but this did no good. They gave me a double dose of wine and filled wine bottles with warm water and placed warm brick to my feet, and still I shook and chilled. Prentice ran into Dr. M's office for help, but he was in a condition of stupor from benzine or other drug and would not move, and the boys believed I was dying. Prentice almost groaned in despair as nothing seemed to get me warm, but still they worked all the harder, and before night I was over my chill, and yet alive, and no fever resulted. That night I was quite exhausted, and Lewis and Almond sat up with me all night, and that gave Prentice a rest. For a few days my life hung in the balance, and it was an unsolved problem as to the result. The next morning, when Prentice came in, I told him not to be discouraged, for I felt hungry. The doctor had been giving me the strongest preparation of iron for some time, and the dark blue eruptions on my wrists were less painful, and my bed sores were certainly healing. About the 5th of April, a large bedroom in the second story with a fireplace was vacated, and Dr. Martin very kindly gave us the room. He said I was determined to live, and he'd give me, from this on, the best possible chance. In this large room I began to gain, and we began to talk about going home, began to lay plans, and almost fix the time, when one day Prentice was taken very sick with malarial fever, and that night, while he and I were alone, he became raving crazy. He walked the room and raved like one mad, until an attendant in an adjoining room heard the racket and came in, laid him down on a cot, and got some cold water and bathed his head till he got quiet, then got the doctor, and in 4 or 5 days he broke the fever, and Prentice began to mend. The doctor was very attentive, and the boys and Aunt Rose were very kind. Brother was quite well in about 10 days, and again we began to talk of home. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Aunt Rose. Chapter 43. One morning early, Aunt Rose came to our room, just as Prentice had commenced to prepare my breakfast. She brought a piece of nicely browned toast, covered with scalded milk, an egg, cooked very rare, and a good cup of tea. "Now, Prentice, you go down and eat with the boys. I'll stay and visit with Marion till your return. I was so busy yesterday I didn't call in and have felt badly about it all the morning." Then turning to me, she continued, "I can see now, Marion, you are gaining a little every day. With patience and care, you will soon have strength so as to go home and make your mother's heart glad." Aunt Rose, you have been God's good angel of mercy to me ever since I entered the hospital. I don't know. I can't understand why you have been so good and kind to a stranger when there was no possible prospect of reward. Your devotion has been the very climax of mother love. "Are you so blind, my dear boy? I have a boy somewhere. Oh, I don't know where, who was torn away from me and sold 5 long years ago, like you, a little younger perhaps. Can't you understand how one mother may feel for another when both alike are weighed down with anxiety and sorrow? I can't tell why it is, Marion, but I have thought of your mother so much since you entered the hospital. Every cup of cold water, every little act of mercy, every time I bathed your head and soothed the pain, it was for her as much as you, and all cheerfully and freely done and given in Jesus' name." Oh, Aunt Rose, I wish you could see and read my heart, that you might know how grateful I am. And, too, I do so wish you could see and know my mother. She is good and kind and gentle, just like you. And when I get home, if I ever do, I'll tell her all you've done for her poor, sick, suffering boy, and she will thank and bless you in heaven when you meet. Can you not indicate something we can do for you? Now you know the President's proclamation, which took effect the 1st day of January, freed every slave where the Union Army has control, and you are free, and your children also. And my children are free too? Yes, Aunt Rose, if they are within our lines. Do you have any knowledge where they are? Oh, no, I never knew. My heart has been so crushed with sorrow that I could not tell my story or ask for help. It all came on so suddenly and unexpectedly.
I felt and knew the first time I called at your cabin that you had passed through great sorrow. You promised to tell me when I got able to hear. I am now able. We may start home the 1st of next month, and possibly we might be able to help you. Won't you please tell us, if only a little of your history, enough to give us a clue? Please do. Yes, Marion, I will try. And just then Prentice came in, and we both listened to Aunt Rose's story. As near as I can remember, my mother was as light-colored as I am, but was the child of a slave mother, and under our law, doomed to a life of serfdom. I was told many times that I was the child of my mother's master, and for that reason he sold me when I was 6 years old to John W. Belmont, a good man living on a large plantation at Hampton Center. He and his wife were born in Scotland and were very earnest and consistent Christian people. She took me to church and Sabbath school every Sunday. I sat in the same pew with her and always at the same table with the family. I did not call her mistress, but by her request called her aunt, so very few, if any, knew that I was a slave. Mr. and Mrs. Belmont had a son, an only child, 4 years my senior, named after his father, John W. As a boy, he was very diffident and bashful and very much devoted to reading and study. He was very kind to me from the first, bought me books, and seemed delighted when he could help me along with my studies. I had been in the family but a short time, till he and I were the best of friends, and when he went away to school, my heart always ached till his return. When he did return, I was the first one he called for, so you understand how we grew up, not only to like, but to love each other from childhood. When I was 16, my aunt, or rather my mistress, died, and from that time on I took charge of the house. When I was a little past 18, my master died. Then young John W. came home from college at Cincinnati and took charge of the plantation. He was much like his father, kind and good to his people, who almost worshipped him. Not many months after he came home to stay, I began to live with him as his wife, and soon after this relation began, we both started for Cuba, where he had business, from thence to Scotland to visit his father's old home and relatives, and after a visit of 3 months there, we took a tour over the most of Europe. In all our trip and in all our lives together, he always introduced me as his wife, always seeming more contented and happy when I was by his side. A few months after our return home, our twins were born. We named them Lawrence J.W. and Florence B.W. When they were 4 years old, we went to New York, and while there, Mr. Belmont consulted a lawyer and had free papers made out for me and the 2 children. This package was brought home, and he, in my presence, placed the papers in his large fireproof safe, where we thought they were so secure that their existence was forgotten. Until our children were old enough to send away to school, we employed a teacher in our home. Then they were sent to Cincinnati, first to high school, then to college, and in one more term they would have graduated,
when their father was stricken down and died suddenly. In response to a telegram, they came home to attend the funeral, and the next day, oh, Marion, she sobbed, I cannot tell of that terrible day. I have wanted to so badly, but I cannot now. Her voice failed her entirely, and she was sobbing like a child with her face pressed down on my bed. Aunt Rose, and I spoke to her the second time, don't grieve so. We will not ask you to tell more of that sad story. We know all about it, since we know who you are. How your husband's nephews robbed the safe of the free papers. How you were all seized by the sheriff, put in irons, confined in jail, and advertised and sold at auction. Oh, Marion, how did you know? I never told you. I never could tell anyone. Then how did you know? Your daughter Florence told us, and brother will tell you all. Then Prentice told her the whole story as told by Florence to us, including the horrors of the arrest, the auction sale, her escape to Cincinnati, then on the Underground Railroad to Canada, which country she reached in safety, and that we had received several letters from her, and that she was married to a good man and had a good home. Aunt Rose sat as one in a trance. She scarcely moved, and hardly seemed to breathe. So eager was she to catch every word and watch every motion of his lips. And when he got through, the glad tears were raining down her face as she cried out, "Oh, thank God! Florence is safe." And then with head bowed down on my bed, she responded, "Oh, Lord, I thank thee that thou hast heard my prayers and remembered me in mercy." Then she went to Prentice, raised his hands to her lips, and kissed them, came to my bed, put her arm under my neck, and kissed my forehead. Oh, Marion, had I known from the first how good and kind you were to my poor girl when she was fleeing for her life from a fate worse than death, I should have taken your mother's place and watched you day and night. You did take my mother's place, Aunt Rose, all you could, and mother's thanks when you meet. In heaven, we'll add another star to your crown. What little we did for your poor homeless girl in her race for life and honor was a pleasure to us, and cost but very little trouble. It was simply casting our bread on the waters. It has returned to me manyfold. I am your debtor now. Do you think you can hear some more good news, or shall we wait another day? Oh, yes, now. Can you tell me anything of Lawrence, my boy? Can you, Marion? Oh, can you? She saw me smile, then sprang to my bed and caught my hand again before I could speak. Oh, Marion, can you tell me anything of him? Is he alive and free, too? Yes, he is alive and free, and here in camp, not more than 1/2 mile away. He has been to see me many times since I've been sick, and once when I was in the room below, and came very near meeting you at my cot, as you had just gone out when he came in. And he sat up with me many nights when I was so bad. Aunt Rose sprang to her feet again. Oh, Marion, in this house, in that room below, I almost met him, my boy. How can this be true? How did you know him and he know you? Where did you find him and where is he now? And the glad tears
broke loose again, and her words came so thick and fast I could hardly answer her. "He will tell all when he comes, Aunt Rose. He was thrown from a horse nearly 2 months ago, but gets around nicely now on crutches. When you go down, send up the older of those 2 colored boys that room in one of your cabins, and I'll send John a message that will bring him to your room in less than an hour, where you can meet him alone." Aunt Rose kissed my hand and tripped out with her face illumined, looking 20 years younger. Prentice, that woman was beautiful once, beautiful as Florence before that great sorrow crushed her heart. Yes, beautiful, but his answer was merely mechanical, for he commenced to walk the floor, an old habit of his when in a deep study or excited, and I knew he was trying to hold himself down, but it had to come. "Oh, land of the free and home of the brave, how many times I've heard that song! How long, O Lord, how long shall this high crime against God and this people last? Just think of this poor woman who has passed through enough to make the carnal heart a smoldering hell, and she has treasured up no bitterness, no hatred, no revenge. No, her crushed and bleeding heart, that has been so trampled on by mercenary brutes, is now full of love for all of God's creatures, praying for those daily whose greed for gold put her and her children on the auction block, and had them sold like horses, mules, and swine to fill the pockets of miserly heirs. And her prayer has been, 'Father, forgive them, for they knew not what they did.'" Just then the boy came in. I gave him this note: "Jack Hale, care of General Hawkins, 11th Kentucky Regiment. Dear Jack, we have got trace of your mother. Come at once. Call at the middle cabin back of our hospital. A lady is waiting there now who can tell you all you wish to know. Come, she is waiting. Yours in haste, Marion." Just then the chaplain came and greeted us with, "Why, Marion, I never saw such a gain in anyone in so short a time. Your face is flushed and your eyes sparkle. Have you fever?" "No fever, Chaplain. Thank you. Something better." Then I went on and told him the whole story of Aunt Rose's life, while Prentice watched at the window for Jack. "What joy there will be in that little cabin today," said he. "It will make the angels in heaven rejoice. How much that poor woman must have suffered with her intelligence and refinement, and then her children about ready to graduate from college, seized by the sheriff, thrown in jail, and sold at public sale like a herd of swine." Here the chaplain was interrupted by the arrival of Jack in an ambulance, halting close in front of our open window. Scarcely had he touched the ground and gathered his crutch when the anxious mother met him, and in an instant we heard, "Oh, Mother! Lawrence! God be praised!" Then all was silent, for Aunt Rose was weeping in the arms of her long-lost son. During this meeting, so sacred, we sat in silence till they passed out of our sight, back of the hospital, to Aunt Rose's cabin. "Now, Chaplain, since you made me feel a little vain by your remarks on my rapid improvement, I propose to get out of this bed while you are here,
and walk across this room." "No, no," said Prentice. "Not today." "Well, then, let me get up and stand on my pegs." With a little help, I stood for a moment. The first time I'd borne my weight on my feet for months. Then I said, "Get out of the way. Don't let me fall. And here goes across the room." And I started, with brother and chaplain, one on either side, with their hands outstretched. This set me to laughing, and I guess I should have fallen when I got to the wall, but they caught me. I stood and rested a moment, and then said, "Boys, let go. Here I go now," and reached the bed and got on alone, some tired, but a good tired, and when covered up was ready to rest. "Well done," said the chaplain. "I didn't think you could stand. In fact, I never expected you to get out of that room below until removed in a casket. But honestly, you are the poorest man I ever saw standing up or lying down." "Yes, chaplain, I'm poor. There isn't fat enough about me to grease a gun patch. But mark you, if nothing new develops, I'll someday be as good as new and ready to start for home in a few days." "Not till you're stronger, Marion. You must be patient." "I shall walk every day now, over this room back and forth. This reunion that's now occurring in the little cabin is the best tonic I ever took. And I am thankful that I have been able to pay in part what Aunt Rose did for me when I was helpless and unconscious." "She was like a mother to you, Marion, and I don't wonder you feel grateful to her. She did all she could for all the boys, but for some unaccountable reason, she seemed to select you as her special charge. One time I came in just as she did. You were wild with pain and raving. She ran to her cabin, got a pitcher of cold water, took your head off the cot, and showered it till the pain left you and your raving stopped. Then, with a soft towel, she wiped and dried your hair, and as I left, you were asleep. Another time I went in and you were in a deep stupor. I asked the doctor how you were. He replied, 'Nothing can rouse him. He'll not live through the night.' Soon Aunt Rose came in and sat down on your cot. She had some linen, a tumbler and pitcher of water, and began to moisten your lips and bathe your face and hands, and gave you a spoonful of wine. She fussed with you till you opened your eyes and smiled and said in a whisper, 'Why, Mother, when did you come?' I sat down by her side on the cot, and I saw she was shedding tears. Oh, it don't seem to me that he must die. If I had him in my cabin, I know he'd get well. No, chaplain, I can't give him up, and I can't explain why I have felt such a deep interest in him since he came. He some way puts me in mind of my boy, who was a little younger, and maybe some mother will do for him the same that I'm doing for Marion. Oh, chaplain," she continued, "I have prayed for my children without ceasing day and night since they were torn from me. Will he hear me?" "Yes, Aunt Rose, yours is practical praying, and your prayers will be answered." "And so they have, Marion, sooner than I expected, and I am glad you have been instrumental in helping to bring this blessing about." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44.
of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hospital. Farewell. Chapter 44. The chaplain went out promising to return after dinner, and soon a boy from the cabin came in with a note from Florence, saying, quote, "If it will be convenient and you feel able, Mother and I will call on you about 3 p.m." Unquote. Prentice wrote on the same card and handed to the boy, quote, "Come by all means and bring your mother." Unquote. "Well, Prentice," I said, "such a day as this has never occurred in our lives before, and probably never will again. It seems a long time since morning, and now I just realize how hungry I am." "It surely has been an exciting day, one we'll never forget, and now it is 12:30 and I had forgotten dinner. I fear so much excitement will be too much for you, Marion." "Oh, no, don't worry. I feel like a colt today with a good sharp appetite." As soon as ready, I ate my scalded milk and toast and half of an egg scalded, then turned over on my side and took a refreshing sleep till nearly 3 p.m., when Aunt Rose and her boy entered the room. Prentice introduced himself to Florence, and Aunt Rose came immediately to my bed and took my hand in hers, but her heart was too full of joy to speak. "Dear Aunt," I said, "your prayers are answered now. God's richest blessings are certainly falling on you." Soon I saw that she wanted to overwhelm me with thanks, and I said, No, all that we did for you anyone could have done, but what you did for me was royal service, all actuated by divine love. I was a stranger, and you ministered to me, gave me food and drink, and if I could have been moved, you would have taken me to your little cabin and nursed me there. And now it rejoices my heart to know that without cost or trouble to us, we have helped you find your children." Then Florence came and gave me his hand, and he, too, could hardly speak. "God bless you, my boy," I said. "This has all turned out better than we expected when we first met at Mumfordsville. The cloud that was thick and dark around and over you has opened wide, and now all is sunshine. Thank God, and not me. I am your debtor, Florence." To change his thoughts to other subjects, I asked, "Have you heard from Florence more than once?" "Oh, yes, I have received 2 letters from her since the one you copied. I will bring them over and let you read them." "And have you read them to your mother?" Yes, and they made her happy. Poor mother, how she suffered. I now realize that mine was nothing compared with hers, but don't you think she has grown younger? Before that terrible day, she was handsome. Once she was as beautiful as Florence." "Yes, she looks almost 20 years younger, and her face shows that she's happy. What will you do now, Florence?" "I sent the colonel's horse and ambulance back, and sent him a note that I had found Mother, or rather that you had, and that I would stay with her till able to work." "Then I'll see you often. We expect to start for home by the 5th or 6th of May, if possible." "So soon as that? Will you be able?" "Yes, I believe I will, if careful." It would be impossible to reproduce with my pen the scene in our room during the hour they remained. It was an hour of sweet communion, and the reunion of this mother and son was more of heaven than earth. As they arose to go, Aunt Rose came to my bed, and as she took my hand in hers to bid me goodbye, she said, "I am so glad, Marion, to see you gaining so fast. When you were the very worst and the doctor said you could not rally, I couldn't give you up. I didn't know why then, but I believe I know now why the Lord put it in my heart to take such a special interest in you. While you make light of what you did for us, your kind hospitality so freely bestowed upon my poor girl when fleeing for her life was the means of restoring my children to me." "Yes, Aunt Rose, in doing what was a pleasure to us, we did more than we then knew. It has made my heart glad that your boy has been restored to you, and that's one reason of my rapid gain." Every day following this visit, I walked across the room, back and forth, and when a little tired would lie down and rest, and then try it again. And though but a ghost, I could see from day to day, as I used my limbs, that I was gaining strength and courage. Letters came from home nearly every day, full of good cheer, but all admonished me to be careful. My bed sores were healing very fast, my wrist was nearly well, and the last crop of vermin nearly cleaned out, and what remained, if any, belonged to the infantry. One day, about half after 11 o'clock, Aunt Rose came tripping in like a young girl with a nice piece of squirrel Florence had shot and dressed with a small cup of broth. "Oh, you are a good mother," I said, "always doing for someone. I was just thinking that if I could have a little change of diet, such a dinner as this will make me, how good it would taste." "It is a royal gift, and I thank you. I do so wish that you and John would go home with us. I shall miss you so much, Aunt Rose." "Oh, Marion, my dear boy, you don't know what you say. I should like to go and help you get home, but I could not stay. I have saved, by hard work, a little sum, and my boy and I, when the war is over, will buy a little home of our own where I'll stay till I go to my heavenly home." The April days had slipped by when Prentice came in and informed me that my resignation had been accepted, and on the 5th we should leave Murfreesboro for Nashville at 10 a.m. Oh, how my heart thrilled at the prospect of starting for home after a confinement for 4 months in that hospital, much of the time entirely helpless, and suffering more than my pen can describe. Lawrence soon heard of our intention and came in to see me. He handed me Florence's letters to read, in which she gave a brief history of her life in Canada, a description of her home and the people, who were very kind and intelligent. She taught music, painting, and drawing from the time she reached there until married. And in her last letter she said, "My husband has a chance to sell his property here at a big margin, and if you succeed in finding Mother, and the rebellion is crushed out and slavery abolished, it is possible, on account of the milder climate, that we may go back to southern Ohio or Indiana." "Well, John, what are you going to do?" "I have not determined yet. When in college I chose the law and studied with that in view. You know, Marion, I have friends in Cincinnati that are anxious for me to come back and finish my course and locate there." "And Ruth is waiting for you?" I said. "Oh, yes, bless her kind heart. During my 5 years of serfdom her suffering will never be known, but now she is contented and happy. In my second letter, written from Louisville, I felt my degradation and poverty so keenly that I wrote she had better forget me. Well, I got a letter back that would have melted a heart of stone. She has a snug little fortune in her own right, and in her last letter she wrote that if I succeeded in finding Mother, I should bring her there and locate, and she said further, she shall be my mother too. Well, John, I congratulate you. She is a jewel. I know that from Florence's description of her. Stand by her. She loved you in your poverty and degradation, and she'll never love you less in prosperity. You and your family, John, have dropped into my life so mysteriously that I don't want to lose you, and if I live to get home and you get settled, you must write to me and give me your address. You have mine now. Marion, you know of my affection for my mother, Florence, and Ruth, and you stand next. I shall always think of you as my elder brother. Please don't say if you live to get home. It makes me feel sad. You will get home. You have already gone through enough suffering to kill a whole regiment. Charles Party, the steward, told me when everyone was looking for you to die that you had a charmed life and felt satisfied all the time. You'd make it on the last heat. But I tell you, it was a close shave and a hard one for you. By the way, Marion, I met a Union soldier from near Hampton Center a few days ago. He knew my 3 cousins, who realized so handsomely from my father's estate, including the wife and children. One has died a horrible death with delirium tremens, and the other 2 are gamblers and drunkards, and the estate is nearly all squandered. Verily, they are reaping their reward, I said, and the wrath of the Almighty will follow them. Prentice came in then, and John turned to him and asked, Have you read my sister's letter yet? Oh, yes, that letter ought to be published up north. People would not believe it, said John. It is so out of the ordinary. You boys must not get the impression that all slaveholders are as brutal as those that bid off Florence and me, or as destitute of human sympathy and heart as our cousins, who brought such ruin upon us. I am glad to say that many of them are very indulgent. General Spence was very kind to Mother. They treated her more as a servant than a slave, but the system is all wrong, a sin against God and a curse to slave and master. We understand, said Prentice. Many of the masters are much better than the law. Up north, if a man should whip a horse to death, he would be punished. But here, a master can whip a slave to death and be justified. After John went out, I took my walk around the room more than usual, and felt much encouraged. A comrade had whittled me out a nice cane from a piece of cedar brought from the battlefield, which was a great help to keep me from falling. May 4th was my last day in the hospital. Many of the boys came in to see me and bid me good-bye. From the first, all the boys, without exception, had treated me so kindly that to part from them was a severe trial, and when I took their hand to say good-bye, I could hardly control my voice or keep back the tears from my eyes. About 2 p.m., Aunt Rose ran in and took a chair near my bed. Well, Aunt Rose, I have just been thinking of you and have been wondering if you noticed how closely I watched you the other morning when you brought me my toast, squirrel, egg, and tea. You had taken special pains in dressing your hair that morning, and it was arranged precisely as Florence had hers the afternoon I wrote up her history. Then I watched the expression of your face and eyes, and especially your voice, and I almost trembled, thinking of her and John, that possibly, yes, only possibly, I had made a discovery, and when you spoke of your boy, a little younger perhaps than I, sold from you 5 years ago, my hope grew strong, and then I pressed you hard for your story, which so many times you had very delicately refused to tell me. Marian, I wanted to tell you many times, but it seemed like thrusting an iron through my heart, and that morning I felt more determined than ever to give you my history. How mysterious it all is! Had you denied Florence shelter and such very generous hospitality, in all probability I should never have found my children. Or, had you taken no interest in me, Aunt Rose, the same might have been the result. I could not help that. When you were delirious, your calls for your mother and one other person, May, I think, were so pathetic that you won my heart and all the service I could render, and in thus sacrificing one for the other, God has richly blessed us all. But, Marian, I must not tire you with this call. You have had too much company today, so I will bid you goodbye now, and call again in the morning. When I laid myself down for the night, my last night in the hospital, my hard bed was a luxury indeed, as I was tired. I realized that I was surrounded by an atmosphere of supreme kindness and sympathy, and was well content to lie still and watch through the large uncurtained window the dark foliage wave to and fro, the leaves grow distinct in the light of the rising moon, until I fell asleep. Quite early in the morning, after a long, refreshing sleep, I seemed to hear such lovely strains of music that swelled into richer harmony until what seemed to be a beautiful orchestra awoke me. I soon discovered that an unusual gathering of my old friends, the birds, were giving me a farewell serenade. The leader of the orchestra sat near my window, on an old bough, with her tuneful throat swelled to the utmost. She I recognized as the very songster that had furnished me such exquisite music for the last few weeks, and on this last morning at the hospital she had gathered all her friends together to bid me farewell. After my breakfast, the first to enter was Dr. M.
"Well, by Jacks, boys, you are going, I see. Never thought you'd get out of here till you went in a box. But you'll make it now, unless they kill you on the train. Here's some brandy, Prentice. In case of fright, exhaustion, or accident, use it. Don't let 'em chill. You are changing climates, remember."
I gave the doctor my hand and said, "You have been very kind to me, doctor, and I thank you. When you get home, I'll call on you, and we'll take a fish on the old feeder dam." Then, for a few minutes, the room was full of our boys, who came in to bid me goodbye. The last that entered was the chaplain, Aunt Rose, and John. I took their hands in mine, but could not speak. To Aunt Rose I could only say, "God bless you." End of Chapter 44. Chapter 45 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Starting for Home. Chapter 45. Two of our boys carried me down the broad stairway out of the Spence Hospital into God's sunshine and lifted me carefully into the ambulance, and the team started for the station. How the light dazzled my eyes, and with what zest I filled my lungs with the fresh morning breeze. To one who had been shut in for months and seen and experienced the suffering I had, and then to be welcomed back into such a beautiful world on a May morning like this, was enough to fill the heart to overflowing with joy and thanksgiving. I wanted to sing, "Praise God, from whom all blessings flow," but my voice was too weak, and I could hum the tune and mentally supply the words. We can appropriate to ourselves all that's lovely in nature to the full extent of our capacity, and yet we have not diminished the supply. The supply is prodigal. There's enough for all. A millionaire may plant and cultivate a garden of choice flowers and trees of tropical splendor, and still the beggar may get richer enjoyment from it than he who planted. Our train moved out from the station and slowly across the river bridge, and then in a few minutes reached the battlefield. We had more or less risk to run from guerrillas and rebel cavalry until we would reach Louisville. Every few days since the battle we would get reports of the tearing up of track and the capture of trains, so of course in my condition I had many apprehensions for the safety of our train. We had hardly gone more than a mile after crossing the river when the train stopped suddenly, and the passengers began to look out of the windows, and someone cried out, "Cavalry coming!" I wilted down in my seat as though I had been shot. All in the car seemed much excited. Prentice looked out over the cotton fields and then spoke. "Don't get excited, Marion. They wear the blue." This restored me at once, but showed me plainly how weak and helpless I was. They were a body of scouts, and after conferring with the conductor a few minutes, the train moved on. "There, Prentice," I said. "On the left is the cotton field, and farther in that direction than you can see, the fighting commenced very early on the 31st. Our line, then, you see, stood at a right angle with this road. Up on that little elevation was Rosecrans' headquarters. On the right is the lower ford, and across the stream from that is where Breckinridge met his Waterloo. And over there on the left at the pike is where we recaptured our baggage train. Did you notice any stench as we came across the field?" "Oh, yes, quite strong, and when I went down the 1st of March, it was too thick to breathe. In fact, when the wind was from this direction, I could detect the same there at the hospital for a month." My ride was doing me good. The day was mild and pleasant, the scenery beautiful, although the country was sadly devastated by the war. The trees were out in full leaf, the fields green, and the little patches of grain and clover were waving in the wind. "Here is Laverne, almost totally destroyed by fire when we marched through," I said, "and you will notice from this on to Nashville the terrible effects of the war. Fences, buildings, and forests have all been destroyed." "A deserved retribution," said Prentice, "but the poor fellows who suffer most are least responsible." As we approached Nashville, the forts and fortifications attracted our attention. From Capitol Hill, the siege guns commanded every street, and any army that would try to enter the city would be badly cut to pieces.
An ambulance at the depot conveyed us to the Sawana house. Prentice thought it wise to go no farther with me the first day, and so secured a room with fire and 2 beds. 2 colored waiters carried me up a flight of stairs to the 2nd floor, where I lay down on a soft bed, a little tired, but better for my ride. A good night's rest and a good breakfast of hot milk and toast fitted me for another day's ride. As we approached Bowling Green, I said to Prentice, "When we reach the depot, look to the northeast and see the house and grounds where the colored woman lived that came to our house with Florence. If you remember her description, you will identify it at once." The train soon pulled in, and Prentice pointed out the place. Then, as we passed Bell's Tavern, I pointed out the road from the right, where Bragg came in ahead of Buell, and a cave city where we skirmished for 2 days, in line of battle, while Bragg went on and captured Wilder at Mumfordville. "And here," I said, "is where I found Jack Lawrence, or John W. Lamont, Florence's brother and Aunt Rose's son." We passed over the new bridge built by the Engineer Corps of pine trees soon after it was burned by Bragg. We reached Louisville about 4 p.m. All the passengers left the car. Prentice went to find a bus, as he expected to take me to a hotel. I was waiting and resting easily when a man came in and kneeled down in front of me and said, "Get on." The movement was so funny that I began to laugh, and at that time when I began to laugh I couldn't stop, so I kept on saying, "Get on," and looked around at me so funny that I laughed all the harder. I finally managed to sober down enough to say, "Wait, what do you want of me?" "I want you to get on my back, and I'll take you to the Christian Commission rooms." "Well," I said, "my brother has gone after a bus to take me to a hotel." "Well, get on. I'll bus you, and then I'll hunt him up." Then he helped me on my feet, and I leaned forward on his back, wrapped my arms around his neck, and he his around my legs, took me down the steps, and started down Broad Street on a dog trot. This trotting a man down Broadway was too much for me, and I commenced to laugh again. Whoa, say, stop," I said. "What's the matter now?" "Don't you know you're liable to arrest for carrying a skeleton along the streets?" "Not where it's got life enough to kick." That started me laughing again, and I didn't stop till he sat me down in a nice large room on a clean soft cot. Prentice saw him trotting off with me, so he went to the car, got our baggage, and came to the room. The experience was new and rich for me, and the hearty laugh was more potent than blue mass pills. The room was full of sick that were on their way home from the front, all lying on clean, nice cots with cotton sheets and soft, downy pillows, and plenty of lady nurses and men attendants, so that none were neglected. It was a Christian commission indeed, for all seemed to be doing the will of the Master. How different from the front, where only the bare necessities could be gotten for well soldiers. We remained at this home overnight, and till 9 a.m. the next day, when Prentice got a bus and took me to the paymaster's, where I settled and drew my pay, and from here we drove to the Galt House near the ferry. I was carried in and placed on an easy couch,
covered over with a light blanket, and soon dropped into a delicious sleep. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Galt House, Chapter 46. I had slept perhaps an hour or so when I was awakened by a rather confidential conversation carried on by two young ladies, schoolmates, sitting close together and talking low. One lived in Danville and one in Nashville. The first remark that I heard distinctly was this: "I know, Mary, I ought not to say it, but to you I must speak freely. I am completely discouraged, and my heart is sick. Our leaders and generals have been claiming victories every battle. Now just count up. Fort Henry surrendered, the key to the Tennessee. Fort Donelson, the Gibraltar of the Confederacy, at 12 o'clock midday, a victory for us. At 6 o'clock a.m. on the next day, a surrender. Shiloh, an overwhelming victory the first day, the enemy driven into the river. The second day, a most disastrous defeat for us, our army driven and torn to pieces. Retreat to Corinth. Perryville, a victory, but our dead and wounded left in the hands of the enemy, and the Grand Army of the South make a graceful retreat. President Davis addressed our army at Murfreesboro and told them that they must hold that point at all hazards, and then the war should be pushed into the enemy's country. The North was already so divided that a rebellion was imminent, and that our friends were already organized to help us. But notice, the Union Army defeated the first day and crushed. The second day, nothing done. The first day's victory was not followed up. The third day, Breckinridge led into a trap, and 2,000 of our brave boys torn to pieces with artillery, and the whole army panic-stricken. Men and officers fly from the field. Oh, Mary, I don't understand it. I am sick and discouraged, and I fear now that God is against us, and if that be so, our cause must fail." "Stop, Bill, stop. I can't bear to hear you talk so. You do seem to make a strong case, and I'll admit that it sometimes looks dark to me. But you know Father commands a brigade in Bragg's army and has a good chance to know. He says, as our president says, the North is all divided, that our secret society, the Knights, is organized in almost every township, and that there is a large influential party opposed to the prosecution of the war. This party is controlling Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. He says they are now being armed and will rise up and strike a blow that will make tyrants tremble." "Well, Mary, they must rise and strike pretty soon, or we're done for. But I have no confidence in that party of kickers in the North. They are a small minority, and they are made up of cowards. They embraced our cause and gave the South encouragement, but are too cowardly to shed their blood for us or a drop for their own government. If our independence depends on them, our case falls to the ground. Don't you remember, Mary, how our leaders told us that one regiment of Southern soldiers would whip 10 regiments of Yanks? This was a falsehood, pure and simple.
I can't see but that they are just as brave and can endure more." "Why, Belle, I can't let you talk so. You almost provoke me. Such talk gives encouragement to the enemy." "You're not an enemy, but a friend. My heart is breaking for our poor boys engaged in this hopeless contest for what our leaders claim is for principle or sacred rights. I fear it's all a myth, all wrong, and God will overthrow us. But I have unburdened my heart to you as I would to no other, and now I must quit talking and thinking if I can, or I shall go crazy." The conversation abated for a minute. I threw off the light blanket partially that covered me, and raised up on my elbow. "Ladies," I said, "I am sorry that I have been even an innocent listener to your conversation, but I am not an intruder. I was here before you, and dropped asleep. But I know it was not intended for my ears. But we are not enemies, though I have resigned from the Union Army. You see what a skeleton I am. I am one of the victims of this slaveholders' rebellion, but I am not an enemy. More of your friend than any cowardly sneak up north who will not shed a drop of blood for their government or for your Confederacy, and you would scorn them as you would any coward. Their encouragement amounts to nothing, only to prolong your hopeless struggle. They are only a small minority of the millions of loyal men who will lay down their lives to save our government. I was at Fort Henry, Donelson, Perryville, and Stone River, and I wish to say to you that whoever says your boys are not brave speaks without knowledge. They are brave, but the soldiers of the Union Army are their equals in bravery and their superiors in endurance, as you have noticed. One of you remarked that she was afraid God was against your cause. He is. The whole nation is being sorely chastised and punished for the introduction, protection, and toleration of slavery. The system comes down from the barbarous ages, and under our Christian civilization, it must go down. All persons who inaugurated this unholy war to perpetuate slavery, to build up a slaveholders' aristocracy in this government dedicated to freedom, will meet with signal defeat and disaster. I tell you honestly, God will not let this high crime longer exist. The rank and file of your army are not responsible. They are more to be pitied than blamed." "You speak plainly," said Mary. "You talk like an abolitionist." "Yes, I know, but I don't mean to be unkind. Had you walked over the battlefield of Murfreesboro after the battle, as I did, and counted your own brave boys that laid down their lives to satisfy the greed of the slave power, you would be an abolitionist as I am. They were mostly from the laboring class. What interest had they in slavery? It was their enemy. I was in the line that received Breckinridge's charge on our left and saw the 2,000 that were torn and mangled with shell and grape and canister. What interest had they in a slaveholders' aristocracy? Not one in 100 of all that were killed on that field ever owned a slave." "Oh, but," said Mary, Our chivalry all went into our army.
Pardon me, but I have seen your chivalry and the rank and file, and when you count up your population, you will find that the rank and file of your army are not of your chivalry. Your ratio of chivalry to your population is not 1 to 100 that you recognize as chivalry. To belong to your chivalry, one must own slaves and not work at common labor. Is not that true?
Why, yes, we must draw the line somewhere. We make a distinction, said Mary. But I see you don't understand conditions in the South, and it's hardly profitable to extend.
Well, I guess you're right, but we can agree on one thing.
Please, what is that? Said Belle.
That slavery and the slaveholders' rebellion is either right or wrong.
Yes,
said Belle.
That seems to be a very simple proposition.
Well, I said, under our Christian civilization, nothing stands unless it's built on the truth. If slavery is right, your rebellion will succeed. But if wrong, and God is against it, as one of you fear already, your slaveholders' aristocracy will be a bubble. Your slaves will be free. Your armies melt away. Your fair domain impoverished. And as sure as God rules, this will be the ultimatum.
Are you not vindictive? Would you not destroy us if you could?
Asked Mary. No, my friend, while I speak the truth as I honestly see it, sincerely, as I believe you are both sincere, I would rejoice if you can be saved from destroying yourselves. On the part of our government, this is not a war for conquest. It is not waged on our part to destroy, but to save. And to save you and the government, your fathers shed their best blood to create.
May I ask you 1 or 2 questions, and will you answer them honestly as you believe? Asked Belle.
I will answer honestly if I am able to answer at all. Please ask your questions freely.
Is not the North nearly exhausted as to men and money to go on long with the war?
To the first question, let me say, we now have in the service nearly 1,800,000 men. 1,000,000 more will be put in during the next year, if necessary, and if a further necessity exists, 3 or 4 million more will be raised. Understand, I mean, if necessary, not to subjugate and destroy, but to save the whole country. Now, as to the second, if you can get hold of the right authority, you will find that government bonds go up in price with every victory we gain. They are worth much more today than any time since the Bull Run disaster. And one more word. Your people should place no confidence in the peace party of the North. Now, I have tried to answer all your questions and hope you will believe me sincere as I do you. Belle dropped her head on her hand and was much affected. You may fail in judgment and knowledge, she said, but I cannot doubt your sincerity. But if what you say is true, God pity us. Shall we change the subject? If you please, I said. Then they drew their chairs up closer and inquired what hospital I was in and how long I had been sick and what care I had. Spence Hospital, Murfreesboro, where I lay 4 months. My care was as good as could be had at the front, where so many were wounded and sick and transportation short. Well, said Mary, how you must have suffered. You are the poorest mortal I ever saw. I feel sorry for you if you are a Yank. And I saw by her voice and the expression of her face that there was no deception. I thank you both for your kindness and sympathy, and let me say that I would rather be captured by either of you than any Johnnies I have yet seen. Oh, what a compliment, said Mary. Yes, said Belle. We are kind-hearted and would use you well while you are sick, but as soon as you get well, we put out both your eyes so you couldn't enlist again. No need of that, Miss Belle. Your eyes would dazzle mine so that I could see nothing else but you. And the girls both laughed heartily, and Belle replied, I never received such a compliment, not even from our chivalry. An oldish gentleman came then and asked if they were ready. As they both bade me good-bye, Belle said, Be a good boy, Yank, and don't enlist again. End of Chapter 46. Chapter 47 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Home. Chapter 47. Prentice came in soon after my company left. He had been to the ferry and learned about the train next morning for New Albany, and then ran about the city some. He selected a room for the night, and we retired early. On the morning of the 8th, we crossed the Ohio and planted our feet on free soil on the north of the Ohio. The boys call it God's country. I must say I felt a thrill of pleasure when I stood in my own state. At Indianapolis, we changed trains. Prentice was loaded down with baggage, so I said, I can walk to the train alone. But as usual, there was a rush, and when halfway across the walk, a large, portly, well-dressed woman, I'll not say lady, ran square against me and knocked me over on the hard pavement. She barely looked around, saw me, and went on. Then a lady sprang to my side, helped me up, and commenced to brush off my clothes as Prentice came. The blood was then running down into my shoes. It hurt me cruelly, so that they had to almost carry me into the car. The Good Samaritan that helped me up said, What a burning shame! That woman must be a rebel without a heart. Prentice and the lady that helped me bandaged my knees and stopped the blood as the train moved out of the station. Prentice took a Pullman, and as the train rolled along, the bruises hurt less, and I was rocked to sleep. We reached Salem Crossing about 4:30 a.m. The morning was cold, and the only hotel in town was locked. Prentice found a place out of the wind and a seat better than none. I soon chilled. He threw a blanket around me. Still, I was cold. Then he resorted to the brandy the doctor made us take, and I think in the absence of a cup of hot milk or coffee, perhaps the brandy was the next best thing. The house opened about 5:20, and in about an hour more we had some breakfast.
Prentice sent a telegram to our station that we would be there on the next train, and at 10:30 a.m. the train rolled in at the depot. Two old friends and neighbors, John Emerson and J.C. Bodley, stepped into the car, lifted me on my feet, and made a chair of their hands. I thrust my arms around their necks, and they took me to Grandmother Bodley's house. As soon as the door opened and this good woman saw me, she burst into tears. "Oh," she said, "is it possible that this is Marion?" And her tears ran down her face like rain. "Don't, Grandma," I said. "I can't stand it to see anyone cry. Please don't." And she forced her tears back. They soon got me some hot milk and toast, and then I took a good nap for an hour and felt stronger than when I left the hospital. This good lady, who expressed her welcome by the tears she shed, was one of God's noble mothers who laid her offering on the nation's altar. Her son, Lieutenant B., fell, mortally wounded, shortly after this, and died alone on the field. How deep the wound, and how sorely the iron lacerated her heart, only God and the angels knew. The kind hospitality of this family warmed my heart, and I said to myself then, how cold the world must seem to the utterly friendless. On the morning of the 10th day of May, 1863, at 8 a.m., a two-seated covered carriage was driven up to the door by G.A. Bodley. I was helped into the back seat. Pillows and cushions were placed around and under me, and with Prentice and Bodley in the front seat, we started for home. Only 18 miles, and home. The day was bright and warm, the first real warm spring day in northeastern Indiana, for the season had been very backward. How different everything looked here. There the forests were out in full leaf, and the fields were carpeted with green, while here all nature had been dreaming. The trees were as barren of foliage as in January, but the air was pure and bracing, and what a blessing to be out again in God's warm, bright sunshine. While I longed to get home, I did dread the first meeting. I was so poor, and my hair and beard were nearly all gone. I believe I should have been perfectly safe among the worst starved cannibals. They would have run from me, thinking I was but a skeleton of some fellow whose bones had already been picked. Every mile of road was familiar to me, and they counted off fast. When we reached the last 4 corners and raised the hill, we met a messenger from home. His face was bright and cheerful, and as our team stopped, he announced to Prentice that when he got home, he'd find a 10-pound boy ready to greet him, whose birthday will be the 10th of May, 1863, 10 a.m. They couldn't wait any longer, he said, without great inconvenience. I called the messenger up to me and said, "You hurry back home and tell Mother, though I look very poor and bad, I am feeling well and improving every day, and say, be sure and tell her that they must do no crying. I can't stand it. Don't forget this." And he started back with his horse on the lope. Mother met me at the door with a smile instead of tears. She took both my hands in hers and said, "Marion, you really look better than I had expected from the letters just received from the boys in camp.
With good nourishing food and plenty of fresh air, you will get your health again." Others in the room, neighbors that had called, greeted me cordially, expressing no surprise, talked a few minutes, and passed out. I looked around the room and often towards the door. Mother knew what was on my mind and said, "She'll be in soon. Give her a little time, Marian. You know how kind and affectionate she is, and perhaps can realize how she has suffered in the last 4 months. But she'll be prepared soon. She has been looking after our big boy. He's a fine fellow, and you shall see your nephew as soon as he's presentable." While Mother was talking thus, the door opened from the adjoining room, and May entered. At the first look, the blood left her face, and I spoke cheerfully. "A smile for a welcome, May, if you're glad to see me, and no tears, please." But for a moment it was too much for her, poor girl. She kneeled down, placed her head on my knee. I stroked her hair to give her a little time. Then, with a desperate effort, she raised her face to mine, moist with tears, and in a voice full of affection said, "Glad to see you. Oh, Marian, I am so glad to see you alive. But how you must have suffered." And the tears began to start again from her eyes. "It is all over now," I said. "Laugh and rejoice, for as long as God is willing, we'll never be separated again." End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of My Story of the Civil War and the Underground Railroad by Marvin Benjamin Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reunion, Chapter 48. During the months of June, July, and August 1863, nearly all the Federal troops were withdrawn from Murfreesboro, only a sufficient number remaining to guard the town and care for the sick and convalescent soldiers. The most of the citizens who left the place in panic on that memorable Friday night had returned to their homes, discouraged and impoverished. Since the army began to leave, times were getting harder, and now the 1st of August, there was neither money nor demand for labor. Confederate script circulated by the returning fugitives was worthless. Supplies were exhausted, and provisions were very high. Such was the condition that John felt that he could not remain longer in a Confederate community among a people who were supporting a system that had brought sorrow and ruin to his home and family, crushed his mother's heart, caused his sister to flee for her life and honor to a foreign land, robbed and beggared them, and sold them like cattle into degrading and hopeless bondage. He felt that sometime in the future he might forgive, but while retaining his reason, could never forget. On the 17th of August, he received a letter from Florence dated on the 10th, stating that they had sold their property in Windsor, Canada, and would move to Cincinnati, and that they hoped to reach there by the 1st of September. That Mr. Bassett would buy, build,
or rent a machine shop, and desired him to take an interest in the business, no matter how small. Come at once with mother and rent a small house, so as to be ready to receive us. John dispatched a letter by the first mail saying, quote, "We will be in Cincinnati on the morning of the 22nd of August and be ready for you." Unquote. John and Aunt Rose had saved from their earnings in washing, mending, and for milk sold the boys some $450. At 5 a.m. on the 22nd, they reached Cincinnati, and John, being familiar with the city, soon rented a small furnished house on the same street and not more than 8 blocks out from Mrs. Lehman's. At 5 p.m. of the same day, they were comfortably situated and had had a good supper in their own home. Soon after supper, John received a daily, and in looking through the column of entertainments, his eye caught one item that brought the blood to his face. Quote, "Musical entertainment by Miss Ruth Lehman and her class at Corinthian Church on North Jared Street. All cordially invited. Doors open at 7:30 p.m. Admission 25 cents. Children 10 cents. Unquote. "Mother," said John, "can I go? It's only 3 blocks away, and I should like to see Ruth before she hears that I'm in the city. She will not recognize me in the audience, and I will have a good opportunity to study her and determine whether, in my humble condition, I can approach her in her own home." "Yes, John, go. I can stay here safely, and I feel so much at home in these cozy rooms that I shall not be lonesome. But you have not forgotten what Florence has written of her. How noble she is, and the love and affection she has expressed in her letters to you." "Oh, no, mother, I have forgotten nothing. She is noble, God bless her, but I cannot forget the years of my degradation and my poverty." "But remember, she told Florence that you were not degraded by any act of yours, and that she loved you more than when surrounded by many friends and abundant wealth." "Yes, mother, she was but a child then, a little girl when we became attached. Now she is an accomplished woman, beautiful and cultured, with no taint in her blood or on her name. She loved me then as a child. I was her ideal. I was older. I entered into her sports. I taught her many useful things, helped her in her studies so that she was at the head of her classes, and petted, but not spoiled by her teachers and friends. But now, while I long to take her in my arms and press her to my heart, I tremble when I remember her nobility, her beauty, her culture, and her social position." "John," said the mother, "don't you know Ruth better than that? One noble as she can't love as she loved you, and throw that love away at will. Nothing but crime or dissipation on your part could cancel, but not destroy, that affection. And then her high moral nature would compel her to refuse you, as she ought. But in doing that, her suffering would be greater than yours." "Well, mother, I will go tonight and see her for myself, and then I shall be better able to determine my course for tomorrow." Lawrence bade his mother good-bye, and passed out into the street, leaving her sitting in her rocking-chair that she had used for so many years in the little log cabin back of the Spence Hospital. In a few minutes she arose,
and went to a small case and took out Florence's first letter, which was well worn and blotted with tears, and read over and over that portion that interested her now, and said to herself out loud, "Yes, she is noble, but is she more noble than he?" John was at the church early. He requested a seat in front, and about midway between the door and rostrum, and watched the people as they eagerly pressed in through the door to their seats. The curtain was down. "Now," he thought to himself, "I will have a fair view when the curtain goes up." But in this he was disappointed, for hearing a rustling of silks at the door, all eyes were turned in that direction, and in came Ruth at the head of her class. Did she hear his throbbing heart as she passed down the aisle? She looked around, but he had turned his head in time, and she did not catch his eye or see his face. Yes, the child and little girl that followed him and Florence to the train that fatal day, when he asked if sometime in the future she could learn to love him enough to be his wife, and she dropped her head and cried, but could not answer, and only answered when she pressed his hand good-bye, had surely grown and developed into a fine, graceful, and beautiful woman. The audience was all in, and many standing in the aisles, when the curtain was raised. Ruth stood at the front of the stage, with the program in her left hand, resting her right on a high chair at her side. Why did she cast her eyes over the audience and let them rest on Lawrence till their eyes met? Did she feel his presence? Yes, though she did not know that he was in the city. Why did the blood surge from heart to brain, and then recede for a moment and leave her face deathly pale? She knew that he was there, and with a mighty effort she became herself again, and sang the first solo for John, as she never sang before or since. When the curtain dropped, the house rang with applause, and the audience called again and again, but she only thanked them and said she would sing with and play for the class. But her voice rang through the audience clear and soft, often so pathetic that many were shedding tears. Altogether, the concert was a grand success. As soon as the program was finished, Lawrence passed out through the door, entered the street, and walked rapidly home in a condition of mind hard to analyze. The next morning at 8:30, John was at the door of the back parlor. Mrs. Lehman opened it, invited him in, and asked him to be seated. "No," said he, removing his hat and making a bow. "This is Mrs. Lehman, I believe. My name is Warren. I am looking for a quiet—" He did not finish the sentence, for he heard someone rush through the front parlor, and, raising his eyes, saw Ruth standing in the door, only for an instant, for she flew like a chased and frightened bird into his open arms. "Oh, John, John," she cried, "perhaps you can fool Mother, but you can't fool me." Then, resting her head lovingly on his shoulder, with her arms around his neck and her eyes full of glad tears, she said, "John, I knew that you were in the room, at the concert last night, before our eyes met. I knew it when I passed down the aisle. When the curtain raised, my eyes wandered for an instant over the audience, and almost instantly rested on you. I sang that first solo for you, John, as I never sang before. How my heart thrilled and leaped for joy. But please now, John, unloose your arms and let me breathe. Are they not getting tired? We'll just sit on the couch while you rest them, and while we rest, let me introduce you to Mrs. Lehman, my mother and your mother."
Mrs. Lehman had been a silent spectator, but as the two recoiled from each other's embrace to take a little breath, she came forward, and while her heart was too full to speak, she gave him a mother's kiss, and such a welcome that his humiliation was all gone, and he felt himself a man once more. "Thee did not suffer alone, John. We suffered with thee, and prayed daily for thee and thy deliverance."
"Oh, yes," said Ruth, as she looked up into his eyes, now glistening through the tears. "I almost died for thee, John, and I fear I should, had not Florence given me courage to hope that sometime you might escape. Mother can tell thee sometime how she held me on her lap all day and night, and oh, how my heart ached for thee. It felt empty and dry as a desert. Everything seemed dead, and the world a great impenetrable void. But since I got your first letter, though brief, I have been happy and felt that I could wait patiently till you could find your mother."
"My dear Ruth," said John,
"Florence told me all about your suffering, and had I realized it during my captivity, it would have added tenfold to mine. And now, right here, I must make a confession and ask your pardon. I felt my humiliation, degradation, and poverty so keenly since I reached the city that it was with trembling and foreboding that I called on you. I feared when you saw me and remembered all, you could not receive me into your heart again. John, I abjure you by my love that you never, never mention that again. You wrote me once from Louisville, I think, about the same thing, and had you been here, I fear I should have boxed your ears. Now promise me never, never to allude to that again. Do you so promise, John?" "Yes, Ruth, my dear girl, I promise upon my sacred honor never, never to mention it again. And since you and Mother Lehman have given me such a royal welcome as neither prince nor potentate could receive in our country, notwithstanding all my suffering during my captivity, I am now the happiest man living." "John," said Ruth, "in the excessive joy of our first meeting, we have forgotten the rights and interests of another. What of your mother and my mother? Where is she? Has she no interest in our happiness? Go at once and get an easy cab. I have introduced you to mine and yours. Now take me in a cab and introduce me to your mother, and we will bring her here to dine with us." "As you wish," said John, "so it shall be." The cab was secured, and very soon John and Ruth were being driven down the street, 8 blocks, to a neat but humble home, where Aunt Rose sat looking over Florence's first letter. She arose to her feet and bowed. John gave the introduction. "Ruth Lehman, let me introduce you to Mrs. Belmont, my mother and your mother." It was enough. Ruth threw her arms around the lady's neck and gave her a daughter's kiss. Yes, it was enough. Aunt Rose's heart was full, and she wept with joy, and then said, I have just been reading Florence's letter, and every time I read it, it increases my love for you, my dear daughter. May God bless you, my children, and help you to be kind and faithful to each other. She then accepted the invitation, and was seated in the cab and driven back to Mother Lehman's, where dinner was waiting. Ruth seated them at the table, and Mother Lehman returned thanks. A prayer full of pathos and reverent love, asking the Father's blessing on those who had suffered and had been so severely wounded without cause by this sinful world, and closed by devout thanks for their deliverance by the same divine loving arm that delivered Israel from bondage. After dinner they all took their seats in the back parlor, Ruth and John on the couch, the same couch, where Florence and Elmer sat when Murray and the U.S. Marshal entered the front parlor. Ruth was first to speak. John, did you notice how I seated you at the table? You sat in the same chair at the same place where you sat at your last meal and dinner in our house, and Mother Rose sat on your left, where Florence always sat, and Mother at the head of the table, as always, and I, then but a young and silly girl, sat at your right, as I sat today, and expect to sit while we both shall live. We were scarcely half done eating when the boy entered and handed you the telegram from Mother Rose, announcing your father's sudden death and request to hasten home. It was almost train time when you took me by the hand, this hand, John, and led me, and on the way asked me if, in the years to come, I could learn to love you and be your wife. You did not know then the pain I felt at parting, that my heart was so full I could not answer yes. I tried, my lips moved, but I could not speak. I felt and knew that something terrible would soon happen to you. Oh, John, I waited and waited for yours and Florence's return, and finally, after many days, that letter from Margaret came and told us all. Oh, how I regretted that I could not and did not tell you. Ruth's voice broke, and the tears rushed to her eyes. John placed his arm gently around her and stroked her hair, and said, Please don't, Ruth. You must not think of that any more. Let us thank God that it will never occur again to me or anyone else in this government. Pray, let me tell you of a few amusing things that occurred during my martyrdom. I got some fun out of it, as well as much sorrow. I believe that the man who bought me was, if possible, meaner than Mrs. Stowe's Legree. He, Bradley, we called him Old Brad, was a bloated, blear-eyed, unscrupulous, ignorant, coward gorilla. I was quite well dressed when he and I reached the plantation, located some 2½ miles from any neighbors. In an hour or so he brought out an old, dirty, ragged suit of clothes and ordered me to change. I said, No, sir, Mr. Bradley, I'll not put them on. You won't, eh? You refuse, do you? And raised his heavy black snake whip to strike. Stop, you villain, I said. Strike me, sir, and you die that second. I will work for you faithfully while I am your property, but don't you ever
dare strike me unless you are anxious to die. I stood in a position to have knocked him down and could have handled 3 like him, for he was weak, clumsy, and a blustering coward.
We'll see about this later.
Yes, we'll see, I said. But now I give you fair warning never to attempt to strike me. Please don't forget what I say. And after telling me to go and tear down that old fence and pile up the rails, he went off muttering and sat down under the shade where he could watch me. I went at the rails with a will. I was stout and spry, and rails never flew so rapidly on that plantation before. I did more in 3 hours in that boiling sun than any 3 of his best men would have done. I intended to show him that I was not, as he thought, an ordinary nigger. When done, he called me and asked,
"Do you work all the time that way?"
Yes, I can work all the time, the same way when treated like a man and not like a dog.
Well, just sit down and rest a while.
No, sir, I'm not tired. Give me other work. I can never sit still when there's anything to do. He gave me some light work around the house, and I put in the day. He soon learned that I could accomplish more in 1 day than any hand he had in 2, but all the time I could see he was watching for an opportunity to humiliate me. I heard him one day tell a neighbor that I was worth 3 common niggers to work, but that I must come down and learn my place or he'd break my head. Well, things ran along quite smoothly for a month, when one day he called me and gave me an old tin pail and ordered me to follow him. I did so, about 40 or 50 rods to a cesspool at the terminus of 2 drains, one drained from the house and the other from the slave quarters. The pool was dug down to the rock, and the fluid then was about 3 feet deep. I think I never saw such a filthy place, and never one that gave such a vile odor.
"Now take your pail, get in there, and dip that stuff out," he ordered.
"No, sir, Mr. Bradley," I replied. "I'll not get in there at all. I'll fasten this pole to the pail and dip it out, but will not get in that hole." I knew he had been drinking, and had planned a scheme in his head, and watched him closely.
"You won't, eh?"
"No, sir, I won't." He stood a few feet behind me, and as I said, "No, sir," he bounded forward with full force. I saw the movement and stepped aside just in time, so that he missed me and went head first into the pool. He went to the bottom, and such a sight as he was I never saw as he got to his feet. The poisonous fluid closed his eyes that smarted and burned, his hair and heavy shaggy beard all full and bedaubed. He boiled and bubbled and snorted and swore and ordered me to take his hand and help him out. "No, Mr. Bradley, I'll not take your hand. Take hold of this pole and I'll pull you out."
"I'll shoot you, you wretch, when I get out."
"No, you won't," I said, "for I'm going to let you stay in there all day and night. Lay down there, you dog, and rest."
"Oh, let me out. Help me out, please. I'll die here."
I handed him the pole, then, and pulled him out, the most pitiable object I ever saw, and well sobered, for he had emptied his stomach thoroughly of applejack.
"John," he said, "will you go to the house and get me some clean clothes?"
"Yes, sir, Mr. Bradley, I will. Pull off those and go to the brook and wash yourself clean, and I'll be back in a minute." Well, he washed, and I helped him dress and got him to the house. But I never saw a sicker man. The doctor was with him all night and could not account for the condition of his stomach and his terrible breath. 3 days after this he called me in the room and asked,
John, will you take charge of the men and work until I get well? Yes, sir, Mr. Bradley. I'll do the best I can. John had hardly finished his story when a boy came in and handed him a telegram, which was dated early that morning, saying, quote, "We will be at your station tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, unquote. Signed, Elmer Bassett." This was unexpected. "John," said Ruth, "go to the station and order a bus and tell the driver to bring them here. We must participate in this reunion, so fly around." "Wait a minute, Ruth. I wish to ask you a question, the same I asked you years ago." He quietly placed his arm around her waist, and looking deep down in her eyes, that he might read the very thoughts of her heart. "Ruth, dear Ruth, will you be my wife?" "Yes, John, I will," and placed her arm around his neck. "When?" Raising her face to his as if expecting a kiss, she said, "Tomorrow, as soon as Florence comes." End of chapter 48.